No! Ah!
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS-80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. It's time to drop your socks, grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Welcome to CoCoTALK, episode 279. Special guest, Frank Linhares of Retro Rewind.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Hello, everybody.
Hey.
Hello.
Let's
Hello.
see.
Are we live?
I think we are.
No,
I
this
hope
is
so.
a rerun.
And let's hope the internet holds out today, because 2 hours ago I didn't have any.
Now you
So,
tell us.
Well, I did earlier, and
Oh.
everyone was sleeping.
It wouldn't affect the quality of the show either way.
Actually, probably improve it. But anyway,
Asparagus.
Okay, let's see. Panel intros. Who do we got with us today here? Get rid of the chat. Let's see. Upper left-hand corner, we got Marco.
What? Me? Oh, hello.
You're
Okay.
in the first square today.
Yay, I'm number one. Thank you. Glad to be here.
Next up, yours truly. Next over, L. Curtis Boyle.
hello everyone, and welcome to the show.
And last on the top row, Rick Euland. I guess that was a hello.
Or he's muted or something. I'm not sure what's going on.
He typed hello.
to me.
All right, let's see. Blind feed, carriage return. Jason Reichard.
Hello.
Oh, there's your hello. Came over the chat.
Yeah, there it is. Everyone's just gonna the whole panel's just gonna type their responses today.
All right, next over, we got Ron Delvo.
Hi, it's W. Ron Delvo. How you doing?
W. Ron, okay. And Frank will introduce in a minute. Next up on the road, Grant Leedy.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
It's the last guy you want to come to town. Well, because when he comes to town, the tornadoes are following him.
Yep.
Let's see. Everybody, people shifted on me. Next up, Alan. Alan Paradise. And last on the bottom row, David Ladd.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the show where we've got a nice interview scheduled for you today. I hope you're ready for today's events. Let's roll into it.
And he who snuck in on me at the last second, Slippy.
He's been here.
Is that what I'm supposed to do? Type my response on an MC10.
On an MG10.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The screen shifted on me, so.
I'm ready now.
Welcome
Me,
to
I'd have to grab a Sinclair, so.
I got one. Right here.
Okay, let's see. Well, that's it for panel intros. We have a special guest, Frank Linhares from Retro Rewind, and we'll get into the interview here in a bit.
Yeah, we've had him on before. This is going to be a more extended interview because we just kind of touched on Retro Rewind, the company he runs and sells things like Coco Sdcs and Amiga stuff and General Commodore stuff, all kinds of things. But we're going to get more into his history in media and podcasting and a bunch of other things that we didn't cover last time. And to introduce that, I'm actually going to play a 7-minute clip from one of the shows he was on. I'm sure some of you will recognize some of the people involved. And there's some pretty cool, interesting stories, which I think Frank will comment on afterwards.
Okay.
Welcome back to the lab. I'm Leo Laporte. Our good friend Frank Linhares is here. He is, of course, the Tech File guy from the Tech File podcast, techfile.ca.
Thanks for having me.
And apparently doesn't mind taking modified Altoid tins, batteries, and mysterious circuitry through airport security.
Yes, it's a very interesting story on the way here. I got locked up for an hour and a half.
Well, that's not so bad.
Through security and Pearson with dogs and everything. They couldn't figure out.
They sniffed it?
Yeah,
they were looking for explosives.
That's right.
Well, it looks a little bit like a homemade bomb. So this would be a first warning is if you're going to make this, don't take it on a plane.
Yeah, even though I checked it through my luggage, I wasn't stupid enough to bring it directly on the plane. They still had a serious problem.
Yeah, well, they'll find it, sure.
It's staying here. I'm not taking it back with me.
No, we'll keep it for you.
You guys can keep it.
We'll keep
I'll build another one when I get
and
home.
whatever you do, don't mail this anywhere.
Yeah,
they'll put it in a parking lot and blow it up.
That's right.
Yeah, it'll be on it. So what is this that we're making?
This is a USB charger using only 2 AA batteries. Now, I can't take credit for this design. Originally, this was designed by the guys at Make Magazine.
Oh, they do some neat stuff. That's a fun magazine.
They do some really cool stuff. But the problem is you can't really make the board that they had at home because it's double-sided. And if you're going to do this type of thing at home where you're going to etch your own board,
you got to use a breadboard kind of stuff you'd buy at hobby shops, right?
Yeah, that's right. A single-sided breadboard, you can do it at home. And that's what I did. I kind of modified the design so that you can do this at home with a single-sided board. Costs about $7 in parts that you can order. Including the tin and the batteries.
Looks like a couple of capacitors, a couple of resistors, 3 resistors.
Well, the key thing is the Max 756 Bluetooth controller.
That's the key. That little chip is a USB controller? What is it?
No, what it does is it actually takes 3 volts and regulates it to 5 volts.
In that little package?
That's right, in that little package. That's right.
Is that amazing?
Yeah, it's actually pretty neat what it does. So there are other ones that are simpler out there using 9-volt batteries, but you lose a lot of power. A lot of function because you're dissipating the extra 4 volts and the 9 volts through heat. So this is a much more efficient way. You can actually get almost 2 complete charges on an iPod video.
All the way up?
All the way up.
From 2 batteries?
From 2 AA batteries.
That actually is remarkable.
Yeah, it's quite neat. And I modified it to have dual ports, so you can charge 2 devices at the exact
You
same
are
time.
good. Yeah. So we've actually much improved on the original design. I think. Yeah. So this I didn't know this. So these batteries are putting out 3 volts.
That's right.
2 of them. And the USB spec says it should be 5 volts coming out of it. Okay. Show us whatever we need to know. I mean, obviously, these circuit designs will be on the website.
They'll be on the website.
This is for somebody who's done Heath kits or any kind of, I mean, it's not a complicated one, but you have to use a soldering iron.
No, it's not. And actually, up on the TechFile website, I have a complete video, a complete how-to, step-by-step, how to iron it on and how to use the etching solution, how to do everything.
What are you ironing on there?
I'm ironing on the print of the board that comes off the software.
Oh, so the board itself has some layout on it.
Well, yeah, you iron it on, and as you can see in the video, you run, you take the circuit board, you drop it in etching solution, and the purpose of the etching solution, it'll dissolve away all the copper except where the black lines are, which leaves you with the traces on the bottom of the board.
So in effect, you know, where I would have, when I was doing Heath kits, actually had wires there.
That's right.
You're actually putting copper on the board,
That's
and that replaces the wires.
That's correct.
You could do with wires.
You could do with wires, but you'd probably never be able to fit it in such a small can.
That's pretty neat.
Yeah.
I had never thought about doing that.
Yeah, I'll
That's
never,
very cool.
never run out of juice on any of my, my devices as well.
All right, so there you've etched it, and you've got it in the solution.
That's right. You wash the solution off. You're going to cut the board with a pair of scissors, drill through the board with a very small drill bit, like a number 63. But you can find all this stuff in an electronic shop.
Nothing fancy here.
Nothing fancy. You can order it all through DigiKey.
By the way, you can buy these. I just want to point out, probably for less than you spent on this thing. I mean, you can buy these for around $40 or $50.
That's right, but I spent about $8.
Okay, all right. So you saved $32,
that's right,
ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly.
All right.
But yeah, it takes all the fun out of building.
I know, this is the whole idea. You know, what a great project if you wanted to do something with your kids to turn them onto electronics.
That's right. You have to be careful, though, with the etching solution. You got to be very careful. It's very dangerous. Yeah, it'll eat right through your skin. tin or any of your.
Here's all the parts you need. You got the Altoids tin, although I guess any tin will do. This is just
any
the right
tin will
size.
do. Any tin will do. You got a bunch of capacitors, a bunch of resistors, and the Max 756 boost controller. I mean, that's the key right there. And once you get all that going and you pop a set of batteries in, you just take any USB device you want.
And you just plug it right in there.
You just plug it.
I didn't realize that you could, with 2 AA's, you could really, that's a lot of juice in there.
And
it's charging up.
Eventually you'll see.
Any minute now, you're going to see
batteries might be dead on that unit. Let's try this
He's
one.
used them all up.
Or the,
Is it charging?
Yeah, it's charging.
Look, so you can see the little charge icon there on the app iPod.
That's right.
That's very neat.
Yeah, it's pretty. I have all the files. We'll have them all up on the website.
It's too bad you can't carry this on a plane.
Yeah, it is.
Because
that's where the $40 model. The $40 model would be a lot better.
Because they look at that and they go, "Oh, that's safe."
That's right. This is not a bunch of hot glue and components and dog sniffing.
It doesn't weigh a whole.
Yeah, it doesn't weigh.
I feel really bad.
No, that's okay.
You must have anticipated that a little bit.
No. Yeah, a little bit. I didn't think that they were going to go through the entire hassle bringing dogs.
Did they strip search you?
No comment.
Really?
Yeah, no comment. No.
Wow.
No comment. I'm not at liberty to discuss
it.
It
is because actually you look like a hoodlum.
Yeah,
so it could have
probably what it is. Yeah, well, that and all the electronics and batteries, and
no, they would have done that to anybody. They would have done that to anybody. And I don't blame them. I mean, look at that. That could be anything.
Yeah, it was more entertaining than anything else, to be honest with you. I knew
they weren't hostile.
No, they weren't hostile.
You said, look, I'm about to do a TV show, and I've invented this little thing. Look, here's the book. Here's my website.
I actually got one of them to give me his cell phone and charge their cell phone.
Well, that should prove it. It works.
That's how I got out of that.
Would a bomb charge a cell phone? I think not. Not unless you were really a good designer.
That's right. Yeah, I hope not.
Yeah. So all of this is on techfile.ca. You can watch the video. We have the links, of course, on our website, labwithleo.com. You've even got the schematics and everything.
All the files is a complete how-to, a step-by-step how-to.
You took the beginnings of it and you made it work. You made it your own.
That's right. Made it easy to build at home, essentially, is what it was.
Yeah, I love it. That's really cool.
It's all yours. You can take it back on the plane.
Okay, shall I? I'll take both of them.
Take them both.
And I'll make sure that I don't have any batteries so it won't do anything. Yeah. That'll really help.
It might still confuse them, to be honest with you.
Frank Linhares is online at techfile.ca and is one of our great friends. It's so nice to see you. Thanks for coming all the way out here from Toronto. And watch out for him next time you're at Pearson. He could be in trouble. All right, when we come back, we're going to have more of your calls. But first, let's play What's the Tech? This is a close-up picture of something.
All right, I'll skip that little tail end there, but I think that kind of gives you guys an idea what the show was like. And Frank, I think you wanted to talk a little bit about your experience with airport security there.
Yeah, so that was definitely one to remember. I decided at that point in time I was going to check the device instead of physically bringing it on the plane with me. Sitting at the gate, I could hear them. My name being paged to the airport to pick up a courtesy phone. And I thought, oh, that's odd. First, I thought maybe something had happened back home. And I picked up one of the courtesy phones by the gate and they asked me to come to a room. There was a problem with my bag. And when I walked in, there were 4 police officers and every item of my luggage laid out. And the first guy had a picture of an x-ray in his hand. And he literally said to me, "What the F is that?" And at that point, my stomach kind of sank into my ankles. And I went, "It's a charger?" He goes, "Yeah." "What does it look like to you?" I says, "A bomb?" He goes, "Yeah, that's what it looks like to us too." You've stopped every plane on the runway because of this. And it was an interesting experience after a lot of explanation and a lot of being told off is the best way to describe it. Eventually got on the plane, but I've had problems getting on planes ever since. Let's just put it that way. You got a whole bunch of hot glue in a blob of hot glue and a bunch of batteries in a small case. Of course, through an x-ray, it's going to look like it's something that it shouldn't be. But yeah, I actually, plug my iPod in. See, look, all it is just a charger. That's literally all it is.
Did you ever think of saying the word bang?
No, at that point in time, I really thought, oh, great, I'm going to Gitmo. They're going to drag me off to Gitmo, and that's it. Because that was a surreal experience. And you walk in a room, and there's that many police officers just staring at you, very, very pissed off. You become a little kid. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. There's nothing to it, really."
And did they actually bring the dogs in and stuff like you were mentioning?
They did. Well, there was a dog in the room who had sniffed everything before they opened the bag. And then I was told next time, actually bring it on the plane with you. You can show security and explain right off the bat. And, I thought the opposite, but lesson learned.
Wow.
Yeah. So anyway, welcome again, Frank.
Thanks for having me. It's a perfect intro. Frank stopped all traffic at Pearson Airport.
Yeah, that takes some doing.
Yeah, well, yeah, I seem to have a knack for that. Let's just put it that way.
Achievement unlocked.
What was that? Sorry.
Have you done it more than once? Stopped traffic at the airport with?
No, once is plenty. And like I said, I've had, no word of a lie, I've had issues every time I get on a plane since then. I'm sure that there's some record somewhere, some flag still set, because there was even talk of, the airlines can sue you for the delay and all this stuff. And I thought, oh, great. Thankfully, none of that happened. But I do remember specifically getting on the plane after all this, and everyone had already been sitting on the plane for about an hour and 20 minutes. And so you do that, like, that Green Mile walk where very well everyone knows that you're the reason that the flight's been delayed for an hour and 20 minutes because all of a sudden you mysteriously are getting on the plane and then the plane takes off. So that was an interesting and humiliating and humbling experience.
Well, you had one thing going for you. You speak English.
Yeah, I mean,
this wasn't too long after 9/11, just a few years after.
No,
so
it
would have
was
been fresh.
it was a few years afterwards, and that's, I think, the height of security, and I really had that just stomach sinking feeling when I walked in that room that my family would never see me again. That was it. But thankfully, I did get on the plane, and they allowed me to take it, and it didn't come back with me. It stayed in Vancouver. I was like, it ain't coming back with me. I'll just build another one.
Yeah, well, especially if it was only $8.
Yeah, I mean.
So just a little bit of a recap, I guess, because we have interviewed you before, but we just basically concentrate on your very early history with computers and then jump straight into Retro Rewind. So for the people who have not seen that previous interview, a standard question we ask all of our guests, of course, is what was the first computer ever used? What was the first computer you ever owned?
First computer I ever used was, I think they were called Icons, and they were kind of really, they were a Canadian brand that was an education brand that the school board here in Toronto had purchased. God, I'd love to get my hands on one, but they're near impossible to find. And the very first computer I owned was a Coco 2. I remember specifically, going with my dad to Radio Shack at Dufferin Mall in Toronto. And picking up the Coco 2 and the tape deck for it, the 81, I think it was, if I remember correctly. And that was the very first machine I used, owned, and played with, and it was it brings back incredible memories.
And your gateway drug.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
Do you still have it?
I don't have that original one because, unfortunately, probably not very popular on this show. But in order to get a 64, we had to sell the Coco 2. But since then, I own a lot of Coco 2s and Coco 1s and Coco 3s and MT10s. So I have, including the tape deck, I've rebuilt what I had, but unfortunately, I don't have the first original Coco 2 that I owned.
Yeah, I don't have my original Coco 1 either. In one of my moves, it fell when the moving truck and actually cracked the circuit board in half. So,
yeah. Yeah, but I've filled that hole again a few times over.
We got a comment from Wayland in the chat I thought was kind of funny. He said the moral of the story with the bomb stuff is that you make your bomb in a phone charger.
Yeah. I had this weird run. There's a few other segments I did on the show where, like, I would jam USB ports into all sorts of stuff. There's one where I jammed it into our alarm clock so that I could charge my iPod at night, and I just had this thing for just putting USB ports in things that shouldn't really have USB ports.
That was one of the ones actually that was one of the finals I was planning on playing as a preview, and actually I think the funniest part of that story is that you guys were joking that it was your wife's alarm clock and she wasn't going to be able to wake up for work that morning.
Yeah, that was the alarm clock right out of her bedroom that I was like, I'm taking this with me, I'll be back in 4 days.
And nowadays they put USB ports in about everything.
Lamps, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I had one in my bike. I put them everywhere, wherever I could. It just made sense, right? Started to most devices started to show that they could be charged via USB 5 volts. So why not just have that convenience of plugging stuff in, charging it no matter where you are.
Yeah. So in your earliest days with the Coco 2 and then with the Commodore 64, were you in it for the software at that time, or were you already into the hardware stuff at that point?
So I led very misspent youth. I ran a BBS for a very, very long time. I ran a BBS up until about 3 years ago. I'm sure there's a statute of limitations on this, but I was a bit of a pirate. Let's just put it that way. With a few different
we're shocked
organizations in the Commodore 64 world that were fairly large, that will remain nameless just in case there is no statute of limitations on this stuff. But it was mostly 64 was mostly programming, to be honest with you. And then the BBS, I think it was like 2016 when I finally shut the last BBS I ran. I mean, it was like part of FidoNet since like 87, part of FidoNet's administration for the past, I don't know, 20 years. So that was always my thing. And I always kind of, whenever I had an itch to scratch, I would just kind of make stuff myself for it, as much as I could, more of a way to prove to myself that I could do it. But that was my bread and butter in the retro computer days.
So the hardware you just kind of did as a hobby when needed, and then when did it start becoming your thing? Like you did a lot of hardware stuff like on the lab, and then of course with Retro Rewind, et cetera. So
yeah, so I mean, kind of engineer by trade. So some people would say I was just cheap. It's like, hey, if I can build them myself, I'm going to build them myself. To hell with this. I'm not going to. If I don't have to spend $200 on something, I'm going to do it myself. And then there were always like oddities that, I wanted that you couldn't buy. Like I had a user port device that would offer a reset for the Commodore 64. And, the way my desk was positioned, I didn't really have a lot of space to constantly stack stuff. So I kind of said, nobody's got like a right angle adapter. So I'm just going to make one. And that's kind of where the whole hardware thing started, to be honest with you. It was just scratching itches more than anything. It's like, I really wish that I could have this, and nobody seems to make it. So to hell with it. Let me see if I can figure it out myself. And then that kind of just steamrolled, to be honest with you. I met a gentleman by the name of Andy Walker, who's a Canadian tech journalist. And that kind of was the door opening to meeting people like Leo and everyone else that I did and working on the show. Was trying to just show that problem with shows like The Lab and Call for Help is there's a lot of soccer moms that would call in, a lot of people that would call in with, basic tech problems, and they wanted to expand the show and to kind of bring more geeks in, I guess would be the best way to describe it. So that was one of the tasks I had is, let's do some light hardware hacking. Some of the segments got a bit complicated for the show audience, I'll be honest, but let's try to show people that there's more than just, AOL mail when it comes to computers.
How to install a printer and that kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Or why I can't default my printer to double-sided type of thing. And that's where that whole thing kind of snowballed.
Now, had you been watching Leo's shows before that? Like how?
Yeah, I mean, I did. The original Tech TV, the screensavers, essentially, really. Being in Canada, we initially didn't have the screensavers, but there was always nefarious ways of obtaining it. But so, yeah, it was always an interest to me. I'd known of Leo for quite a while, right back from his DevNull days on MSNBC. Never had a chance to meet him until, I got in contact with everyone through Andy, essentially, who became one of the co-hosts later on in Call for Help, and Amber and everyone else. So, I knew of him, of course, and kind of did follow him loosely. But it wasn't until meeting Andy and being asked to come on and do, I think like, I don't know, I did like the very first segment I think I did was like something around Myth TV, which was like a kind of home theater PC software back long time ago. Some of you might remember Myth TV. And that's kind of how it all started, right? So yeah, I mean, that's a long ass answer to a simple question of, did I know Leo? But yeah, that's kind of how I got to know everyone there.
Well, I guess the one thing, like you obviously had some software chops from back in the Commodore 64 days, and you did a lot of, like, I'm assuming most of the hardware was self-taught. Did you take up any official training for?
I'm an engineer by trade, so sort of, okay. Yes.
Okay. But like, what did Andy see in you that thought that you would be good on camera? Because that's a big jump in a totally different skill set.
You know what? I think they were just, to be honest with you, they were just hungry for segments when they moved the show up more than anything. It was he said, hey, I'll mention it to the show producer. And then, I got an email probably a couple weeks later from the show producer saying, what type of stuff can you do? And I said, well, these are the projects I'm currently working on. I don't mind talking about any of them. And that's kind of just how it happened. It was nerve-wracking in the beginning because it's a whole other thing walking into a TV studio where, makeup is literally covering you in this cake material, and, they're restyling your hair, and you're all, hooking you up to all these wires and, IFBs in your ears so that the director can talk to you and, tell you that, turn 20 degrees more this way or 20 degrees more that way. So, and that becomes a bit confusing. Like my very first segment, if you ever watch it, I'll see if I can find it. I think I've got it somewhere. I mean, I look like a buffoon out there. I'm not used to having someone talk in my ear and tell me, keep your arms down, move more to the left, move more to the right. So I thought, oh, great, I'll never be invited again. But then I got an email from Leo saying that was fantastic. Can you put together more of that type of stuff, that kind of light hardware hacking, that, simple tasks for people. And then I just kept doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it. And I was on it for years.
Yeah. Yeah. I like the fact that, like you said, you mentioned that you were kind of getting, some of the segments were getting a bit more complicated, and you had a couple podcasts at the same time too. And one was a bit more of the light stuff. And then you also had another one that was a bit more of the heavy duty. Actually, how many podcasts did you end up doing? Because you had Digital Underground TV, which is a video podcast. You had Technocrat, which was more the hardware hackers, but more audio. You had an interview show or something.
Tech File, which was the interview show. Yeah. And that was, to be honest with you, that was my favorite one, was the interview show. Because you really got to, it was unheard of at that time. It was kind of, podcasting was still fairly new. I think, really in its infancy. We're talking 2004.
2004 to 2007 seems to be when they all started.
Yeah, so I think I started Tech File 2004, and it was literally, after starting to do Call for Help, it was literally like, I think the very first episode I interviewed was Leo in his hotel room here in Toronto, and then and he actually opened the door. He was like, "Oh, great! Here, I'll contact Patrick Norton and John C. Dvorak and a whole bunch of people that he opened doors for," and having the ability to sit with these people that, I don't want to say you looked up to, but you respected in the industry, was fantastic to have this kind of unfiltered, unplugged kind of, nobody wanted the questions ahead of time. It was literally just, sitting for 45 minutes to an hour, just chatting, just kind of shooting the breeze with people and getting to know them. And that took off like a wild horse, that show. And it was fantastic and something I'm very proud of.
Yeah. The reason I've been trying to, and Ron DeVos helped quite a bit with these too, is setting up interviews here, is you want to capture that history before it's too late. Either people forget or, badly, some people pass away type thing, especially if they pass away at a younger age. You want to try to get that background story and then have it, preserved for posterity. So I didn't actually listen to that show. When I got first in the podcast was a bit later. It was probably 2007, 8. And I was basically like Leo with some of the stuff that he was doing, and then CNET and a few others too, Revision 3, some of the other ones like that too. But and then as far as friendship stuff go, like Amber MacArthur, Kevin Rose. Amber did Command N. Now she's interviewing the Prime Minister of Canada and stuff, and working on CTV. Kevin, of course, started Dig and the Dig Nation podcast and Revision 3 and Milk and a whole bunch of other things I can't even remember. So did you meet them all through the TV shows, or did you meet some of them from Leo passing interviews to you, or how did some of those friendships happen?
Most of those people was just from being on the TV show. Amber, I became really good friends with. Amber and Andy were probably the two people that I became the closest with. But then, I got to meet Kevin. Kevin would fly up and do shows. So I formed an incredible friendship with him, with Patrick. Let's see, Alex Lindsay, who still to this day is an incredibly good friend of mine. It opened a lot of doors and it created a lot of friendships that have lasted a very, very long time. And I think it was all from that kind of ecosystem of being in it, to be perfectly honest with you, because you met most of these people I met on set. And the nature of how we shot the show, for those that don't know, the show would air every weekday, depending on the time zone you're in. At least here in the Eastern time zone, it would air at 6 p.m. on Tech TV. But we would shoot an entire month's worth of shows in 4 days, which is a hectic schedule when you're trying to do 20 shows in 4 days. So, you'd wait for your opportunity to sit there. Oh God, look at that baby face. You would sit there and wait for your opportunity. So you'd kind of be in the green room with these people for hours at a time, right? So you got to know them, you got, chatting, and those kind of friendships developed and carried on. And, I'm very proud of what Amber has accomplished, because she's really, her career has skyrocketed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
she was doing a tech, I can't remember who she was co-hosting with, but on CTV, one of our national networks here.
Yep.
She was tech, co-hosting that one for a while, and then she started getting involved with, some of the political figures way up, like, Prime Minister.
Yeah, and she used to do CP24 too, which is like an all news station. She used to do a segment there. I think it was called Homepage. I was on there a few times with her, which was quite interesting. But she's always dabbled in a whole bunch of stuff, and now she's very in demand everywhere she goes, which is incredible.
Yeah. And she still does like Facebook live streams and stuff.
She does, yeah. Yep.
I got a question for you, Frank.
Sure.
Yeah, you had these shows, did you ever meet the guy, or anything ever happen, like that guy that keeps zapping him stuff when he's doing his shows? You didn't have.
Are you talking about the professor out in Alberta? What's his name?
Yeah.
No, I never met him. I do love watching him though. He's an electronics professor at one of the universities in Alberta.
Really?
I can't remember. Yeah, he just does it for comedic value. But you actually do take some lessons away from what's this show? Is it Kaboom or something like that?
Electro Boom.
Something like that. Electro Boom. Thank you. Never met him in person, but I think he'd be a fantastic guy to sit down and share a beer with.
Yeah. Anyway, one of the reasons I picked this particular picture, besides the fact it has you interviewing Leo, is actually you've got your Tech File t-shirt on.
Yep. Yeah, I do. That was Leo decided, hey, it would be great if we had kind of a meetup type of thing here in Toronto for the fans. We just kind of mentioned it through, even back then, social media was, sorry, you just distracted. Oh my God. That's a lot of faces. So if you kind of want me to quickly go through the people that are here,
sure.
I'm sitting down far right. It's hard to see me, but in the kind of, exactly right there. Next to me, for those of you who are Canadian, that's a gentleman by the name of Alan Cross. So Alan Cross is the host of a syndicated radio show called The History of New Music. And he's also, I think right now he's chief of the Chorus Music Network. He's just a huge music buff who secretly is a nerd, and emailed me completely out of the blue saying, hey, can I come? I'd love to meet all you guys. And I thought it was a joke initially. I was like, Alan Cross, yeah, right. Next to him, I think, is Dan, Kevin's friend. And then there's, God, I forget his name. He was on Attack of the Show with Kevin. He's
Alex.
Alex, thank you. Kevin across from him, Amber, Leo, and Andy Walker. And that was, we decided to record a show at that meetup, which ended up having 700 people show up. People kind of flew in from all over. We were kind of taken aback that all these people actually cared and even knew who the hell we were. which is quite shocking. But that was a fun evening. That definitely was a fun evening.
So where was the event held? Like, I think you were the main organizer of this whole thing, weren't you?
Well, yeah, somehow I got saddled with it. I'm not sure how that happened, but it was like, okay, I'll take that lead. It was at a restaurant here in Toronto called No Regrets. And it was just, Amber happened to live close to it. She was there all the time. She knew the owner. So me and her went over and talked to him, and he's like, sure, we'll book the whole venue for you guys this one kind of weekday evening. And we thought, oh, great, no one's really going to show up. But wow, a lot of people did show up, which was a humbling experience.
Now, did you know Leo when he was in his home? Before.
Yes. Before he bought the studio. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, we're going back to the Call for Help days. So
yeah,
I think the first episode I was on was probably Josh wasn't born. So Josh is 16. So it was probably about 18 years ago. It was the first time I met him. Wow, I'm really showing my age. How's that
I want to show this one because it's got better
22.
pictures of Kevin and Amber here. So
yeah, Kevin and Amber and Andy and Dan beside him. That was a fantastic evening.
Yeah, I actually found a bit of a video clip from it too here. I don't know how much we'll
Oh
play.
God. Was I drunk? Oh no. Should I prepare myself?
I'll turn it down a bit here so you can talk over if you want to comment.
Yeah, no regrets. I was right. I was like, God, I hope that's what it's called. Yeah, so like literally all these people just showed up, which was mind-blowing.
It looks like you were actually running some of the tech in the background for us.
Well, the interviews were for the Tech File podcast, right? So it was, it just organically grew.
Rock. A year ago, it's almost been exactly a year ago that G4 Tech TV Canada called.
Wow, who is that young, ugly-looking guy there?
Call for help in the U.S. But you have some fans in Canada. Would you like to do the show up here? And I said, are you kidding me? You got it. I came up here, and we've been doing the show a year. Yesterday, we completed our 200th episode. And it's just been growing bigger and bigger and bigger. And now we're in Australia, and it's been huge there. And I think any day now we're going to see it in countries all over the world, maybe even south of the 49th parallel. But all I care about right now is Canada. You have been wonderful. So thank you very much. Now, I want to introduce some people because there's more than just Amber, Andy, and Leo here. The Call for Help crew is here. Andy, ladies and gentlemen, Andy Walker, cyberwalker.com. Mike Zazazazazazara, who is an up-and-coming young star. It's everything we can do to keep him from taking his clothes off on the set. You think we're joking? He owns nakedmike.com. And, of course, the real star of Call for Help, ladies and gentlemen, Amber MacArthur. She came up to me earlier and she said, people like us. And I said, they like us. They like us a lot. It's if you do something that treats people as intelligent, as people who are interested, who want to learn, if you don't talk down to them, yeah, they like you. I don't know why network executives have such a hard time learning that lesson. There's a lot of places where people would say, look at this and go, well, what is that show? We should be doing that show. Unfortunately, none of them are in the U.S. And also I want to introduce very important parts of the show is Sean Carruthers, our gadget guy. Frank Linhares from techfile.ca. He's the guy who put this all together. Let's thank him for arranging this. And he attempted to do a podcast. What a mistake that was. You got to do something. You just release it the way it is. Sometimes I do that with Twitter. I just give up and I say, here, take it. It's not getting any better. You should just release it. He's got like 8 tracks of everybody talking at once.
Yeah, that was a challenge.
Surprises here. I'm really pleased we could get them here. From south of the border, ladies and gentlemen, Kevin Rose, and with him, his co-host from the Screensavers Indignation, Alex Albrecht.
There definitely was a lot of alcohol consumed that night.
And with Alex holding on tight for dear life because I think he'll fall down. Otherwise,
It's Canada.
the co-host of
Yeah.
System.org,
Yeah, we had stronger beer.
Yeah.
Foo Howard.
But you can see there's a lot of people that showed up. It was Leo really is in his element in these type of events.
Yeah. So were you busy like doing, mic checks and balancing mic stuff
it
rather
was,
than actually being able to mingle?
It was a challenge. I did release it. It took a few months of trying to piece it all together, and but I did release it because I don't know what I was thinking. I was like, yeah, let's just have 12 people sitting in a room with 600 people watching. We'll pull this off. It didn't quite work that way. I think this is Kevin buying the entire room booze, which was very nice of him. He bought a round of drinks for everybody in the place.
Wow.
Which couldn't have been cheap.
So did this Tech TV meetup in Canada, did this happen just once in 2005, or did you do it a couple times?
We did it again in BC, if I remember correctly. But it was a little bit different. I think it was a 300th show kind of special, and Victor kind of pulled it all together. Victor Lucas, he's the one that kind of organized it and paid for everything. But it was more of a, bring the fans out. We've done 300 shows type of thing. Where this thing in Toronto was just organic. It was like, hey, we really should just invite a whole bunch of people to come hang out while we record this show, and then this happened. And it was just like, wow, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of people that showed up, which was fantastic. But I don't think we were prepared for it. Let's just put it that way.
Hey, I'll play the whole thing there. It's on YouTube if you want to catch it there.
I had no idea that this was on. I had no idea someone filmed this.
Yeah, it looks like it's just like a bunch of shots, kind of merged together to kind of give you a good feel of the event there. Plus, I'll stop before the embarrassing drunk stuff starts happening.
Yeah, please. I beg of you.
And then, as I mentioned before, you were on some other earlier podcasts. So Hack 5 is one with Darren that's still going today.
Yep. Flew to Virginia to hang out with the guys there. And we did, I think there was a Tech File episode 2, kind of did two things at once, kind of two birds with one stone. But they're fantastic. Those guys are just absolutely fantastic.
Yeah. Well, one thing, I only started watching Hack 5 like years after this episode 6. I'll show the first bit here because you guys did comedy bits. But it was surprising to see how much Darren advanced at being on the camera, because in this one he's a little bit stilted, and I probably won't play the whole episode, but you can definitely tell he's still getting familiar with the camera and how to do it. Now, you were mentioning you had to go through the same thing too here, but
I think everyone
he's a
does.
natural on it now.
Yeah, you kind of get used to it, right? I mean, your cues and segments, but in the beginning, a professional production environment is a whole other world, right? When you literally you've at all times have someone talking to you in your ear, whether it be the sound engineer or the director or the producer. And, you kind of, in the beginning, it's like, some of the earlier episodes I did, I kind of had this deer caught in a headlight look staring into the camera. And it wasn't because I was like, off or nervous. It's because I'm trying to understand what they're telling me in my ear to do. And then it just becomes second nature, right? So it does take it, like, there's no training. You got to be tossed into the fire and kind of get used to it.
Okay, so I'll play a little bit of this one here. Now, before I do, though, I think some of the people on the panel here actually have watched Hack 5. I think Alan and maybe Rick and some others, the hardware people. You guys watch Hack 5?
I missed that one, unfortunately.
Okay. Because I know some people have mentioned Hack 5 before in the show. I'm just trying to remember who it was. So I know.
I'm one of the people that watches Hack 5 back when Darren Atkinson and I can't think of
Wes Tobler and Jonathan Goldsboro, and there was one other guy that I can't remember.
Okay. Anyway, though, like I said, the one thing that surprised me here, because they didn't really do this later on when I had started watching it. And I don't have time to watch it regularly. I just catch it once in a while nowadays. But the comedy bits at the beginning, that was not something I was expecting to see. So I don't know how long that lasted. But you get to see some of Frank's acting skills here on this one.
Is that what we're calling it? All right.
Who cares about the stupid meetup anyway?
I'm done with you. I'm totally done with you.
Oh, dude,
Frank, you all right?
What's going on?
Frank.
Frank.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
God.
Frank. Shit.
John,
Harrison, get the kid. Hold on. Yo.
God.
Somebody call an ambulance. Harrison.
You all right?
Frank. That's not Oscar worthy. I don't know what is.
Harrison, get your laptop.
Get going.
Frank, shit.
Oh, dude, we're losing him.
I got it. Move out of the way. Look out. Quick. Wait, I need a copy of Nmap. Somebody give me a copy of Nmap, quick. John.
On specially marked packages, a free copy of Nmap.
God, I'm regretting this interview.
The Google Career Certificate.
Jesus, I forgot all about that, to be perfectly honest with you.
Oh, did you?
And with 3 young kids at home,
Yeah, I did a little bit of
being
digging.
able to learn at my own pace was so important.
I didn't know you were in a Google commercial.
Yeah. We're talking about that offline here. I'm going to get that fixed here soon. Because the ad blockers I've got are just not working anymore.
Frank. Oh, he's awake.
Wow,
awake.
he's fast.
He's good.
Yeah.
You all right?
Whoa. Nothing that Nmap suite won't fix.
Yeah, I'm good, man. Hey. Man, I ain't a drink.
All right, let's go get a drink. Where do you want to go?
Drink. There's no regrets, son.
No regrets is great, man. Let's go.
Let's go.
All right.
Anyway, I'll play the whole episode there because
So that actually, funny enough, that is the site of Call for Help in Toronto. I remember this now. This is so I actually introduced Leo to Darren and the rest of the Hack 5 crew and convinced them to allow them come up on the set and do a segment. So that is actually what you're seeing is the set of Call for Help here in Toronto.
Okay, well, I'll let the video play here. So
yeah, that's the set.
Oh, here's you doing
I was like, you gotta meet these guys.
Laporte, and you may remember me from such shows as the Screensailers and Call for Help. Well, that's all over now. They're taking the place down and folding it up. Frankly, at 76 years old, I'm too old for this. Thank God Hack 5's here to take over. Kids, hit it.
Anyway.
God, you've done some digging. Wow. Jeez.
Yeah. And Darren had to be a hoot.
Yeah, he was. Well, he still is. I shouldn't say he was. He still is a hoot. And he's done very well for himself. So I'm quite happy for him.
Yeah, he actually ended up doing some commercial products. Like what's that one will hack the pineapple or whatever I think it was?
Yeah, they saw quite a few things. Yeah, the Wi-Fi pineapple, and there's a few other the ducky. There's a few other commercial
Land
products.
turtle.
And, yeah, quite a few products that they saw.
Yeah, and I mean, for those who aren't familiar with the show, it's definitely more in the hardware hackery and network hackery in specific. I think it's
security.
Yeah,
big time into security.
And like you said, the hosting and the has gotten much better since these earliest days.
We're all embarrassed of our early stuff. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. Anyway, I thought that was a fun one because I didn't realize you were involved with that early on. So how did you meet Darren? Because he wasn't really part of the Leo group, I don't think, or was he on?
No, not at all. I think he just reached out once and commented on the Tech File podcast and how he loved it, and we kind of just got to know each other that way. And I told him that we were doing this meetup and that they should come up if they could. And then one thing led to another. Somehow I ended up in Virginia. Working with them on that episode, and then kind of convinced Leo that he should give them a kind of a chance and a crack at it, which was fantastic because they did come up and they did Call for Help a couple episodes with us, and the rest is history. Yeah,
and I know he guested a fair bit for a while there on Leo's podcast network.
He did, too. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he actually moved from Virginia to kind of Leo's neck of the woods, and I think that's where he still is right now.
And this, I mean, obviously your old websites for Technocrat and stuff are not running anymore, but
Nope.
I did pull some Wayback Machine stuff here. So this is digitalunderground.tv in summer of 2007 here, just when you released episode 3. And unfortunately, the actual video's not archived. I can't play that. So
no, but I've
But
got
you want
them
to just
somewhere.
explain kind of what Digital Underground TV, what the premise of that was, and maybe how long it ran, etc.
So it ran for quite a while. I think it ran until probably 2015, if I remember correctly. And I did this show with Mike, who was Leo introduced there. Mike was one of the producers on Call for Help. And we would just do it was just a general kind of tech show that talked about new and interesting things that we had stumbled upon, and focused a lot, if I remember correctly, on kind of the emergence of Web 2.0. It was more Mike's thing than mine. I was just kind of riding his coattails, let's put it that way, more than anything, but helping him out with it, helping him out with the production and whatnot. And that's God, I haven't seen that in a very long time either.
So did you stay on the show right up until the end then? Or?
Yeah, from the beginning right until the end, right until the very end, before we thought that was enough and kind of shut it down.
Yeah, I was going to ask, like, some of the stuff that you did of the podcasting thing. Like, is it just because Retro Rewind got so busy at that point that you just didn't have time, or was there so many competing shows now that it just felt redundant?
Yeah,
or you guys were getting burned out?
I thought I'd done what I needed to do. I kind of scratched that itch right at the beginning. I always said, if I have an itch I want to scratch, I'm going to do so. And it was successful. I mean, TechFile ran for a lot longer. This is kind of an ancillary thing. Digital Underground and Technocrat, the other one. But TechFile was the main focus, and we did that. I mean, TechFile was a monthly show, and I think we did, 85 episodes, something like that, 75 episodes. And it was more of okay, you know what, I've done what I needed to do. I don't want to kind of drag this thing on like some shows do. And it was just time to put it to bed. And, my kids started getting older. And frankly, my family life. Yeah. And my family is very important to me. They'll always be first at the end of the day. And that was that. My kids started getting heavily into baseball, and I ended up coaching him, and that took a lot of my time. And he still plays, high competitive level baseball at his age, at 16. Hopefully he gets a scholarship, and it's going to save me a ton of money, but it's a whole other conversation. So, I mean, it just, life got in the way, and I mean, I don't regret it. I look back and I thought we did quite well, and I enjoyed my time doing all this stuff.
So you're not doing any regular podcasts except for guesting every once in a while here.
Nope. Yeah, no, my focus now is clearly on Retro Rewind. And, it's actually, my wife is like, for the love of God, why can't you just make some money off this stuff? You've got crap everywhere. Like you've got an insane amount of money invested in all this crap. And that was, again, it's always been, I always go back to scratching that itch. And it's like, well, if I'm scratching this itch, then there's got to be people out there that need an itch scratch too. So let's do that. So I started, Retro Rewind, I don't know, 2.5 years ago now, something like that. And that's
and you've been running that out of your house. Now, when we went to Boat Fest together, you had mentioned that you were looking at getting an actual office space because you're kind of outgrowing your house and garage at that point.
Correct. And
is there anything further on that, or?
Yeah. So the problem is I need to find something that is relatively close to where I live. And, everything we've looked at has either been way too big for our needs or way too small. And it's unfortunately a waiting game. So we do have the services of a real estate agent who's constantly looking to make sure it meets the criteria we need.
Yes, you're too kind.
And when something finally does, wow, that's scary. When something finally does show up, we're going to jump on it, because my entire basement needs to go back to my family. Just put it that way.
Yeah.
And my garage and my shed and everything else, because there's stuff everywhere. Like the garage has got, 2 pick and place machines and ovens. And the basement is like my daughter's old bedroom, because, she's now 24 and has her own life, has been, it's nothing but shelves of stuff and parts and components. And, the old family room is now a shipping area. So we really do desperately need to, but we've got to find the right space first.
So did Retro Rewind, and like, were you planning on making it like a full-time business like it's become, or was that meant to be more of a hobby thing you're just going to do to
started as a hobby, to be honest with you, and it's taken off like a rocket, and I can do nothing more than hold on for dear life and try to keep up with demands. And initially it was just supposed to be a hobby, and it's completely outgrown that. I mean, we have 4 people now, some part-time, some full-time, that work for us.
One of them was in the chatter there, Jason Warrens, who's out of Calgary,
Jason,
I believe.
Yep, Jason, who thankfully he takes a lot of will be taking a lot of overflow on at least some of the recaps we have to do and some of the repairs, because it's getting silly. It's getting completely out of control. So we've got Jason, we've got Troy, and we've got Jamie, and this small little hobby is now kind of leapt into a business with 4 employees, which is fantastic and frightening all at the same time.
Was this the first time you've ever actually ran a business?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a learn as you go scenario. Let's put it that way.
Just kind of like being on TV. It's just kind of like wing it and you learn as you
wing
go.
it. It's a little bit more difficult, especially when Revenue Canada comes knocking. But
I found that out when I started.
It's why you hire an accountant and a lawyer to kind of help guide you, because it went from a small little hobby to it's like, wow, this really is gotten some legs.
So how did you meet some of the employees? Because like they're not all in your area, like some of them are scattered across Canada.
Yeah, so like Troy's in Ottawa. I've known Troy, 20 plus years through FidoNet. If I go back to BBSing, and Troy does a lot of the coding for us. A lot of any programming that needs to be done, he's kind of the guy that looks after that, including like our Coco SDC diagnostic cart. He's the one that kind of disassembled the original code and made sure that it was properly patched for whatever amount of memory you happen to be running in your Coco, not just the first 16K, and made some other changes to satisfy our needs. Jamie, who I've known also for 20 plus years, does a lot of customer service stuff, does a lot of troubleshooting. And Jason I met through the Amigos, to be honest with you, through being a fan of the Amigos.
Yeah, because you got a pretty good team. I mean, I got to meet Jason in person because we actually, all drove down together when you picked us up at the airport in Toronto. And thanks again for sponsoring that. That was very, very kind.
Absolutely, it was a blast. Fantastic time.
In fact, it was during those conversations in the car that we discovered all this history of what you'd all done there, because you were kind of coy about it. When we had you first on, you didn't really mention it at all, to be honest. I mean, that I would have led with that. It was me. So I think you had mentioned that, I think I asked you as to why you had not used some of your, being somewhat famous in the tech community before with Retro Rewind. And I think you had said that you wanted Retro Rewind to be able to stand on its own. And it has, apparently that's worked if you're hiring employees and becoming a full-time business.
Yeah, I'd like to think so. And I'm going to be honest with you, the Coco community has been incredible. At some points, rabid in the amount of stuff that they want. We went to this retro computer show here in Kitchener, I don't know, 3 weeks ago now, something like that. And there were a few diehard Coco people there. The Coco products outsold the Commodore products by leaps and bounds, which was mind blowing. I just don't understand how many Cocos are still there that people still need SDCs. That still boggles my mind, because I think we sold 13 of them within 6 hours, which was whoa, what's happening here? I'm not complaining. This is a good problem to have, but where is all this coming from? So everything I've ever done, I've always wanted it to stand on its own merits, right? I didn't want to lead and start Retro Rewind and kind of wave a flag of saying, hey, this is me and this is what I've done in the past, because I don't think any of that past stuff has to do with Retro Rewind, to be perfectly honest with you, right? So I wanted it to kind of, if it was going to grow and be successful, then let it grow and be successful on its own merits, on, our workmanship, on our customer service, on that type of stuff. And I think we've done quite well. And I was a conversation that we had, I and Jason, driving down to Virginia, where it was like, yeah, I did all that stuff in the past, but to me, it has nothing to do with Retro Rewind or the work we do. I think it's kind of Retro Rewind has stood on its own merits, has nothing to do with, Frank in the past. It has to do with Frank right now. And now that we've kind of established ourselves, at least I think we have, I don't mind talking about anything I've done in the past, but really didn't want that to be.
Yeah, you didn't want to ride on your own coattails, basically.
No, absolutely not. I wanted it to be, they do good work. They, they're efficient. They're, great customer service, that type of stuff. And that's what I like to think we've done and kind of hope we've done.
And you sell internationally too. Obviously, you sell in North America, the States, and Canada. In fact, if
Anywhere
I bring
in
up
the
prices here, it'll be the Canadian prices on because I'm, it registers me as Canadian. But you sell like tons of Amiga stuff to Europe and stuff too.
Oh, Europe. We've sold to every continent but Antarctica. I don't think anyone actually is there, but still, yeah, like Australia, South Africa, all over Europe, Asia, Thailand, China. We even sold stuff to China, which is mind-boggling.
So you're buying the parts from China and sending them back, basically,
and sending them back. Yeah, huge Coco community in Brazil that I didn't know existed.
Yeah, they had the whole clone scene with the CP400 and a bunch of others too. So
yeah. So we've done a lot of business in Brazil and Argentina, and obviously Canada and the US, and all over Europe.
So Frank, are you going to run out of materials to keep making SDCs?
Well, so we were, and one of the things, the problem is, as you probably know, is the PLCC packages for the CPLDs, right? They haven't been made in years. PLCC really is a hobby component, and Xilinx, it was probably 4 or 5 years ago, and then an end of life on the PLCC package, not on the actual TPLD itself, but on the package. And, we've decided it's just going to be easier. We've developed a small carrier board that, you can put a QFP Xilinx on that will just be pin compatible to the holes in the SDC. So just solder the carrier board directly onto the SDC instead of having a PLCC socket and dropping, because those PLC sockets are garbage. Let's be honest. You pull the chip out once or twice and that's it. The socket's done for. So a little carrier board we've developed. They actually came in, I think, on Wednesday. So I haven't had a chance to sit down and test them yet because I've taken the next 3 days off, knowing very well how long the show runs. But as soon as we're done, one of the first things I'm going to do is go play with the new carrier boards and make sure they work. Because I think right now, probably got 35 PLCC Xilinx left, and then we got to move to the new carrier boards.
Yeah, because you'd mentioned to me in private, how well you'd sold at that show in Waterloo, I think it was, wasn't it?
Kitchener, yeah.
Or Kitchener, sorry.
Yeah.
And the fact that then you all of a sudden got some more orders online, and you'd already run out of stock from selling them at the show, so you had to stay up till like 3 a.m. that Friday just jamming out boards and to get your stock
as quickly as possible. Yeah, as quickly as possible. But they're back, so we've got a workaround. Let's put it that way, until the next problem or next chip shortage hits on something else. Because even trying to get the Atmel chips has been a bit of a challenge. It's opened up a little bit, and at least Atmel has committed to continue on with the dip package of the 328p. But I don't think they're putting much effort into producing them.
There's another question.
Oh, go ahead.
Another question real quick. You're a Linux guy. Do you have a Cocoa Pi?
Do not have a Cocoa Pi. I am a Linux guy. You're 100% correct. I do not have a Cocoa Pi. Not for not wanting one. It's just trying to find the time. Like, one of the things I love doing with these old computers is playing games. I don't think I played a game in a year and a half. I just don't have the time, unfortunately, with trying to keep the business going and the amount of repairs we have in. But it does look like a neat project.
Actually, the repair thing is something I think we should emphasize too, because we've shown some of your products here, like cap kits and the Coco SDC, the diagnostic cartridge. And I know you've got some other stuff you're kind of working on, probably not ready to announce yet. But the repair thing is one.
There's more Coco stuff coming soon. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. And I think one thing to mention is the fact that you do repairs on a whole plethora of machines here. So maybe go into that, like what type of repairs do you do? Like, obviously, if somebody's taking a welding torch to try to fix a soldering problem, you probably aren't going to fix that. But what kind of things do you fix on Coco specifically, since you're on there?
You know what? We'll fix whatever if we can. Let's just put it that way. I know I got 2 Coco 2s and a Coco 3 that are on the bench right now that I got from someone at that show in Waterloo who had these 3 machines that just didn't work. You know, some of them are common problems. Like one of them is definitely the stupid PLCC socket on the gimme needs to be replaced. The other 2 I haven't diagnosed yet, but you know, if we can repair it, we will. Thankfully, we've got the tools and the facilities nearby. You know, there's a PCB manufacturing company local here that I've built a great relationship with that, you know, they will do x-rays of boards for me, which makes life so much easier when you're trying to track down, you know, traces and stuff like that. I mean, we've got the capability to, if we can fix it, we will. Generally people, you know, send us in the machine, will diagnose what the problem is, let them know what it's going to cost. And if they want to have it repaired, most of the stuff we get in, I'll be honest with you, is repairing other people's attempts at repairs. Let's put it that way. That's like 70% of the stuff that comes in is like, oh, I tried to remove the CIA on my Commodore 64 and, you know, I took like 7 traces out with it. It's like, all right, send it to us. We'll patch it up for you. But the other 30% are just honest. Hey, you know, my Coco does nothing but give me a green screen now. You know, I've tried the basics of pushing all the chips back in and that's not working. So can you, you know, figure out what's wrong with it? And, you know, we'll just kind of go through the standard diagnostic procedures and get the scope out and figure out, you know, what signals are working, what aren't, and, you know, is it a chip? Is it a trace? Is it a socket? What is it? And then kind of take it from there.
Now, I know, like, we've had some other members in the community that have actually, like Pedro Pena being one example, who's actually been, you know, duplicating Coco motherboards, but has no interest really on manufacturing or selling these types of things. Have you guys had any discussions on maybe making a commercial product at some point?
We have not, but I'm totally open to that because there's a lot of products we sell where we do the manufacturing based on, you know, someone else's creation.
Coco SDC being one
of them, absolutely. Right. So we've got to deal with Darren to produce them. And we're always open to that when we've got the, you know, facilities and the equipment to do, you know, kind of smallish to medium runs of products. I mean, we could do, you know, a couple hundred at a time. And if people have products out there that they want to sell, I mean, we'll gladly partner with them. We do it with other people who develop products.
Yeah, that's one of the best things about you. Like a lot of the hobbyist manufacturers, you know, it's basically one-man shops, and you know, like Ed Snyder at ZipZone. I mean, he's a one-man shop, but he's got so many different products for the MC10 and the Cocos and stuff, and he always has to do these little rounds of doing a manufacturing of one, and then you might not see it again for 3 months. So if it's a hot seller like the Coco SDC, it just disappears for a while. And you've got, you know, staff and more equipment and stuff that you can actually, you know, handle these runs and get them back up, you know, fairly quickly on inventory runs. So
yeah, we try to jig our production schedule based on sales numbers, and Coco SDC, I think, is like the number 2 product right now. So it's constantly in stock, thankfully. And now that we've got that little carrier board, it should be constantly in stock for the foreseeable future. Because, man, I didn't know that there were that many Cocos out there. It's just like mind blowing how many people want this thing.
Now, one thing I'm hoping, I think David Ladd might have mentioned this too, is that we would really like to get you out at a Coco Fest. So do you have any plans to attend that one here at the end of April?
I do. I mean, I was initially planning to attend the last time, and then, you know, life took a left-hand turn. And that's the problem with running a business, is sometimes life, you know, demands your attention. We had a bit of a family emergency in the past couple of weeks that has kind of dragged me off too, but we're back. And, Yeah, no, I mean, I get a kick. I love going to cons, even if I'm just going to go and attend. But you've got a commitment that I will definitely be at the next one without question.
Yeah, and are you planning on doing the same thing like you did at Bowfest? You were just doing like live repairs and maybe do a
Yeah, I
seminar
mean,
if you wanted to.
yeah,
whatever.
I mean, I'll gladly, sponsor a table and have stuff out there, and even if it's just to talk to the community, I'm down with that too. Anything that pulls me away from that stupid workbench every now and then is a good thing.
Because one thing I like, because you've had so much experience on TV and stuff, you're a really good presenter, and we saw that at Bowfest when you're going through like the worst repairs you've ever had to deal with and stuff. There, it's very fluid. It's much better than the stilted speech that I do when I try to do a seminar. So I think you doing a seminar would actually be an awesome thing to do there. And Grant, who's on the call here, is actually one of the people kind of in charge of that stuff. So you two should talk to each other, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I've I've always had a saying that bull crap baffles brains. Let's put it that way. And I kind of just bull crap my way through everything I have to do. So yeah, I don't mind getting up and talking. I have no problem doing that. I did in the beginning, but that's one thing I've taken from being on TV. You just kind of, you don't think about it anymore, and you're talking to one person, whether there's 10 people in the room or 100, doesn't really matter. So I'll gladly help out in any way. And if there's a void that needs to be filled, sure, I'll gladly do it.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we can arrange that. Hopefully there's no other emergencies at that time, because it would be great to have you down the show.
Yeah, no, I mean, I definitely would love to. The CoCo community is incredible. I like the Commodore community too, but for those of you that are well aware of what the Commodore community is like, it can be kind of ugly at times, and you just shake your head and walk away. And it's one thing I haven't really seen in the CoCo community.
There's a bit, but I think it's less.
Oh yeah, it's nothing like especially the Amiga community. The 8-bit community, Commodore community is not like that. I mean, I've been a member of TPUG, which is the Toronto Pet Users Group, since I was like 12. So what's that? Like eight years? Because I am only 20 right now. I think it's the oldest Commodore users group in the world that is still actively run, meetings every month, World of Commodore in December every year. And you kind of don't see as much infighting in the 8-bit community as you do in the 16-bit community, which is a shame. Because at the end of the day, I joke about the Atari ST, but it's all in good fun. Those schoolyard fights are long gone. Because if we don't like band together and keep this hobby alive, it's going to die. And if we don't bring fresh blood into it, it's going to die.
Yeah, but it's just be Mac, Windows, and Linux, and that's it.
Yeah. The next generation, like I try to, my son's taking more and more of an interest in it. And because eventually we're all going to go our ways, because that's human nature. And if there isn't something to keep it going, it's going to die. And that's a shame.
Yeah. Got some comments in the chat here and some questions I wanted to get to here. So Tom Eric Gunderson, who I believe is in Europe somewhere, I can't remember which country specifically, says, I have a product suggestion for Frank, an adapter to connect an original CoCo or Dragon keyboard as well as 2 CoCo Dragon joysticks to USB, either combined in one package or 2 separate units.
You mean for like the CoCo Pi type of project thing, or for it to be used in an emulator?
That's a good question.
Or the other way around, using a USB.
Yeah, it looks more like
with
the emulator from the way he's wording it here.
Yeah,
like to plug in the original. Like I do have one that Paul Shoemaker. Where did it put anything? He did one here that actually adapts. Like I've got this I use when I'm playing MAME or VCC type thing. That just has the joystick type thing. But yeah, the keyboard and stuff here.
I mean, we've got the infrastructure for an Amiga one. So like we do sell a USB to Amiga joystick and mouse adapter. I mean, the infrastructure's there. It's really just changing the signaling around based on the joysticks. I think would be easy. The keyboard, I'm not really familiar with the kind of the matrix on the keyboard, but nothing a little bit of reading and testing and funny blue smoke being released couldn't fix.
Well, Paul Fiscarelli made a CoCo keyboard to USB. And that's what I use on my CoCo Pi.
Yeah. Actually, that was Paul Fiscarelli. It's not Paul Shoemaker. We had the two Pauls mixed up. A question from my MMA Crossfire, and I don't know how much you know. Like, I don't know how much you kept track of the Coco community after you switched to the C64. But he says, was Toronto and Greater Toronto area a strong Coco market in the 80s and 90s? It seemed that way to me as a kid.
It was. It was probably second only to the Commodore, because I think a lot of it has to do with your kind of upbringing, right? So I talked about right at the beginning, we had these kind of single machines called icons, which I've never really seen anywhere outside of there was an Ontario company that developed them, and they solely developed them for the education market. And they ran like Unix, and they were, big, massive honking things. Up until, I'm going to say up until maybe 84, where then the school board here and most school boards in Southern Ontario signed a deal with Commodore. So, you had a lot of the Commodore influence. I know that in other places, the Apple IIs were dominant in schools, and that built a community because, you got used to it, you had it, you played with it in school. So that's kind of why I went the Commodore route afterwards. But the Coco community was fairly large here. I think only second to the Commodore community.
What were the processors in there? In
the Icon?
Yeah.
I think it was a Z80, if I remember correctly. I'd have to do some digging. It's like really hard. Like, I've spent some time trying to find one just to kind of add it to my collection. They're very, very hard to find because they were really only sold to the education market, and because of the way the public school system in Canada works, at least in this province works. When they're done with the machines, they're not allowed to sell them, right? They have to destroy and recycle them. So, there was a big push to buy all the pets in the C64s that came out of the Toronto school board when they eventually started moving to PCs, and they're not allowed to sell them.
What did they look like?
The Icons?
Yeah.
They kind of looked like pets, but were larger and had this big, weird trackball on the right-hand side. Is the best way to describe them. They're just big, massive honking metal boxes with monitors, like 12-inch monochrome monitors built in. I'll see if I can kind of find one, and if I can find a picture of it, I'll ask to share my screen. But they were they weren't very popular. Let's just put it that way, because they were only used kind of in school, and that was it.
Yeah, that must be different in Ontario, because I know, like, here in Saskatchewan, we had pets that were getting rotated to the public school system. There was just 2 of them the first year that, 2 weeks for every public school in town type thing. So that people would just get exposed to them briefly. But they ended up selling those for like $150 a couple years later when they upgraded everything to Apple IIs.
Is my face the computer that you're talking about?
Do you want to share that, Mark? Here, if you're kicking around here so that...
hang on, I'm trying to burn my fingers.
So Rick Euland's screen.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, that was them.
That's kind of a cool looking system.
Yeah, that was them. It was something. Let's just
Mark,
put it
can you
that
zoom
way.
that up to full screen so the 3 of us?
We hated it. We hated it as kids. Let's put it that way.
Did you load by tape?
No, there was a central. I remember correctly. There was like a central shared floppy drive that was used by the whole school. It was like a networked floppy system.
It looks a lot like a VAX cluster where you had the one machine that was smart and a bunch of dummies.
That's exactly what it was. Yeah, exactly what it was. But they weren't like, I don't know, there was a backroom deal between the school board and these guys back then. But
green or amber?
Green.
I can see the trackball on there, so it's kind of like offset up from the keyboard. Which kind
it
of
is offset up.
Yeah,
it wasn't very ergonomic. Let's put it that way. And I think there was like one game ever made for it. It was like a Centipede clone, if I remember.
Now, was the monitor attached like part of the case, or was that just on top?
No, it's part of the case, and it kind of, you could swivel and rotate it. It was like kind of on a ball.
So for that time period, that would not have been a cheap machine, I'm guessing.
Oh, I don't think so. Not at all. Yeah, it ran Unix. I remember that. God, that brings back some terrible memories. But then eventually that contract died out, and we came into class one day and they were all gone and they were all replaced with the Educator 64s, which really were 64s jammed in PET cases. And I think it was more of a way to make sure no one stole them than anything else.
Yeah, that is an odd looking machine. Now Unisys, they're more famous for, aren't they more famous for like mainframes or minis or something?
Yeah. Now it was their Ontario division that developed this thing.
Unisys is kind of what the Seven Dwarfs all ended up in the end congealing down to.
Yep.
It was Sperry, Rand, Univac, Burroughs.
God, names I haven't heard in a very long time.
No, it's not a Wang.
No, it's not a Wang.
Wang Chung.
But yeah, long way about to answer the question, was the Coco community popular in Toronto? Yeah, it was. It was. And the schoolyard fights between the Cocos and the C64s were alive and well when I was a kid.
Yeah, for me, it was more the Apple IIs and the Cocos, I guess, were the ones that we argue about in school. Because when I was first in high school and stuff, the Commodore 64 wasn't out yet. The VIC-20 wasn't really competitive.
Yeah.
Atari rules.
There were Radio Shacks everywhere, right?
Yeah.
Like literally everywhere. Every like 3 blocks in Toronto, there was a Radio Shack. So they made it, I think the only thing, it's one of the reasons Commodore went out and got like Canadian Tire and Zellers and every retailer they could, was to try to kind of combat the fact that there were Radio Shacks everywhere.
There was more Radio Shacks than there are Tim Hortons now, I think.
Yeah, they were, God, I could remember 7 locations as a kid, like within probably 5 or 6 kilometers of my house.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. We had 1, 2, 3 in malls. We had 1 downtown. You had to go downstairs with the computer center downtown. So we had probably 6 or 7 here. And at that time, we were only 150,000 people. So.
Yeah, it was. They were everywhere.
Now, Slippy made a comment here in the chat. He said there are many people at VCF Midwest, which quite a few people attended there, who were asking if anyone was selling Coco SDCs at the show. So, have you been to any of the VCFs?
Unfortunately, I just talked about a family emergency that happened a few weeks ago. I had hotel rooms booked and everything to go to Chicago, but unfortunately, I had to deal with this family emergency, which had unfortunately taken me to Europe and back in the past couple of weeks to deal with a death in the family. But we were planning on being there, but just couldn't. Right? Yeah.
Have you been to VCFs before then, as Retro?
I have. I'm not sure. I think my dog is broken. Sorry. I think it needs to be rebooted. And Curtis remembers him. He's only about this big, but he's got a big.
He makes up for it in volume.
Yeah, exactly. I have been on a personal level. I have been to VCF East once. It's an incredible show. It's definitely, and I know that someone here is working on VCF North. Hopefully next year there'll be a VCF North in Canada.
Oh, cool.
So
I'm guessing probably in Toronto, not out here somewhere.
It'll more than likely be held in Toronto. Yes, it will more than likely be held in Toronto, but there is there's a committee of people who have gotten the rights for the VCF North name, and will be hopefully next year we'll have a VCF North.
Cool. Do you have any idea at this point what time of the year that would be?
No. No. I don't even think it's been discussed yet.
Okay. It's still in the early stages.
It's still in the early stages. I think the aim is kind of late summer, like beginning of August type of thing. That's kind of the aim. Don't want to really step on or be too close to any of the other ones. I don't think they're allowed to be, but it is in the works, and hopefully, and then there's also talk.
Not January.
No, I don't think January. It's not. Toronto's not as bad as Saskatoon. It is bad, but nowhere near as bad as a place like Saskatoon, which is a lot further north than we are. Remember, there's a lot of places. If you look at a map, there's a lot of places in the U.S. that are a lot further north than Toronto. Right? We kind of dig into that peak
by the Great Lakes.
Yeah, by the Great Lakes. So there's a lot of places. Like hell, Seattle's further north than Toronto when you look at a map. So
but the West Coast gets a lot of buffering from the ocean, though. Vancouver,
yeah,
BC,
they do.
Seattle and Portland are moderate.
They do, but there are places, man. There are places in the U.S. that are a lot colder than Toronto in the winter, It is cold. Don't get me wrong, but it's not like Saskatoon because I've been to
it's not
Saskatoon
minus 40.
I've been to Saskatoon in January, February, and March, and it's not pretty.
Yeah.
Will
I would recommend coming to visit up here in the summer.
Will people from the U.S. be allowed to come to VCF North?
I'm sure. I can't really speak on behalf of the Canadian Border and Security Agency, but I mean, I'm sure if you meet all the criteria where they're going to let you in the country, there's no reason.
It might depend if you're trying to bring a USB charger and a Deltoid can.
They let the U.S. Border Protection let Curtis and I in a couple months ago into the U.S. So if we can get into the
we
U.S.,
have them hoodwinked, eh?
That's right. There's no reason that you guys can't come up here.
Well, right now they let anybody in.
So is that Rick that had another comment, or who was somebody else was talking?
Don't have it in Anchorage. That's a little bit north of you guys.
Yeah, there's also talk about VCF Northwest as well, which I think is kind of they're looking at in the Vancouver area sometime next year.
That'd be good because I mean Seattle and Vancouver are just a couple hour drives. So,
so like in 20 years there'll be a south-southwest.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. North.
Yeah,
by,
VCF South by Southwest. They'll combine the two shows.
Right.
North by East-West.
Yeah, I think we did one in Saskatoon. It'd be like me, Bill, and maybe Jason, and that'd probably be it.
Yeah, exactly. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. The VCF shows are fantastic. They really are.
Yeah. Well, we covered it last week. I don't know if you had a chance to,
I did it. Played in the background while I was working.
Yeah, because we had a couple live tours through there, and Taylor and Amy, of course, released their video earlier with their getting sing-alongs with a lot of the big YouTubers and stuff.
Yeah, with Adrian and who else was it? Ben Heck, I think, too. Yeah.
It does look like a lot of fun. I mean, it's just like, any of the best there when you get a lot of people with like-minded into the retro. It generally tends to be fun because it's partly like a social club meeting. It's not just, like going to Comdex where it's like business type stuff, like we're trying to set up deals and checking out new hardware and software like the old days. It's more for the fun, the camaraderie.
That's exactly.
And you happen to be selling software and hardware at the same time.
Yeah. I mean, the shows we've done, none of them, I mean, we're not going there with the intent of selling stuff or, trying to figure out if we're going to break. It has nothing to do with that as much as it is just kind of hanging out with people, meeting like-minded people, chatting, having conversations with people. I mean, Boat Fest is the perfect example. It was a long ass drive. Let's be honest.
No,
three of us. Well, I mean, we were only there for a couple of days. It's not like we were down there for a week, but I had a fantastic time. And I think the best time we had was kind of after hours, once the kind of show wrapped up and the mysterious moonshine started to appear and, people actually got to playing video games and having fun and just chatting and walking around. It was a fantastic time. I mean, we do the World of Commodore here every year. And it's the same thing. I mean, we get probably 350 people that go through over a weekend, but it's more of just kind of a place to hang out and chat and all that stuff.
Well,
I'm going to have to reboot him.
Back in the old days when we went to CoCoFest, it was after hours was swapping for programs and stuff because
copy parties all the time.
Oh,
World of Commodore, when Commodore used to put it on here in Toronto, there was always a hotel room booked solely for copy fests. No statute of limitations, Frank. Statute of limitations.
We've all had those, I guess. CoCoFest nowadays, I mean, now it's a jam session or whatever. You get everybody gets up and plays guitar and sings poorly, both cases. So.
Well, we used to have local computer clubs, which were more oriented toward that too. And those are gone now. So now we just have CoCoFest.
But ironically, the pirates have helped actually save software that would be totally gone and disappeared by now if it wasn't for them. So, in the long run, it's beneficial that they did all that.
Best way to look at it.
Yeah.
I mean, there's still some unicorn programs for the CoCo we have not been able to find. We found the ads for it. We did talk to people who actually owned it 30, 40 years ago. Nobody has it anymore.
How come we never have on the people that have cracked programs?
Because I don't know how to look up Captain Kidd on the
Captain
net,
Crack or whatever.
I've done 1 or 30.
Yeah, I've done a few myself.
Cracks
too.
on the 64 and 1 or 2 on the Amiga, but mostly on the 64. And you know what? It's amazing that, and I'm sure this is the same thing in the Coco community, at least in the 8-bit Commodore community, like every week, someone is discovering something that, has been lost and all of a sudden has been found, a piece of software or something that, and if it wasn't for those groups back then, you're right, they would have been lost to time, right?
Yeah. I mean, a bit of a different side story to that. Like we showed it last week, but Nick had a visit from Michael Duncan, wrote the Xenon game we had as a game on challenge here a month or 2 ago. And way back in the 80s, Michael had come to visit Nick and gave him a copy of his next game, which was in progress, never got released. So this is even more rare than, something that had to get cracked. And it's not fully finished, but we actually got to show a video of it being played that Nick managed to make, so that, that's a bit of history we have preserved. But there's some other people like in Tasmania that published a bunch of games, and there's an enhancement to BASIC and a bunch of things that Nick and I have been trying to find, Brian Palmer as well, and we just can't find it. We know it was sold. It was advertised for months in the Australian Rainbow and stuff, and it sounds really interesting from reading the description in the ad, but no idea.
There's always a chance that some of these people are going to come on, online, aware to the group, being a Coco owner in the past, and have hoarded their stuff, and they may have some of this stuff. And,
well, that's what Brian Weasler's been doing. He's been trying to hunt down more of the hardware side of things, but he's actually gotten a few of these rare things that, there's only a couple known to still be in existence.
In someone's garage somewhere in a disc box, long forgotten.
I found a tape of a demo for the MC10, I think it was, that they played in the Radio Shack. It had a label on it that, it's for demo only.
Yeah.
Well,
I remember way back when we interviewed the image producers who were part of one of the software teams that was actually allowed to work on the Coco 1 before it was released. They started working in February of 80 with that wooden breadboard thingy. And Glenn had written a demo for Christmas for the very first year the Coco was on sale on cassette, and it was only shown in a few local stores, I think in the Chicago area. And that one's disappeared. He still remembers the demo from writing it, but nobody's seen it since 81.
I think I talked to Curtis about this months ago. I bought a Coco 2 from, I happened to be in Ottawa doing something. I was kind of like flipping through the classified ads, and sure enough, some woman had a Coco 2 from her kids for sale, and I stumbled across a couple Rainbow cassettes that were missing in the archive. And it's like, hey, I've got them right here. Well, there's 2 of them. I got 2 of them right here. I just found in a box. The 2 of the ones that are missing. So, sometimes these things you stumble across them, right? And hopefully, eventually, all that missing stuff will be found.
Yeah. Well, speaking along that line, like I've been doing a major cleanup of the house here, getting rid of stuff, and I've been going through stuff in the basement and in the garage and the shed that has not seen the light of day for 20-25 years. And I know people have been trying to get all the Glenside Computer Club newsletters up on the archive here. And I found, probably about 8 issues that are not on the archive that I've had buried away that I didn't even know I had. So sometime before Christmas, I'll try to get all those scanned and uploaded as well. But yeah, I mean, the preservation of this stuff is one of the reasons that, as a commercial software developer selling Nitrous 9, I hated piracy at the time. Because, that was how we paid for going to shows and stuff like that, was basically selling it. But nowadays, Nitrous 9 being an exception because it became open source. So obviously that wasn't a big deal there. But for a lot of the commercial stuff there, it's gone if you don't have it, especially if it was a game that didn't sell that well, but it's still historical. It might have been so-and-so's first game before you got really good or whatever it happens to be. So I think there was some other comments here.
So you've always done hardware. Have you ever programmed a game?
I've never programmed a game. I've never, frankly, had the patience to do so. It's like this undiagnosed ADHD. It'd be like an hour into it, and I'd be like, "Oh, look, shiny object! I'm gonna go work on that." And unfortunately, you can't really do that when you're trying to create a game.
But when you first get your machine, didn't you crack open the manual and start going through and type in?
I did. Yeah, absolutely, I did. But
convinced you not to do it.
Well, I think I went more along the lines of the nefarious, hey, let me figure out exactly how they're doing this code wheel thing, or let me figure out exactly how to bypass this weird copy protection that happens to look for a specific bad block on the disk that won't be copied. Dissecting what other people would do than actually trying to build something from scratch.
The reverse engineering more than that.
Yeah.
So we got a couple suggestions here for VCF. So Buck Owen said VCF Great White North might be a good name for it.
Yep.
Texas Foosballer, one of the Amigos guys, he says Texas would be a nice place. Have it too.
It's a weird representation of the North, but we'll go with it.
Brian Wall suggests VCF Northwest Territories. If Saskatoon's not cold enough for you, we can fix that.
Tell you one thing.
Yellowknife, there we go.
Lodging would be a lot cheaper in Yellowknife than it would be in Toronto.
Yeah, but gas would be like $8 a gallon, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Mind you, it's small enough. You probably could just walk, right?
Yeah, then you could go visit Buffalo Airways.
Go up to Great Slave Lake.
Pretty soon people will be talking about how many charges to a destination.
Yeah.
The security might be looser. You might be able to take your Deltoid can though without being worried.
Yeah. Or worse.
What is this thing? It's a portable heater. Oh, then you're fine.
That's right. You're fine. Yeah.
Sixties Karen Anscombe in the chat here. He's one of the main Dragon guys. He's programmed games like Dungeons and stuff and done a lot of cool stuff.
And he wrote
said,
the
surely
X4
most of us have cracked programs. Sorry, go ahead, Mark.
And he wrote the X4 emulator.
Yep. Both the online version and the
and
standalone. And Rick, you're talking about molding on flop. You said who knew floppies were the best way to grow mold? What I kind of missed that conversation. So what's going on there?
Apparently, anytime you put floppies in the proverbial cool, dry place to save them, they will mold right up on you if the humidity is above 20%.
Yeah.
So the
Arizona,
ones that,
no problem.
Right. Yeah, the ones that I had up in the attic where it's relatively hot but not Texas hot are fine. The ones that were in the basement are trash.
Well, I heard that that there is a way to wash the mold off that you
There
might
is,
do.
yeah. It's laborious though. And kind of, I mean, I've had to do it once or twice to get specific piece of software that I know very well I wouldn't be able to get anywhere else. Is something I wrote, was a cracking tool from the late 80s that I wrote myself, and I knew was nowhere else that I really needed to get access to. And I had to like take the sleeve apart and, remove the actual disc and there's a way to clean it, but it's a very laborious process. It's not something you really want to do unless you absolutely have to. And then it's not always guaranteed either.
Yeah. Hey, for people on the panel, do you guys have any questions? I'm kind of trying to monitor the chat here too. I mean, I could play tons of videos and show more pictures, but I think it was embarrassing.
Nobody
Frank
wants.
as it was.
Nobody wants to see that. Trust me.
This week on Embarrassing Frank.
Yeah, exactly.
We did see a few bald-faced ones and then a very light beard. So we've seen the progression of your beard here. Now we just need that for Rick and Ron.
Frank, when have you started to watch CoCoTALK? Because we've been around 4 years, 5 years?
5+ now, I think.
Probably about 2.5 years ago.
So pretty close to when Retro Rewind started.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was around the same time. Actually, it was just before Retro Rewind started. It was watching the Amigos that I kind of stumbled upon CoCoTALK, where I went, oh yeah, I used to own a Coco. Jesus Christ, I remember that. And then that opened Pandora's box because it was like, I need
and now
to buy
you're
a
manufacturing
Coco.
products.
I need to buy a Coco again. Let's go find a Coco. And I could find a 1 and a 2 real easy. 3 was difficult. It was actually Curtis who helped me find the first 3 I had a long time ago. Because they're not really kicking around everywhere. And now mysteriously, I think I own 7 of them. I'm not sure how that happened, but there's like 7 of them in the back room.
So you and Brian Weasler have all the Coco 3s everybody's been trying to find a decent price.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just like, oh, you want to? It's broken? I'll buy it. Sure, no problem. Let me gladly, I'll buy it if it's broken. It's a lot cheaper that way.
So these people that sold you the Coco 3s, they don't want them repaired for themselves. They just said, that's broken. I don't want to deal with it, and they just give it to
No,
me.
the first Coco I bought, you helped me locally, and that was 100% working, which is fantastic because it allowed me to start doing some development work on some of our products, and then. Like, I'm sure a lot of people on here are very similar. You should never be allowed to hit eBay when you've consumed alcohol, ever. And I have that problem, right? I have that, friends don't let friends eBay and drink. Well, I got that problem. I'm sitting on the couch at night watching TV with my wife and perusing eBay after having a glass or 2 or 6 of wine.
What's cool is you're still married.
Yeah. Listen, thankfully, I've been married a long time, well over 20 years, and my wife is fantastic. She, but remember, I'm only 24 years old.
That's right.
So my wife allows me to indulge. I mean, she's got her hobbies, and so it's been a perfect match. She gets out of my way in certain things, I get out of her way, and it's perfectly fine. And she's very supportive.
Yeah.
I
think the only friction you've talked about is the fact that Retro Rewind has taken over most of the house.
That's the friction. It's like, we need the house back. You need to get the hell out now.
That's the part that's tough.
Yeah, it's like, want to put the car back in the garage. You know why we have a second shed now to store the garden tools, because the other shed is now fully occupied with stock.
Do you ever get a comment like, you're buying this stuff, what are you getting rid of?
Well, in the beginning I did until this thing actually started turning a profit, and then it was just like, all right, it's turning a profit. He clearly must be doing something right, or bull crapping his way through something again. So that kind of ended. But yeah, we need the space back because it's getting a bit ridiculous. Really is.
Yeah, hopefully you find the storefront that you were looking for. I know you'd looked at one when we were down there, but it sounds like that kind of fell through. Maybe the wrong size or sold.
Like the other problem is there's certain things we need. Like we need full plumbing, right? So that, we can get stuff out of the ovens into the ultrasonic cleaners and into the proper baths. And we need certain types of electricity. So trying to find something that will suit that generally tends to be larger industrial areas, and like, I don't need 3,000 square feet. I wish I did. I wish we were that, doing that much business, but 3,000 square feet is a little excessive for what we need. Kind of trying to stay around the 12 to 1,500 square feet type of thing, which would be fine.
Go for it. Think big. 3,000 square feet. You'll grow into it.
There's a big lease difference on cost between 3,000 square feet and 1,200 square feet,
especially in Toronto.
Yeah,
what
especially
about a 3-bedroom house?
Yeah, well, I've got one of those.
But got it.
Yeah, that zoning becomes an issue then, right?
Oh, and then the electric too.
Yeah, as my lawyer keeps telling me. So, and I want to be relatively close to home. Problem with Toronto is, for those of you that have never been to the city, it's the second busiest traffic city in North America. It's only second to LA. And it's a very geographically big city. So from the eastern border to the western border is about 49 kilometers long, which is, I don't know what you guys Americans use. Yeah. So let's say 30 miles. And trying to get across from one end of the city to the other in rush hour will easily take you 2.5 hours of travel. So, I mean, I found places. I don't want to commute 2.5 hours each way and still be in the same city, for the love of God. That's the last thing I want. So it's like we're holding off, there's industrial areas that are zoned industrial not far from us. So it's just like, that would be perfect. But, they've got a 20-year lease. That would be perfect. But their lease doesn't expire for another 10 years. So it's just a waiting game more than anything.
How about building your own place? Maybe you have a rich uncle somewhere.
Yeah, well, in Toronto, there's no free land, right? I mean, that's the problem. Is like the majority of what is it? Like 65% of the population of Canada lives in Southern Ontario, right? Because we have a lot of land that's literally unlivable, right? Like in the real north, and then places like where Curtis lives doesn't really get a lot of people migrating to it because of their crazy winters, right? So trying to find land here is near impossible, really is. And rich uncle, you need about 7 rich uncles to be able to buy some land.
Toronto's is it the first place for the most expensive place in Canada, or is it second?
Correct.
Now between them and Vancouver?
We flip between us and Vancouver. It's like
the average house price right now is $1.1 million or something like that, isn't it?
Yeah. So like I live in I own like a 1,400 square foot bungalow. It's nothing huge. I mean, Curtis has been here. It's not big at all. And I could sell my place for like $1.5 million easy all day.
You should move to Buffalo.
Yeah. You know what? Universal healthcare. That's kind of my key thing here, right? Universal healthcare. Just unfortunately, even though Buffalo's only like an hour and 15 minutes away.
Right. I used to live in Rochester.
Right across the lake from us.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
We used to at one point have the ferry that would go directly from Toronto to Rochester. You can just take the ferry right across.
We used to see, you guys used to send us a large, here they call it a haboob, but over there it's like a wall of snow coming from you.
Yeah. Yeah. So
we're a very kind sharing country, so that's
right.
expected.
That's right. We've got too much. Why don't you guys have some?
Yeah.
Alberta Clippers, here you go.
Yeah. There's got to be more questions. I mean, we've only been at this for an hour and 45 minutes. Come on.
Well, we did interview once before here, so I mean,
that's true. That's
true. We have three to go.
Just seeing what were coming in the comments here. I've been trying to keep up. Pedro Pena made a comment earlier under his name, Rocky Hill. Here, he's the guy who's been designing those replacement motherboards, Coco 2s and 3s, and he says, "You're the one who's been taking all the Coco 3 boards you've been trying to buy." So.
I mean, it's just like I said, they just appear. I go through I wake up in the morning and look at my email. I'm like, when did I buy that on eBay? Oh no. Did I do it again? I did it again. Jesus, why did I do that again?
Yeah, you have to take a look at your liquor bill at the same time. Okay, that was what caused that one.
Yeah, exactly. It's got to be some sort of challenge add-on I can add to eBay that's going to force me, like Google has, like Gmail has, force me to do some complicated math formula computation before I buy anything.
What about a breathalyzer for eBay?
Yeah.
There you go. That'll be a hot seller.
Problem with that is I'll never buy anything off eBay then.
Well, he would probably hack it.
Yeah.
Ignition interlock.
Yeah, you'd hack and override for yourself.
Yeah,
obviously.
That's right, for myself.
Ignition interlock for eBay.
Now, just out of curiosity, because you do sell quite a bit to Europe and Asia and Australia and everywhere else, the sales, especially with Amiga stuff, because I mean that's something that it generally has a bigger European community, even though it started in the States. What are the sales percentages like? Like, where does most of your sales go geographically as opposed to by product?
I'm going to keep going until I pull up our reports here, and I'll tell you. I think the number one is North America, to be honest with you. And then number two would be the UK. So let's see here. So US, number one. Canada, second. England, third. Germany, fourth. Australia, fifth. And then a whole bunch of groupings of places like Switzerland, France, New Zealand, Argentina, Brazil. They're kind of all grouped in there, but the number one is got to be the US, Canada, and then the UK. Those are the hotbeds of products.
So if the UK is third, it might be like, since the Coco SDC works on dragons, and of course that's where most of the dragon community is, that might be something to advertise there too, if you haven't already.
Well, yeah. I mean, if I break down Coco SDC sales, it'll be US, Canada, Australia, and then Brazil. I didn't know that was that big in Australia, to be honest with you.
Well, Australia, I mean, we've been talking about this. I mean, Nick can talk about it too if he's still on the call and still awake. Is the fact that the Coco 3 was not released in all the countries that Coco 1 and 2. The Coco 1 and 2 was sold in Germany and the UK and everywhere else, but the Coco 3 was not. It was basically Canada, States, and Australia, and that's pretty well it. Mark Siegel, if he's still in the chat, can attest to that.
That's why there's a PAL version. Thank you, Australia.
Yeah, honestly, that's the only reason there's a PAL version.
And then all the clones in Brazil, like you said, right?
Yeah, CP400 and a whole bunch of others. They still have an annual gathering that they do every year too for the Coco and its clones.
And I just learned that there was a huge Coco community in Colombia too, from a gentleman by the name of Fabian, who I met at the he was at the computer show in Thing. He's now relocated here to Quebec in Canada, but he is originally from Colombia and ran like a huge user group in Colombia of Coco users. So it always amazes me. I love hearing these stories because it's just like, wow, I really wouldn't have pictured the Coco being a massive computer in Colombia, but it was in the 80s, right? It was a really popular micro back then.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Did he make the Coco Fest this year, guys? Do you remember? I think Fabian was there, wasn't he? Jason?
Yes, he was.
Yeah, he was. He said he was. Yeah.
And he was also at VCF Midwest.
He was, yeah. He's got his motorhome and he's been kind of traveling all over the place to the different shows. I got 2 of his machines to fix here. 2 of the Cocos that need repair are his.
Do you do Apple stuff too and other things, repairs and?
Not really. And it's more like, eventually we want to expand more, but we want to stay grounded until we can get a facility and maybe another body or 2, because the last thing I want to do is spread myself so thin that nothing ever gets done. And I was, although I'm a modern Apple fan and use like I'm on a MacBook Air right now, an M1 MacBook Air, never really was a big 8-bit Mac fan. I mean, I had a classic. I've got some of those machines, but I just don't want to spread myself too thin.
Did you ever get much of the Apple II line, like the 2
Never.
Plus, 2C, 2E?
I mean, I have a 2C that I own, but I mean, and I have a very unique clone that was really only a Canadian clone called a Zeus that I accidentally stumbled upon that I really want to maybe sell, to be honest with you. But I never really did. And I rather focus on, like, we have plenty of repair business right now, like plenty. So spreading ourselves too thin. I mean, I've done favors for people that, have reached out. Like I just fixed a PVM for someone because I've got a lot of, NTSC testing and repair tools that I bought real cheap when nobody wanted them. So I'll do a small thing here or there and do people favors, but generally we kind of stick within the Commodore and the Coco line only, just to be able to stay focused and be efficient and get stuff done.
Yeah, you don't want to have too many of those having to stay up till 3 a.m. making Coke SDCs because you're sold out.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not very smart when it comes to other lines of computers.
Neither am I, so we're perfect.
Well, my question is, we had the Tomcat and the MM1. Do other computers have an equivalent of, like on your way to heaven type stuff where, it was an expansion of trying to run the same software but moving up? I mean,
you mean independently as opposed to the company itself doing it? Kind of
like, yeah, we have the MM1 and we have the Tomcat. They weren't very successful, but it was an attempt to go higher and still have some compatibility. Did
the Amiga does.
They do?
Yeah. So like the Apollo team, the Vampire, the Buffy stuff we've been working on. I'm sure there's others I'm forgetting.
Yeah.
But
they had their PowerPC run too.
They did.
Like
yeah.
what Apple
Yeah.
did,
They had PPC cards that you could and would still maintain compatibility. The problem is now you're pushing the limits of the buses and everything else, right?
Yeah.
And then is it really like the Vampire, which is a fantastic product, but it's essentially just an FPGA that happens to be using the input-output bus of the Amiga, nothing else on it, right? So then you get into these arguments, and this is where I go back to the infighting in the Amiga community, and then it's like, well, the purists, that's not really an Amiga. And the rest of us are like, who really cares? Like, we need to stop these arguments. It's just really an FPGA that happens to use the keyboard and the joystick ports and nothing else. Like, none of the other custom chips are being used. Yeah, but it's an advancement is what it is.
Yeah, Stevie brings that up on the Coco stuff, doesn't he?
Yeah. Well, we had that whole argument in the 90s with the Coco 4s. Like you were talking about the Tomcat System 4 and 5 from Delamar, M1, because the Tomcat, the TC9 portion, not the TC70 portion, was trying to get like a juiced up Coco 3, basically. It was using the same hardware. It had gimmies. I mean, Frank bought the last 500 that Tandy had. But the other ones were all basically going, they were going to make OSK machines, 68000 based, whatever, with OS 9 for the OS 9, for the 68000s. But a lot of the Coco community was not into OS 9. I mean, obviously, I'm a rabid fan of it, but, at that time, it was maybe 50-50. If you're lucky, it was probably less. And you're basically, we're trying to tell everybody, if you want to, continue this upward trend here of getting new hardware, you're going to have to like ditch all your disk basic stuff and just switch to OS 9, which a lot of people did not want to do. And that started the big infighting between disk basic.
And there was no ease of use back then.
No. And to be honest, back then, I hadn't even thought of it. It's like, if you're too stupid to learn this, too bad. was my attitude, which is not the right attitude to have, obviously, but that was it. I mean, Nick can attest that because we used to fight on listserv all the time.
Sometimes the truth, though, is the best way to go about it.
Yeah, well, I got to eat my own dinner when I came back into it and discovered they changed a lot of commands that I'd been used to, and all of a sudden I was the newbie trying to learn all this stuff. And I understand what you guys were bitching about before now.
I think this hardware division is kind of interesting though, because that's exactly the sort of fissure I'm aiming for. So like my network card uses a WizNet chip, which has a little bit of smarts in it, but it's not like I just took a Pi and stuck it in there and run a serial to it. It's a little bit Coco.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, there's like, we've got the Kung Fu Flash for the Commodore 64, which is a full-blown computer upon itself, right? Like it really is. It is like the Coco Flash, the Kung Fu Flash itself is 100 times more powerful than the Commodore 64 on itself. But I mean, it enhances, and some people, that's not, it's not original, and it's not. Like, come on, those arguments are long gone. Stop it.
I don't want to.
You want this hobby to expand, and you want it to keep growing, but every time someone does something, you start crying foul. It's like, come on.
Well, shoot, even Tandy itself did that with the business line, like the 21216. By itself, without any expansions, it ran Z80. You add the 68,000 set to it. The Z80 was only handling I/O.
Yeah, because then it became a Xenix machine.
Right. Xenix was running on the 68,000. The Z80 was just there just to handle the I/O part.
And the ultimate TC Tomcat that Frank was doing was going to be the same thing. The K bus was a 16 32-bit backplane, and you plug a TC now, which is basically a Coco 3 with a Mega RAM on it and juiced up serial ports and juiced up I/O, but basically a Coco 3 on a board or two board set. But you were supposed to plug that into the backplane, then the TC70 or even the Kix 20, Kix 30, like the high-end machines, 68,020, 68,030, would then start using the Tomcat, the TC9, as an I/O board. So it would handle like joysticks and mice and have its own screen display. And that's all it would be basically used for. And they would just, the 68,000 would be doing most of the work. And that was the ultimate plan for that. Never got finished. The hardware support is kind of in there. The interrupt system was set up, but nobody bothered programming for it because it gets complicated. And two, like you said, it's no longer a Coco at that point. The Coco is just I/O board.
Yeah. And literally all it is, right?
Yeah. And for some people that, they wanted to keep advancing and they wanted to do that.
Well, they had all that software.
Yeah. I mean, nowadays, machines are fast enough. You can just emulate everything and then you don't really notice the difference. Though emulation's not perfect. There are programs that we recently found that have glitched out, had to get patched to run properly, like Photon being one. Grabber for the 609 need to be patched, and et cetera, et cetera. And then there are people that I want time period correct upgrades only type things. So
yeah, and then you've got like the Amiga OS4 ecosystem, which is like, their own processors, their own everything. They've kind of tried to redevelop everything. So there's always, you're always going to get that. The fact that people complain about it is still mind-boggling to me, because it's just like, it's a bonus to all of us. Like, why? Like, who cares? And who cares?
Don't you think after the new blood comes in, they're not going to be thinking that way? Probably it's just the older guy.
And I think it's the new blood that is developing this stuff, right? I think it's like Kim, the guy who does the Kung Fu Flash. I think he's in like his late 20s, right? So it's like, he didn't really have the experience we did. He wasn't even around when these things were, at the height of their popularity. So, we have to keep this hobby growing some way, somehow.
I think we have to keep all of those going, because you will have, like in my personal case, I don't mind adding new hardware that's more powerful than the computer if it serves a purpose. Yeah. But one of the reasons I stay in the retro community and do stuff like Nitrous 9 is I want to see, given infinite time, which of course, when you're doing commercial products, you don't have. So you rush something out for Christmas, you rush something out for the next buying season, whatever. So nobody actually takes the hardware and actually pushes it all the way to the limits as it was back then. Now that we have the time, because there is no time limit and you can just basically do it when you have free time and feel like doing it, I want to see how far we could have pushed the system, given the hardware we had back then, what you could do with it now, just with all the extra time and learning techniques.
Well, lots of people are, right? Yeah. I mean, there's like the stuff Nick's creating, the games are incredible. There are like new games for the Commodore 64 all the time that are pushing the system in ways no one ever pushed you know, 30
even the
years
Amiga
ago.
for that matter. I've seen some.
Some of those demo competitions that people are doing is mind blowing. That, you know, we've also got more modern tools, and it's like cheating. Like, you know, I wrote a demo for the Commodore 64 for Retro Rewind, right? So that when we it shows the kind of demos running, right? And I had a conversation with someone, I think we even talked about this in the drive, where it was just like, yeah, like I use modern tools to create it. I didn't sit there on my 64 and write the demo. Like, I'm not sadistic. Like, I need like search and replace and they're like, well, that's not really. I said, why? Why is it not really an authentic thing? I mean, it's done. I got it done. It's coded to the CPU. It runs on it. Like, yeah. So I use like a modern IDE to write it so that like I could do it in like 2 hours instead of 3 weeks that it probably would have taken me if I sat there hammering on my 64 keyboard. Like, I don't understand some of these arguments, but we've got those tools now and people are using them, and that's fantastic. Like,
and it's okay to use the old ones too. Like Nick still uses Adsm stuff on a real Coco, and I still use some of the stuff there. Now, if I have a really huge project that's going to take 5 minutes fully to assemble, I'll just run an emulator, overclock it. Now it's just like running a modern one. So you can mix and match as much as you like.
Exactly. And it's like, I'm using a modern IDE. Hell, search and replace is not available in the 64. Like, why wouldn't I? Like, I just, whatever, to each his own.
Yeah.
What's wrong with
I do have search and
sadistic?
replace on mine. I definitely use that. So
there's nothing wrong with being sadistic. But sometimes time constraints, right? I mean, I can write this thing in 20 minutes in a modern IDE, or I can spend 3 weeks, you know, on a 40 column screen hammering away on a keyboard.
see, I view it like for myself, because I do like using the old tools. And if I did, like I said, if I have a really big project, I will throw in an emulator and clock the crap out of it. So it takes 5 seconds instead of 5 minutes. But it kind of pushes me to either find tools that were the best of the breed at the time that maybe I didn't know back then. That you do have global search and replace and all kinds of things like that, like you're mentioning, or it spurs you on to actually try to improve the tools from back then. So it's once again pushing the hardware type thing.
Yeah,
and, you know, I've optimized the assembler in OS 9, so it's 12% faster or something. Not a huge amount, but it's noticeable. Even in the emulator, now it takes 4 seconds instead of 5.
Or you do it like Nick Marenti's.
Yeah, totally old school. Except he's using a Coke SDC. He's not completely going back to floppies or anything here. So,
Nah.
but I mean, it's also muscle memory. Like Nick and I have been programming for quite a while, so there's so many inborn things that you don't even have to think about. You just, you know, it's just a reflex, and you type in a certain sequence.
You can't teach an old dog new tricks.
Yeah,
that's not true, Nick.
Some of those new tricks are pretty slick, though. They really are when you come to think of it. Like,
Nick, go ahead.
Like on the 64, like I've got a 64 NIC hooked up to mine, which is essentially a network card. And I mean, I can develop software on my Mac and compile and push it to the 64 in real time and see if it works. Like it's all integrated at that point. I mean,
just like DriveWire on the Coco does.
Yeah, I could push it device as well. But I can actually fully push it to my 64, like in real time, and see if it works.
Is that Jim Brain's?
Which is neat.
Is that Jim Brain's C64 NIC Plus?
Absolutely, it is.
Excellent hardware. He has a version for the Coco in development.
It's incredible. It really is incredible.
Yes.
You know.
And Nick, I mean, you know, he claims that he does everything old school. He uses DriveWire. He uses the Coco STC. So I mean, he's not a purist himself, you know.
Oh. Shh! Don't tell everyone.
I sure don't draw things with a ink pen and drafting vellum anymore.
Yeah, like someone said to me, like the demo has our logo in it on a C64, and they're like, "Wow, did you like draw that by hand?" I'm like, "No, like I like use a modern converter, like just take our logo and convert it. How the hell would I sit there and draw the thing in koala paint by hand? Like that's insanity."
Yeah, that's what I did in my Liberation game. I actually drew everything in MV Canvas locally on the Coco, which what's I discovered I have no artistic bent because I did jump over to a modern thing and try to do it there, and I sucked just as bad there as I did on the old stuff. So
yeah, I just added a plug in a Photoshop to export it into a compatible format to Koala. That's all I did. Just pushed it over. There you go, done.
Yeah, it's I think the thing with the retro community for all of them, no matter what platform you're on, is that there is a wide variety of why they're interested in it. And then you've got all the way from the purest. I just want the original hardware. I don't even want the add-ons that came a year later. I want that first year. The Coco came out in 1980. I want a 4K D-board, Coco Grace, case, Coco one with a chiclet keyboard, type thing. Up to the people that want to add in a network card that's 50,000 times more powerful than the Coco itself, and everybody in between. And I think it's just fine. Pick whatever
They're
you're
all
comfortable
right.
with.
You're
and
right.
you might bounce
Everyone
back
is
and forth
correct.
between them as you progress yourself. That's fine too.
Yep. Yeah, I needed to get my, the original tape drive I had for my Coco, and built cables for it, loaded one program off tape, and then said, "Okay, you're going away for the rest of your life. You'll be put away in storage." I did what I needed to do. I've done it. Not doing that again.
Well, you should talk to David Ladd because he's got some stuff where he's running at like 6,000, 9,000 baud. You should try that.
Yeah, but it's like I've got the Coco SDC.
Hey, now.
Like, okay, I'm done. Like, if I need to fire something up, I'll just fire it up on the SDC.
Yeah, I'm assuming. Sorry, what was that, Dave?
No, I was just saying that there's, 230K on the Deluxe RS-232 pack and yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, you're one of the ones that likes taking the original hardware and pushing it. Like the cassette you did, that digital one. It was what baud rate you guys get up to? I can't remember now.
I don't know, but it was quite fast. Using a
it was
like
10
a
to
CD
15
player.
times faster than stock 1500 baud, which was for that time was pretty fast compared to most other micros. So I mean, you were loading at disk drive speeds at that point.
Yeah, well, I had the comparison video just for the cassettes. I never did get around to including a comparison of loading from floppy.
You should compare with the Commodore 64 floppy unmodified. That would be an interesting one.
Yeah, I have three 1541s. I don't know if that would be a good comparison.
I don't think we have that kind of time.
Yeah. You think the show's long now? We'll do a live compare.
No, we accidentally stumbled upon a video which one of our products was in, channels called Veronica Explains, and it kind of blew my mind because I think it's up to like almost 500,000 views, which is in the retro community is kind of mind blowing. And literally, and it's called Veronica. I'll find it and I'll send it to you guys. Veronica Explains, and it was literally about getting a Commodore 64 online. And there are like 14,000 comments talking about, and it's the exact same argument as like, oh, well, is this cheating? Is it not? What if I still had my original 1200 baud modem? But then it's like I know in the city of Toronto, there is no copper PSTN infrastructure anymore. None, zero zilch. So like you couldn't use a modem if you tried. Everything's fiber. And it still blows my mind that there's enough people in this community that can draw like 500,000 views in a YouTube video. And I think it's up to, I will find it. And it was just like, I had no idea. We sold like, when this video came out, I think it was about 2 weeks ago, it was like, we sold like, I think like 75 Wi-Fi modems in one day. And I was like, what's happening? Something is coming out of nowhere. But the fact that these debates are still going on and it's mind blowing. Absolutely mind blowing.
Well, BBSs are coming back.
Yeah, and quite a bit actually.
Yeah,
quite a bit.
Going on it myself and just looking around and and I pop out and go to another one. It's fun.
Got a few people in the chat that mentioned they've seen this video too.
It's only 250,000 views. My bad. It's only 250,000 views.
Only.
So, as far as the modem part, I have had really good success using a Magic Jack for sending faxes. So,
but
people
faxes
could use
have like I think it's T46 correction built into them, where modems don't. So one of the reasons that faxes can still work over VoIP is there's actual correction built into the protocol for VoIP. I think it's the T46 spec, if I remember correctly. I went because I ran a BBS for so long, I spent a lot of time building soft modems and bridges, and somewhat successful in getting, VoIP to automatically translate to you know, a regular serial signal for the Commodore 64. That the best thing I could really do at any stability was 2400 baud, depending on the codec that's used. And that's even like, I think it was like 711, which was, you know, quite wideband, 128 bits, I think. So anything, but problem is most VoIP providers now, 729, 729A, they're narrow band and they're not wide enough to do anything above 12. Sometimes we had stability at 2400 baud, but that was it.
Right. Well, that's about the end of your actual baud, and after that, you're doing phase shifting and crap, right?
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
It's called trellis coding.
Yeah. So, but the fax protocol actually has an error correction built into it for it specifically, because people were still using fax machines. Who the hell's still using a modem, except for us?
We can't say we fax on this program anymore.
Everybody drink.
I wondered how long that was going to take.
Oh, don't worry. We can add in the RS-232
Who had
drive
this-
wire and ESP8266.
Who had this time in the pool? Who was that? Who wins the square?
We need to make bingo cards for our show, just like Tim and AJ did for theirs, I guess, with all the phrases and stuff here. Pedro says modern plus VoIP equals bad in the chat there. So I don't have too many more questions myself here. Now, anybody in the panel, feel free to ask Frank some questions, but I want to, because there's a bit of a delay time on the chat here, and I know we've got some of the Amigos fans actually watching because Frank's on the show. Otherwise, why would they watch a Coco show? So if any of you guys in there want to ask some questions of Frank, just post them in the chat here, and we'll get to them as quick as we see them. So else on the panel have any questions specifically for Frank?
Just wondering what his best-selling Amiga product is.
OS 3.2.
Right.
Easily.
Yep.
Like easily. Well, because I think currently we are the only North American reseller right now. I don't think Amiga on the Lake is authorized anymore. So I think we are the only reseller. So that's kind of, I mean, that skews numbers, because if you're in North America and you want to get it, you can really only get it from us. But apart from that, again, I'm going to filibust until I just fire up our stats information here. I'm going to probably go with right now, probably the Amiga 600 accelerator card, because again, we're the only place in North America selling it.
Yeah, which actually speaks volumes for your Coco SD sales being quite high, because you're not the only reseller in North America. In fact, most people are more familiar with that because he's been around longer.
Yeah.
So the fact that it's actually one of your best sellers, that's pretty amazing.
Oh yeah, big time. Like the SDC is, like I said at the beginning of the show, is mind blowing the amount of people that still want it. Actually, the SDC is the third most sold product we have, believe it or not. For the Amiga, it would probably be if you take 3.2 out of the mix, it would be the accelerator, the Amiga 600 accelerator card, and then the flip box, the network device. And then things that like Amiga coin cell adapter is like leaps and bounds, but like, I mean, listen, there's no real logic in it. It's just a diode and a CR 2032 carrier. So I don't know, people just buy it to replace the batteries, but I guess you can count that too, but I wouldn't.
Do we have a retro rewind commercial?
Yeah, we do. I'm not sure if Mark has it queued up here.
Reason being, I'm going.
Yeah, it's in the rotation.
I will mention that from chat here, Wad World of Retro is actually one of the guys that watches the Amigos regularly. He says, I got a Coco Diag card and a Coco STC from Frank, and they are awesome. And I know I've steered quite a few people to you for the Coco STC on Facebook, because that's a platform you're not too active on. And, you know, most people, if the question gets asked, they mostly refer to Ed, because, of course, Ed's been making them for years.
Yeah.
But Ed's been out of stock quite often here because he's trying to catch up all the other runs like Gimme X's and everything else that he's trying to manufacture, MC10 upgrades, etc. So if they go there, well, it's sold out, I can't get an STC. Oh, yes, you can. Go to Retro Rewind. So hopefully it's helped get some business there, and also help people get their Coco STC without having to wait.
Yeah, it's been an incredible seller. Jesus. We got lots in stock still. 37, I think, 37, 38 right now in stock. So
Yeah,
And
because
with-
you did that really long day where you were trying to catch them up after the show there, where you were
Yeah,
sold
I
out
think I
and you had a
did
bunch of
like
requests.
60 or 65 in one shot one weekend.
Sleepy said your CoCoTALK code expired.
It should. No, it's good until you have to log in. You have to create an account and log in to use it. You cannot use the code in an anonymous checkout. No, they're
Ooh.
all, I'm just looking, they all expire at the end of this year, the maximum allowed.
So based on the views of this channel, compared to the 250,000 views for the other video, you should sell at least 5 Coco SDCs.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, it's the like I said at the beginning, the Coco community is rabid, and we're thankful for that. As long as people want it, we'll be making it. But the CoCoTALK code is valid until December 31st, 2022. But you got to be logged in. You have to create an account, and log in order to use it.
Doesn't cost you anything to create an account.
Nope.
So
No,
That's the
it's just
CoCoTALK
a
effect.
way of tracking, how popular the code is and all that stuff.
Okay, because it's in the crawl right underneath, right there.
Right now.
Oh, in the CoCoTALK border area.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's between the the video part and the title part there.
Yeah, someone used it last night.
Okay.
Karen actually has a bit of a
products, though. I'm going to be honest with you. They bought a bunch of Commodore products with
Yeah,
but it doesn't matter.
So Karen 60 in the chat here says, I missed the part about the diagnostic card. And he says, I'm going to have to retro rewind. So I don't know. Did you want to kind of explain the card for the people that joined in a little bit later? Because we talked about it way at the beginning.
It's the original, the base code is the original Coco code, which Troy has been working on to patch to use, be able to check extended memory and everything else and a few other tips and tricks. So it's an itch I wanted to scratch, like I said. So I wanted a diagnostic tool that was up to snuff and supported additional features like extended memory, and we created one.
Yeah, because the original diagnostic
cartridge
cartridge from Tandy, they never upgraded
16K.
after the original release, so it was meant for 16K maximum.
16K only, yeah. So it took some figuring out, but Troy did that, and that's what we've got.
So there you go, Kieran. He's done some diagnostic stuff himself for like cassettes and things too. So, which I think the card covers that, joysticks and
Correct.
ports,
Yep.
etc.
IO ports, everything. Yep.
And of course, there's about a 30-second delay on the chat here. So
Yeah, I'm not following the chat. I've got it on my phone over there, but my old age, I really need to get my eyes checked.
While Lord Retro asks, is the Coco test card, will that also work on the Dragon? I think parts of it will. I don't know if the whole thing would.
That's a good question.
Because the
I don't have a
keyboard
Dragon.
matrix is different, for example. The joysticks are the same and address the same. So I think some of the RAM should be the same because the SAM and CPU work the same. I would say most of it will work, but maybe not all of it. First guess. I don't know. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a Dragon to test, but I know what I'll be doing tonight, trying to buy a Dragon.
Yep.
Have
Just
a little
get case of
wine,
beer,
get
you'll
on
have about
eBay.
6 by the end of the night. So
That's right.
A little
3
wine,
glasses
little
in and-
eBay.
That's right. 3 glasses in, and all of a
So you know,
sudden-
half
Now,
a
the
dozen
Dragon
dragons
was quite
show up.
popular in Toronto as a kid because when I got my Coco, I had a lot of friends who had Dragons. But then again, I could be misremembering this. It could have been apples, and I was just laughing, calling them dragons.
Just
Nevertheless.
remember, there's Dragon 32, the Dragon 64, and then the US Tano Dragon. So these 3 models to be looking for.
Yeah,
right. But does
No
the diagnostic cart work with the Coco 3?
Yes. Absolutely. That I can attest to.
Are you talking about the cart?
yeah, Frank makes a new version of what the original Tandy one was, but it handles all
Correct.
the extra things
Yeah.
Tandy never
Okay,
added.
I have a cart in a Dragon. I can try it. I'll let you know.
You have
You
one of
you
our
have one of
cards?
Frank's cards?
No, I got the original Radio Shack.
Yeah,
card.
no, the question's about Frank's a bit
Oh.
because
Well, his is the same as a clone of it, isn't it?
no,
It's-
it's expanded.
It's expanded. It uses, but like, for example, none of the keyboard code was rewritten because there was no need for it, right? So
That'd be one exception, I guess. Yeah.
yeah. So, but that's a good question. Now I got to get a Dragon. Yep.
We're not helping your eBay.
Perfect business expense.
But yeah, Ron, the original Tandy one, for example, when it checks RAM, it only checks up to 16K because when they released it in 1980, that's all they had. So it doesn't check 32, doesn't check 64, doesn't check extended memory in the Coco 3 pass. That doesn't do any of that stuff.
So it'll play sound.
No, it checks some of the hardware, but it doesn't check all of it. Whereas Frank's is trying to catch it up basically to where everybody's actually at.
Yeah.
So you don't have to just run Sailorman. Not that there's anything wrong with that, to check to see if your 64K is working. I would use OS9 level 1, but
I always thought that was the 64K RAM test with Sailorman.
Yeah, it tests the sound, tests the joysticks,
That's everything.
Yeah.
So what does that cost? The diagnostic.
The cart?
And do you want that in Canadian or American dollars, Ron?
Well, it's out here in Arizona.
He needs that in Arizona dollars.
So Arizona dollars is $25.
Oh, okay.
Plus 3 cactus shipping.
So thankfully shipping's gone back down. For a bit, we were getting killed because of cost of gas, but thankfully I think it's starting to revert back to.
What is gas? Well, it's in liters there.
Yeah.
We're like at $1.50 a liter now, which isn't too bad because at one point, I think beginning of the year, we were well over $2 a liter.
Yeah, same here. We're down to about $1.47 right now.
Yeah, it's like something like that.
And we were $2.09 at one point. I mean, both states and Canada that happened.
Yeah, and there's about 3.8 or 4 liters per gallon.
Something like that.
4, close to 4. Yeah.
Yeah, it's close to 4.
Something.
Imperial gallon versus US gallon.
Which is a little smaller. And
I'm just going for rough conversion.
Comment from Pedro. He says, another Canadian Dennis Bisson wrote a program that runs from ROM and uses the CPU registers temp storage no RAM required for a RAM test. Does this test card do something like that in order to test memory? And actually, I do remember because we covered that. Because basically, he's got the registers. The program runs in ROM and it just loads the registers and then compares between the registers and stuff like that with no stack, no RAM. So it can literally check every byte of the RAM if even one byte's bad.
So let me exactly it. Yep.
Let me ask you now, if you have a diagnostic thing in and it stops because you have a bad RAM somewhere, can you actually find out which RAM is bad?
No, not from that test.
So all it tells you is something's bad.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Does it do checks on the ROMs too, like some sort of checksum or seriously a calculation, see if the ROM, like if you burnt your own, like it was bad.
If you burnt your own ROM or extended ROM, yeah, correct. But for RAM, I mean, it's just like the Commodore 64 one. It won't tell you the specific chip. It'll just tell you one of them's bad. But at least like I tell people when people ask, well, will this tell me exactly what's wrong? No, it'll point you in the area. It'll point you to what's wrong, but it won't tell you it within that. But at least you've got one specific bus to check as opposed to, the
whole thing. Yeah.
It's
it
Christmas
just says
lights.
something broken with it.
I do remember somebody on the Coco 3 did make one that actually, if you had the original Tandy 16 chip satellite board, it would tell you specifically which chips were not functioning properly. But I don't think anything with the Coco 1 and 2 ever did that. And I don't think it ever went past 512K. They never upgraded it. And now, of course, you've got static RAM and a bunch of things, like it's not 16 chips anymore. So it'd be totally inaccurate now.
Yeah.
Well, the Tandy cartridge would tell you what chip number it was, but that was limited to like the D boards.
16K only. Yeah.
So there was a Coco 3 diagnostics that Tandy released. The manual of it is up in the archive, but no software ever showed up there.
There's one of those unicorn softwares we're trying to find again, because I think it was only used by Tandy techs in the repair centers. I don't think it was ever released to the public. So another one to try to find. Some comments here. Automotive Retro says, I'm a bit late, not sure if you covered this, but any suggestion on what standard maintenance I should do to my Coco 2, for instance, for the Amiga, remove the Barta? Not sure if that's a typo. What should I check in my Coco 2?
Well, I don't think the Coco 2's got a battery in it. So,
no.
I mean, the Varda is a battery manufacturer. That's the battery plague that every Amiga...
Oh, yeah, where it leaks and destroys everything.
Right.
You're okay with the Cocos. No leaking Vardas there.
Doesn't really need any maintenance other than clean it and reseed stuff and keep the coffee out of it.
Yeah, actually, we got lucky. We generally Cocos did not get bad caps either. For the
No,
most
that
part.
was we were too early for the bad cap plague.
Yep.
And,
Yep. I mean, I've only once seen a cap go on a Coco, which led me to believe, I don't think it was the cap as much as something had happened that caused the cap to go. It's not something I've ever seen.
Although it's interesting, Tandy hot glued all of their caps down with a type of glue that looks particularly vile right now. It certainly looks like something's eating the board up.
Vulcanizes into that kind of brown gooey mess. I mean, that was just to stop oscillation on some of the larger caps, like the I think there's a 10,000 ferret cap in there that will oscillate like crazy if you don't glue it down.
Yeah, you get new people.
Yeah, new people look at that and they go, "That the cap's leaking."
And they say, "Can you look at this and tell me if it's leaking or if something's bad?" And everybody always winds up telling them that's fine. It's just glue.
Yeah, it was just glue to keep it from oscillating. The problem is it is broken down into a nasty mess. It's really all it is, but it's not going to do any damage to your machine. It's just,
honestly, the chip I think I've seen blow up in the Coco the most is probably the CPU, and that's because somebody took a cardboard cart and crossed 5-volt line onto some other pin by putting it in crooked when the computer's on, and then poof. And sometimes it partly blows it, so like just the halt line's gone, so which means it works fine on everything but disk drives, because that requires a halt line to finish sectors. So your disk drive works unreliably or not at all. Yet you can load off cassette and play a game and it works fine. So
I mean, the reality is these are like 35-year-old machines, right? And I know that Commodore, for example, to like Bill Hurd and others from the Commodore days, and no,
yeah, that was more modern technique because they didn't bring that out till 85.
Yeah,
and then of course Motorola, because that's not what they contracted for, didn't let them tell anybody all the stuff they put in.
Do you know? They're still making 6809s and 6309s at the company called Rochester. Are you familiar with that?
I think Hitachi themselves are still making them, to be perfectly honest with you.
Really? Because
so they're making them so the batch we bought that we sell are new. They're not like new old stuff.
Really?
Yeah. And we hired, we've got a parts headhunter that we contract to find certain unique parts through resellers and
like Coco SDC chips, for example.
Yeah, exactly. Because frankly, it just makes our life a lot easier. Like I don't have the time to sit there and hunt. So we've got an outfit that does it for us. And the chip is still used in the defense industry, believe it or not, for certain things.
Huh.
So there are limited runs that are made by Hitachi themselves. And we were able to, I think the last 100 we bought were actual, they've got new manufacturer dates on them. And from Hitachi, they're not making a ton of them, but they still are, because mil spec requires them to, right? Part of the deal is if you do create certain mil spec things, you need to commit to X number of years of manufacturing it. And they're still kind of well within that window. What defense products are still used? I have no idea. No clue, but clearly something somewhere out there, some missile guidance system or something is still using the chip.
Is it still the 40-pin dip?
It is, yeah.
Okay. Well, they must be using Cocos for the missile launches.
Well, listen, we sell a lot of floppies, mostly with OS 3.2 for the Amiga on them, and our Wi-Fi modems for the 64. You can actually buy the software on, 3.5 and 5.25 inch floppies. There's a company here in Toronto that's still manufacturing floppy disks solely for military and the medical industry. In a conversation with them, they're like, there's like 3 MRI machines at a local hospital that, still uses a floppy for certain things. And we're not going to replace the $50 million MRI machine because it works just fine, simply because the transferring interface is a floppy. Like, that's ridiculous. So they still make, they make VHS tapes, they make audio tapes, they make all sorts of magnetic media. So there still are places making them. It's just sometimes it's hunting them down and finding them. Thank God for the military industry. That's all I got to say.
I think David Ladd is now frantically searching for the name of the place that makes floppy disks.
Yeah, exactly. I could stand some new 5.25s right now.
Ideal medical or ideal magnetic media. You can. I think the smallest order you got to buy is 500 though. They're not going to do a spin up for a box of 10.
Group buy.
Yeah.
That's a small order for David Ladd.
Yeah, I don't think that's a problem for him.
Yeah, I
What
think
was the URL again?
they don't have a website, but it's called Ideal Magnetic Media Limited.
Do
in
you
Toronto.
do you yourself still have any media from back when you were a kid?
Oh yes, boxes and boxes and boxes.
So you got rid of your hardware but kept the software.
I never got rid of my Commodore 64. That I still had. The Coco is what I got rid of because I just grew up in a regular kind of middle class blue collared family, and my dad's like, "You want a Commodore 64? You better sell the damn Tandy I sold you or I bought you because I'm not buying you a Commodore 64 as well." But I still got it all. My mother kept it all. I got everything in that regard from my Commodore 64 days forward. I've got every floppy from my Amiga, all of it. Now, whether any of it works is beyond me, but I've got it.
Yeah, I've got shelves here. I won't bring them all out, and I've got shelves back here, a couple filled with floppies there too. So
I have boxes and boxes and stacks. And, yep.
I've still got. I've still got, for those of you, at least the Commodore 64 fans, I still have a fully sealed Free Spirit drive testing kit that I've had for, I don't know, like 35 years or something like that. It's still like factory sealed, and I don't want to open it. I've still got a few things that kind of sit on the shelf, but most of the boxes are in storage.
Do you have any floppies from the early PC days?
I didn't really get into the PC days until much later in life.
You don't have like Windows 1.0 or 2.0?
No, I think the first Windows machine myself, like personally, was Windows 95 because I held on to my Amiga and used my Amiga right up until the very, very end. I hate Windows to this day. I own one Windows machine solely for the business because there's a piece of software used that's the only thing it runs on. But I can't stand anything. Microsoft.
I loved Windows when it came out. I really did, because the Windows worked well and you can print things out and do things. But the thing was, where they lied constantly was they would always say, you watch these videos. You'd watch a video and it would freeze all the time. It would never, or it'd stutter. It would never really work, until we got into Pentium processors, or some of the Pentium 3s or something with enough RAM or something. But it's the early PCs that were 33 megahertz or 40 or 100. They were worthless when it came to video.
Jesus,
to me,
even that HP in that picture, I think, was running Linux to do the audio streaming.
Yeah, and you got a Mac right beside it too. Which
I've always used. So. Yeah, modern OS, I've always stuck with the Mac. More of a necessity than anything else. But apart from that, I can't stand Windows at all. Never have been able to.
Now, on your Macs, are you running OS 10 on all of them, or do you run Linux on some of them? Or
there's a combination through parallels through virtualization. I'll run a whole bunch of different things, but primarily, I've got a Mac Mini, like an M1 Mac Mini with a 36-inch cinema display that I use for design and layout, like PCB layout. Because again, my eyes, I'm getting older, so the bigger the screen, the better. And then I've got my MacBook Air, which is an M1 that I kind of just use for, accounting and business purposes and email communications. But that's it. Those are
yes. But did you ever Hackintosh?
Yeah, actually, I think there's an episode of The Lab at Leo where I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah.
And you got to remember, Mac OS is just BSD underneath. I had
Correct.
a Mac at work, and I spent my entire life in BSD Windows.
Yeah, I spend more time in a terminal shell than I do anywhere else. Anywhere else. People are like, the disk utility app. I'll be like, I've never used the GUI, but I've used it on command line all the time.
Got a couple comments along that line in the comments too. Pedro says, I use Wine, or I try to use ReactOS instead of Windows. And then Texas Foosballer says VMware Fusion for the win, which is actually what I use here for running Windows 10 right now on my Mac. So
Yeah, the problem with the M1 is the like the x86 emulation, right? So I've got I've got Windows for ARM running in a virtual machine. It's still not. I mean, I wish it was a lot better, and this is why I've got an old Windows machine just to run Sprint layout, because the only thing it runs on is Windows. But if it wasn't for that one piece of software, I don't think I'd have any Windows machines.
Now running Wine, don't you have a problem with Wine and eBay?
Yes, yes, I do. It's a bad combination.
Well, you wind up buying more than you order for, or?
Yeah, well, God, never should allow me to use eBay when I'm drinking.
Except for dragons, apparently.
Well, no, that's like when we're done this, I'm going to go start hunting, because that's a legitimate business expense. Why I have now 5 Coco ones, I'm not sure.
Yeah, but your SDC will work on it, so that's good.
Correct.
Yeah.
I mean,
that the diagnostic card is something.
But now it's the diagnostic card. The diagnostic card I need to start investigating.
Karen, since you're in the chat there in England, if you know of anybody that has a dragon that might be able to be sold to Frank there, you can get in contact with them.
Please.
Even a broken one, probably easier, right?
Yeah, well, I mean,
they're both the Motorola reference design was used for both the Dragon and the Coco. So I mean, most of the hardware is exactly the same. The keyboard's mapped differently in the PIA, but that's pretty well most of it. The disk drives are totally different. That's one.
Well, when you do get it and you try it, post it. Let's see your results.
Yeah, no, absolutely, I will. And if not, then we're gonna have to make sure that it will work.
So that's an interesting point. What computers besides Tandy bought everything from Microsoft? So Tandy bought Standard Basic, they bought Extended Basic, they bought Disk Basic, they bought everything Microsoft sold.
Well, so did Commodore, 64 Commodore, Basic.
But they didn't have Extended Basic for their graphics. It was all poke this, poke that. And then their disk drive was like D-Save, I think. It was like a whole separate standalone world.
Well, and the disk drive is, it's...
And like Dragon then did their own disk drive, which was different than everybody else's. And I'm just wondering, is Tandy the only place that just bought all the Microsoft crap and put it out the door? Or...
Well, the 64, I know, the 64 Basic was Microsoft.
Well, right.
So was the 128's Extended Basic. It's Basic 7 or whatever it was. The disk drives in a Commodore 64 are unlike anywhere else because disk drives themselves are computers themselves. So all the processing is done on the disk drive, and any communication goes back and forth, just goes across the IEC, the serial bus.
The 1541s have 2K of RAM and a 6502 in them.
Yeah, and so do the 1580 and the 70 ones. I mean, they all do. I mean, you're just literally pushing a command over serial, and then the actual drive does all the processing and just spits it all back.
There was some disk duplicator software that you could literally unplug from the drives and just let the drives duplicate one to the other.
Yeah, let the drives do everything. I mean, hell, there's a guy who's like created a demo that fully runs on the disk drive itself.
Yeah, there's a Commodore Drive demo scene.
A little bit of hacking and get VGA output from the 1540 from the actual drive itself. Yeah.
Wow. So why didn't anybody try and make an actual floppy drive and a controller that would work more like a Coco does for the
64?
Yeah, actually they did. The early PET drives were IEEE 8488, was it?
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
So why wouldn't they use that and fix all the crap? You know,
they're very
backward
expensive.
compatibility. Yeah, and backward compatibility too.
Yeah,
I've seen a lot of the stuff they had to make sure continued to work with the older stuff.
I've actually seen the boards for the parallel drives for the PET. Those things are literally
huge,
about this big square.
And how big is that for the audio listeners, Mark, who can't see you?
Oh, okay. Do you do what, 50 centimeters square?
Yeah.
I mean, they're honking big. They're
like
bigger than the motherboard.
Like two PCI full blown PCI slots.
Yeah.
So when you made a program for the Commodore 64 and you send it to the drive, it has to have extra software just to operate the drive in it included.
No, you don't. But some people, some creative designers would use the actual CPU in the drive to enhance what you're doing, whether it's load times and even offloading some calculations. Because the communication between the 1541 and the C64 is just serial communication. Literally, the 64 would say, I need the directory listing. And it would just tell the drive that via the serial bus. Then the drive would do all the work to build the directory listing and then just send it back across serial. That's all.
Instead of reading a raw,
very slow serial too.
So you just
very slow serial.
You can't have the CPU, the 6502 or whatever it was, ask the disk for what's on it and then read it directly.
No, in my mind, this is like the deload command that was used to load stuff from Microsoft
network controllers
or whatever. The Commodore asks the drive, send me some stuff. The drive sends it back. It's a deload. It was
exactly what it is.
Yep. It's much more high level oriented than low level. You're not talking to the controller directly. You're basically telling the ROM code or whatever's on the drive, you go get the directory. And when you've got the whole thing built up and you have like 6 files and this
send it to me.
This has been and send it back.
The default Commodore 64 and 1541, literally you load $8, $1, and that loads the directory as like a basic program, and it wipes your basic program out too.
Correct.
Unless you have a wedge loaded that lets you do that and not kill your basic program.
Yeah. The wonders of junior high school computer class and wiping out your program by loading the directory. Yeah, that was wonderful.
Exactly.
Yep. All the time.
That's why I love my Epix fast load cartridge.
And we had one floppy drive to every 4 Commodore 64s, I do believe.
Ooh.
Yeah, we have our own freeload cartridge for the 64 with modified code to support the SD.IC. Just not plugging anything, but it's there.
I love my Cocos.
We got lucky because they actually chose the same controller chip the early PCs did, so we could read PC DOS disks, no problem, right to them the whole bit. In fact, there's a utility for that built into the 990 EOU. It's not the fastest one. If you want that, you get MSF. But MSF was great because it ran natively. We used it to work all the time. You just do dir/a. Here's your 3.5-inch 720K DOS disk, and I could just copy files back and forth and initialize the drive. Choose what do I want, OS9 format or disk basic format or IBM PC MS-DOS format.
We had a J&M controller that had a program written on it in the ROM, I guess, that if you hit a certain key or forget which it is, you can do diagnostics.
Yeah, you actually get the memory minder disk. You need that special alignment disk, and it would actually do the full low-level diagnostics on
and
it.
you could also do the speed of the drive. Can you do that kind of thing on a Commodore 2 or check the drive speed? No?
Well, you can check the drive speed, but again, that's all code stored on the ROM of the 1541, right? So you're literally just asking for it, and the 1541 itself is doing all the hard work and then just sending it back to you.
Yeah, actually, it's a pretty decent system. The fact that the drive was intelligent enough to do all this stuff without burdening the CPU.
Correct. But I think one lot I got 25 at once. I was like, wow, fantastic. What the hell do I need 25 of these things for? But they've come in handy. They've come in handy either for parts or people want to buy them.
Cool. Never can have too many retro parts.
Yeah, you can, as my wife points out all the time. You absolutely can.
Okay, Mark O is saying that he's seeing some stuttering and stuff on Twitch and on YouTube.
Yep.
So anybody in the chat there, are you guys seeing that too, or is that local to Mark? I guess is the first question, because I know Mark Mosley, you'd mentioned that your internet was actually down this morning. So
it was. And, so far during the show, it did drop a few frames, and now for some reason it's telling me it's dropped 0 frames. So
right, I just got to reload to try again and reload it, and now it's fine. So I don't know, something might have just.
I didn't have any problem with Zoom, so
it's the internet. It's always weird.
Well, why did they call it Twitch?
I still remember it was called Justin TV. So
I blame the whole thing on Amish hackers.
Right.
Yeah,
Darn.
Wayland on he says YouTube just stopped for a moment earlier. I had to reload, so it looks like it's been going a little bit, but reloading seems to fix it for the most part.
Nobody wants to hear me. That's probably why.
No, it's just too much awesomeness for YouTube, I think.
Yeah. That's what we're going with. Too much awesomeness. Sure. We'll go with
All right,
that.
I got another question for you.
Sure.
Because I
So
haven't
what-
heard any stuttering in my
What
end.
do you What do you think about the future of this what we're doing? Do you think it's going to eventually just be a small percentage of people that have these things, or do you think that people are going to start manufacturing again, like the Coco and the Commodore 64? And I mean, they've already done that to the 64 to a degree, I guess. But,
I mean, it's kind of hard to quantify the numbers, right? But if you if you take a step back and look at where the retro community was, say 5 years ago, to where it is today, it's doing nothing but progressing, right? Now, I mean, I can't really speak too heavily on the Coco stuff, but if you take a look at the 64, in the past 5 years, we've had every revision of the C64 motherboard has been recreated perfectly and accurately. The molds for the casing have been found. There have been multiple runs of new cases made. There is, sorry?
Even the C65.
Yep. Looks like
But
it's
that's exactly why everyone should play those numbers in the lottery tonight.
Yeah.
We keep asking.
Thank you for that, Frank.
Or
We'll get
what
right
was-
on that.
What was the hot topic that made the show devolve into a black hole?
I think it was Commodore. At least that's some of the people.
It was, yeah. Sorry, that's my bad.
It wasn't
Talking about
WeFax.
Commodore.
No,
Everybody drink.
not this time.
I don't know how much of it was caught, but before the stream went to crap for a bit there on YouTube, but we were talking about, is the retro community, Ron's question was the retro community, do you think it'd last for a while? And Frank was mentioning that definitely on the Commodore and the Amiga side that, things have been getting accelerated in a good, positive way. And I have to say the same for the Coco community, because I mean, just 10 years ago, the Coco Fest was down to like 60 people showing up, and we've doubled that now. And like you said too, on the other platforms, there's more software and more hardware coming out now in the last few years than there has been the previous decade. So I think it's every retro computer is kind of getting that. I think COVID helped accelerate because a lot of people were bored sitting at home when they were forced to hang around. So what are you going to do? I've watched everything on Netflix now and Hulu. So a lot of people dug their old machines out and went, hey, this is kind of fun. And then they go and say, hey, there's a bunch of people doing this. And they kind of joined in, like our Facebook group. It had a lot more users in the last few years.
I think
too.
social media helps quite a bit too, right? I mean, it's just, and there's interest. Like I get emails from people saying, oh, I want to buy a Commodore 64. I've never owned one. Do you know where I can get one? I've done nothing but use an emulator, which is fantastic to see, right? Because it's just like this whole, and new PCBs is fantastic because eventually some of those, the substrate will come apart and will just dissolve. It's going to happen eventually. That there's,
Looks
new
like the
modern
stream disappeared
replacements.
again.
Yep.
I'm seeing YouTube and Twitch.
Twitch is rebuffering, and I haven't found the continued stream on YouTube yet.
Yeah, I can't find it either.
I went to 0.
Local recording. Hopefully you have it.
Yes.
No.
It's
have to
obviously
fix this in
not just a
post.
network problem though, because this is running fine. Unless you're
Yeah.
seeing buffering on your end there, Mark. We're not seeing any here.
No, right now Zoom sounds fine. Although earlier I did lose.
I
Zoom
haven't
for
seen
a
any
little bit.
problem with Zoom at all. Not once.
No.
Yep,
Okay.
you guys are back.
You know what? It may be Restream having the issue because
Yeah,
I've
I'm
got
beginning to
my
think it is
Zoom
because
running-
if it's affecting YouTube and Twitch and Facebook, but not Zoom, then that's
I've
kind
got-
of pointing to Restream.
I've got
Yeah.
Zoom running on a whole separate computer, which is what I'm talking on, and I haven't lost that. So yeah.
Yeah, well, fix it in
Texas
post.
Foosball suggests turn your torrents off.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, let me turn that off right now.
That's funny.
I'm just backing up all those cracked C64 games you did back in the day. There.
Yeah.
The other
mean,
thing
the-
I was going to talk about was
Because I'm dropping frames
CRT.
Mhm.
CRTs are getting hard to find. If you wanted to go retro with your, 486,
Right.
you're just not finding them anymore.
Someone's
Yeah.
gonna,
They all,
and
They're
finding
gone.
the parts as well.
Yeah.
So one of our show pieces that we like to take to shows is our SX64, which is, I mean, Curtis has seen it. It is like 100% factory stock, brand new, from a lot of work that was put and a lot of money that was spent in getting it back to, 100% stock condition.
What
no
is it?
scratches, no, sorry?
What is it? You just gave me a number, but you didn't say
The
what it is.
SX64 was the portable version of the Commodore 64.
Oh, okay.
It's got a little color screen, and we spent a ton of money. We got like professional body work done to it to fix any dents, scratches, but it took almost 16 months, 14 or 16 months, something like that, for us to find a flyback for it. And we had that outfit, that kind of parts hunting outfit, looking, and eventually they found one in like Hong Kong, because it also happened to be used for some security monitor that was made for that community. So the CRTs are, it's a terrible loss, but they're so much harder to repair and find parts for than, say, a CoCo or a C64, where you could, easily whip up a replacement chip, something simple. But and it's a shame, because I mean, I prefer looking at it. Like, I have 2 PVMs in the shop that we use for everything, because they're incredible. Yeah, I could probably use a OSSC or a Retro Tank and upscale to it. No, but I prefer having the actual CRT in front of me. Problem is once they die, no one is making parts for them. Like, nobody.
Yeah. A lot of these Model 3s and 4s are having trouble, getting the little 12-inch jobs for them. And then, we have CM8s. They don't have any door anymore, usually.
Yeah,
And,
a lot of Commodore monitors are the same thing.
Yeah, and the ones with the door have such a much better picture on them. Do you ever notice that? No, I guess not.
I'm thinking some bright person's going to have to invent an LCD that looks like a CRT, that's smooth properly and so forth, to emulate it a little bit, because, like I say, we're going to run out of them.
Yeah,
sooner not later.
Did you
I'm
guys
not sure you can
consider-
ever get that gun look, right? Where the guns are firing. Like, I don't think you'll ever be able to get it 100%.
That's like trying to replace a Vectrex screen, right, with a LCD. It probably is not going to work the same. You have to have software to make it look like.
Yeah, you phosphor decay rates and all kinds of things.
Yeah, there's like, it's hard, and some of the stuff is just organic, right? Some of the patterns you end up getting. So,
did you start to consider for that small screen to replace it with a LCD instead?
So I have 2 of them, and one of them does have an LCD, but this was to be our showpiece that we brought to shows. So I wanted it to be 100% original, right? Like, it is. I mean, Curtis has seen it. It is like pristine, like no marks, no nothing. It is 100% pristine. And it took a while to achieve that, because I specifically trying to find that flyback. But when I did find it, I bought 3 of them. And I'm like, these other 2 are going in a safety deposit box, like, forever.
Before we get too far away from it, Rocky Hill is looking for a flyback for his Apple Studio CRT.
Good job, I guess.
6.
Yeah. What size? Which one? Because they made like 3 sizes, I think.
Well, Rocky, you're just gonna have to join the panel and ask them.
Yeah, or you know what? Send me an email, because I don't mind asking our contacts to kind of see what they can find for people. Like, I have no problem doing that at all, because they're always looking for stuff for us, and they get paid based on whether they find it or not, right?
You know what's really cool is to have somebody come on and say they've gotten this computer in its original box, and it's hardly ever been used, and they pull it out and it looks beautiful. And for you have a bunch of computers that don't have a box and that don't look pretty. It's really neat to see one that's really nice. Sometimes you'll see that with model Tandy 1000s. They're in the original. There's 3 boxes. They look beautiful.
Pedro says a 17-inch he believes for that CRT fly that.
Send me an email. I'll see if I can
Yeah, he says he will.
help you out. Yep. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just one big community, right?
Yep. Yep. I mean, some of these,
Except for the Atari ST fans. That's all.
I mean, for the retro community, like, CRT monitors and stuff, that's something that all of us have in common. I mean, some might be composite, some might be RGB or whatever, but some of that same technology that is disappearing, you can't get replacements, affects all of us. So, I mean,
A whole bunch of
band together.
phosphors being shot. Yep, exactly.
Band together.
Well, even to find channel 3 and 4 on a modern monitor is getting bad, right?
Yeah, I got a Sony VCR on top of one of my PVMs solely for like working on like Coco 2s or 2600s or whatever still requires RF output. Because it's like the only way I can get channel 2 or 3.
And the only good thing is there's no broadcast on those anymore. So when you
Correct.
do use them, they're decent.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's less interference. Actually, you get a better picture now than you did back in the old days.
Right.
Oh, way better. Yeah, way better.
I've got a CM8. Oh.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just about to say I've got a CM8 monitor in pristine condition, but it's died. I think it's the coil on the yoke, that winding, as the wire is broken somewhere. Because I remember turning on the monitor once, looking inside, you can see a glow coming from the wiring, so it's arcing. So I've still got
like
it.
the insulation material on it break down because the
it's
wire's
something,
coated,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
And I assume they can't be fixed properly.
Something like that probably could be fixed properly. I mean, we just have to be rewound. The other problem with them is people's like we do offer services to fix CRTs, but then people are like, holy mac, it's going to cost like $90 to ship it to you. Well, I think it's like 40 pounds, right? I mean,
and ship it in one piece.
And ship it in one piece, man.
That's the trick.
Like,
So I think what Nick is saying there, Frank, is that the next time you're in Australia, look him up. And,
the very
drop
next
over.
time.
Yep, I'll buy you a
Next
beer.
time I'm in your neighborhood. Like our the standard form we sell people, or we send people who are sending equipment in, literally says, when you think you've used enough bubble wrap, use more.
Right.
A lot more. Like a lot more. Bubble wrap doesn't weigh much. Who cares? Shipping is all based on weight, not the size, unless you're like some abnormal, like 5 foot by 5 foot box. Everything's just based.
Like if you're shipping a
calculated on
PDP
weight.
11 or something, you might have.
Yeah.
Actually, I think I've pretty well given up trying to fix the CM8. So I've still got it because I don't want to throw it out. And I figure one day when I get creative, I'll rip out the tube and all the electronics, and I'll find an LCD monitor to put in the case, and find a RGB to VGA adapter for the Coco.
So is it like, I'm not familiar with the internals of the CM8, but I'm pretty sure you can remove the neck from the tube, can't you?
Remove the neck, yes. The U part you said, which relates to me, no.
No, because if you could remove just the yoke where the winding is done, then you could just send us the yoke and we can help you out with that.
Oh, okay.
Because I've got a CM8. I mean, I could just pull the yoke out and switch them and figure out how long a winding it needs to be.
And this is no yoke.
Yeah, and this is no yoke.
Brian Weasler in the chat is mentioning, he says, Nick, the glow is from this filaments from the red, green, and blue guns. It could be the flyback because you don't have high voltage.
No, the glow, I know is in the guns. This glow is on the wires itself.
Yeah, so they're coated. Sometimes if the coating breaks down, it's going to arc.
Coating's broken down and it's arcing.
Yeah.
And then Pedro said it's cheaper to fly Frank out to you than to ship the CRT. So maybe that's just pay for his plane ticket.
Well, I might try rip the yoke out because I figure if I'm going to destroy it anyway by putting a LCD monitor in there, I'll try that first. If I can remove the yoke, then I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
Some of the some of the other Tandy monitors are similar. Like if you were to find a CM5,
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
you know, with a bad flyback, the yoke would still work, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And those are probably more common than CM8s and easier to find. So
Yeah.
Aren't the windings on Australian monitors the other way around though?
yeah, it's kind of like water down the drain, you know, it goes the other way.
They're upside down.
Upside
Aren't they
down,
wrapped,
so
aren't
it
they
doesn't-
wrapped counterclockwise versus clockwise here in North America?
That's all right. I'll just put the monitor
I know.
upside down.
I know that the IBM PS2 monitors were wrapped differently for the Southern Hemisphere.
This is stupid talk with Ron and
Yeah.
Frank and Curtis.
Yeah.
Any other
Did you
comments?
anything else
there?
from us?
Yeah.
Yeah, any other questions or comments from the panel and also from the chat? We'll give you probably wrap this up here pretty quick. So Frank can get back to having a life.
What's the monitor behind your head, Curtis?
We talked about that before. It's a Magnavox 8515.
Is it broken?
Nope.
Oh.
But it is hanging off the edge of the shelf.
That's right.
It's
It's a 1084 in a different case
barely.
for those.
It's pretty solidly on there.
It makes me nervous.
There's a lot of other reasons of stuff in this room to be nervous of. That's not one of them.
Okay. Well,
All right. Well, this is fantastic. This is fun.
Yeah, it was, and thanks for allowing yourself to be embarrassed with old clips and photos of you back in the early 2000s. There,
I'm too old to care anymore.
and I did
Maybe.
really like the story about security dragging you off because of your USB charger.
Yeah. I don't recommend anyone go through that ever.
And especially like when Leo was asking you, well, did you get strip search? And you said no comment. That was.
I didn't get strip search, but I did think that like there was a point in time where I was like, oh, great. I'm going to Gitmo. I'm never going to see my family again. Like, that's it. I'm done for. But, and the whole, the airlines could sue you thing scared the crap out of me for a bit.
Cleared you. And the
We
airline,
freaked out, so you got to pay.
Do you know if Leo ever had a Coco or?
He had one for a while. I took down to him. It was actually on display at the Twit studio.
Yeah, I don't know if he was an Apple guy through and through when he was younger.
Oh, okay.
Atari originally. He was an 8-bit Atari first.
Yeah. And then Apple II, and he ran hard with that.
Yeah. And he ran hard with the Mac after that as well.
Yeah, but I don't think, apart from later on, I don't think in his younger days he had a Coco. I mean, his younger days was like an abacus, chisel, and rock. But
yeah, he's getting officially close to retirement age here pretty quick. I think he's 60. Is he 62, 63? His birthday's the same as mine. I do know that.
Oh, he's got to. No, I think he's probably 67 now.
Well, I'm 68.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think
he's born in the 50s, if what I remember.
54, 53, 2.
I don't remember exactly.
Yeah.
Well, he'll never see this then.
I've tried encouraging him a few times actually, but I haven't even actually.
I'm gonna when this is done, I'm gonna ping him on Facebook and send him a link.
Oh, geez.
But when he was collecting all those retro machines, because he had old pets and a bunch of stuff that was all donated to him when he had the bigger studio, he had the Coco was actually in there. The Coco 3 I actually wrote a real program that drew the Twit logo and did some animated palette stuff that could show off. And if we still had the original Justin TV, that video, Burke actually posted it up on there. But when Justin sold out and became Twitch, they pulled everything off. I totally forgot about it, so it was too late. By the time I realized I don't have that anymore. I think I have a picture of it somewhere. I had it on Google Plus, which of course that's gone now too. Don't ever trust the cloud, folks. That's what
that's the problem. We all trusted it a bit too much.
Yeah.
That's why I'm keeping everything.
I do have the
on a
program
floppy
still,
disk.
though. I did find it when I was going through these old floppies here, so maybe I'll post it up on the archive at some point.
I must say though, I did learn a bunch of stuff from when it was screensavers or,
Yeah.
The
The old
was
Tech
good.
TV was good.
It was great.
It was until Paul Allen sold it, and then everything went sideways.
And then TV execs started being in charge of it, and that was the problem.
Luckily, Tech TV was owned by 3 entities: Paul Allen, Rogers Communication, and I'm trying to remember the parent company of the How To Network in Australia. I think it was Murdoch, to be honest with you, who owned the How
The Rupert
To.
Murdoch company.
Yeah, that owned How To. or one of his subsidiaries. But when they decided to kind of tank Tech TV and rebrand it solely G4, Rogers and the How To said, no, screw that. We're keeping it Tech TV. So Tech TV ran a lot longer in Canada and Australia than it did in the US, many years, until it finally caved in. And I don't even know if G4, like I haven't had cable in a decade, so I'm not even sure if G4 is still around. But at least Tech TV kept its identity here in Australia for a long time. Well, they didn't keep it in Australia, but the How To network essentially bought everything, all the programming.
Do you know what G4 stood for?
No idea.
Power Mac G4? No, I'm just kidding.
It was a primarily gaming network is what it was.
I was really irritated when they merged with Tech TV and promptly discontinued all of the tech stuff.
Well, that was their idea. They wanted the subscriber base, right? The cable subscriber base. That's really all they wanted.
But it was like, oh, don't worry, we're just moving here.
But see, that's why we kept shows like Call for Help and later on Lab at Leo going here, because CRTC in Canada requires that a certain percentage of the content be Canadian content, right? So it was like, hell, this is the most popular show that we had. So we're not rebranding G4. We're going to keep it Tech TV, and we're going to start doing the show here, which would qualify for the Canadian content rule.
Yeah, but the actual G4 satellite channel doesn't exist anymore. I think there's something just recently come back as a streaming platform, but the original G4 over conventional cable and satellite television doesn't exist anymore. I think it became something else.
Jason, your brother Ken here is saying G4 came back on YouTube and just died.
Oh, well, he's even more up to date then. Oh, that's some good news for today.
I haven't had cable for like over a decade, so
it's quite the drama. Google the new G4, and
I think G4 became Esquire Network or something, and I lost track after that.
Esquire, all right.
Yeah, James Diffendaff in the chat says Tech TV was awesome, but I hated G4. G4, I didn't mind the first year when they still had a little bit of the old tech stuff. The ones that started going into stupid crap, it was just
once they brought like Kevin Pereira, I liked, but and I got to know him later on. But once they went down that Attack of the Show road, it was just like, you guys are
garbage.
Killing this. Yeah, totally killing this. So,
yep.
All right. Well, I've had a fantastic time. Unless anyone has got any other burning, probing questions.
I don't. I asked everything I wanted to ask.
There's meds for that burning question.
Yes, there is. I was waiting for someone. There's a cream. You can apply.
As long as you didn't say
sorry, I couldn't help it. You walked that one right out there.
I did. I opened the door wide open and said, "Come on in."
Okay.
David.
I think that's it for questions. I don't see any questions in the chat.
For the other 3 hours of the show.
Yeah. Anyway, thanks a lot for coming on, Frank, and thanks for, like I said,
absolutely, and thank
allowing
you.
yourself to be embarrassed.
I have no problem, and thank you very much to the CoCo community. You guys have been fantastic in supporting us,
Frank. And I would like to say thank you for supporting the communities, because you certainly give a good service to everyone.
Gladly, anytime.
And I look forward to seeing you at a Cocoa Fest rather than a truck stop.
Yeah. One that we couldn't even get something to drink at because there was like a leak everywhere.
Yeah, that was fun.
Enjoy the rest of your day, guys.
Okay. All right. Later, sir.
Bye.
You are watching CoCoTALK, the world's leading weekly video podcast featuring a candy-colored computer. We spread the love to the past, present, and future for all models, including the original color computer, the Coco 3, and the world-renowned exclusive French-Canadian Coco 2. The Radio Shack.
CoCoTALK would like to thank the patrons who sponsor our program, so our heartfelt gratitude goes out to Alan Huffman, Alan Murphy, Blair Ledoux, Boat and Aaron, Brendan Donahue, Brian Weasler, Brian Walsh, Karen Anscombe, D. Bruce Moore, Daddy Burrito, Daniel Williams, Diego, Eric Canales, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Vebke, Grant B., Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Jason Downs, J Style, Ken Reichert, Malfunct, Melly, Michael Pitsley, Mike Rayburn, OG Hugo, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Paul Thayer, Retro Tech Time, Rick Hewlin, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Stephen Wagner, Steve Batson, Steve Rasmussen, Terry Steen, Terry Steggy, The Backyard Shed Gang, Tim Thayer, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom Heron, Tom S., Tony C., and William Athing. Thank you ever so much, patrons.
It's time for everyone's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord This Week?
Atomic Dragon says, "Hi, my name is Michael Sashini. I have a Coco 1 and 2, and love to collect retro systems and play retro games. I have a number of systems, Sega Genesis, Commodore 64, TI-99 4A, ColecoVision, Nintendo 64, Wii, PlayStation 4 and every Xbox system. Soon, I hope to find a Coco 3 I can afford to purchase to add to my collection. Please accept me into your server." Schema says, "Well, my real name is Leif, big retro computing fan, focused on Commodores but have a Coco 1 as well that I occasionally dabble with." Proton says, "Hi, I'm Kevin and I'm new to the Coco Pi, and am wanting to learn from all of you in this great community. For me it's a hobby and admit to being a novice. Thanks everyone." The previous bios were edited for time, thanks to Grand Old Ian, Boys in Tech, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Nightbeard, Glenside Computer Club and the CoCoTALK patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.cocotalk.live.
See y'all on Discord!
It's now Septandy, and the hottest game this video is talking about is Robot Nightmare.
Robot Nightmare.
What new accolades are being shown upon Robot Nightmare?
Robot Nightmare.
Celebrate Septandy by getting your copy of Robot Nightmare.
Robot Nightmare.
Get it today at kenscococorner.itch.io.
Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the Game On Challenge. And let's see here. And share. It should have only, yeah, there it goes. And this week, or these previous 2 weeks, we played Firecopter and Glove. And with Firecopter, we had 16 pilots. And in 16th place, we had Exile in Paradise with 12,880. 15th place, we had Pedro Pena with 30,900. 14th place, Mr. Dave 6309 with 33,540. 13th place, Mark B with 45,070. 12th place, we had Sloopy with 45,080.
Damn,
what am I doing?
10 points.
Yeah, what am I doing that's so funny? I mean, I know I'm funny looking, but you can't see me. 11th place, Rich N with 47,020. 10th place, we had Coco Man, who actually used real hardware on the live show, with 53,450. 9th place, we had Ed Rhodes at 55,050. 8th place, we had Canadian Retro Things with 57,660. 7th place, we had Jim Rye at 60,990. 6th place, we had Sabhead with 61,050. 5th place, we had Shenley with 62,070. 4th place, we had Paul Shoemaker at 67,400. 3rd place, we had Eric Omont with 81,150. 2nd place, we had Brian Walsh with 85,580. And the number one pilot is, I guess this isn't going to be much of a surprise, Buck Owens with 85,810.
CoCoTALK
Thanks
salute
for playing.
Buck Owens.
And we also
Hang
played.
on. Buck Owens salute. Matt, go ahead.
Woohoo! Then we also played Glove or G Love. Glove sounds better.
Glove.
We had 6 people who threw down the gauntlet. You like what I did there? In 6th place, we had Ed Rhodes with 10,442. In 5th place, we had Shenley with 16,700. 4th place, we had Sloopy with 18,540. 3rd place, Canadian Retro Things with 25,300. 2nd place, we had AJ of the Sibling Rivalry Show, and she scored 25,860. And the number one spelunker was Sabhead with 28,480. There is one missing, I do believe, but I could be wrong. Thank you for everyone who played, and game on.
Yay!
I think Tim Linder was in there too, wasn't he?
Yes, that's what I was saying. I know I forgot someone. Maybe my subconscious mind was getting back at him for all the cheating he's done. But no, let me see here.
I think you were just distraught that Ken beat you on this one.
Oh,
Yeah.
Tim Lindner was first place on Glove with 34,421.
You don't have no bait traps down here, right?
Nope.
I was making sure you didn't get into one.
No.
The only place that we don't have upstairs.
Sorry, give me 1 second. You eat the hot dog?
They ate 2 of them for the drinking water now.
Family emergency.
Dun, dun, dun. I was just playing Firecopter here during the segment, and I got 76,050.
Yeah.
Just towards the end of the interview. Just so you know,
Right.
it's
All right.
a fun game.
Okay.
Pictures or it didn't happen?
Good, because you may have had something.
Yeah, that's my problem. I never could figure out.
Oh,
how
I could get you a picture. I have it.
I was thinking.
I opened the front door and he ran right out there and freaking.
Well, that's good. So, all right. Sorry. Yeah, when I left, we had a whole bunch of people here. We were discussing what to do about my poor dog. He's a chocolate lab, 8 years old, and he was not eating anything. He was constantly horking. So, but yeah, he just had. When I went up there, I made him a hot dog, and he chowed down on that. And he seems to be doing better. So, he's going to my other son's house for a few days, so he doesn't have to deal with the other dog here. But sorry about that sideline. All right. Let's see here. Where was I? We were talking about these games.
That don't have any hot dogs in them.
No. Sorry. I've had him for 8 years since he was a pup, and he's quite on my mind.
I understand.
So, it seems that Firecopter was much more popular than Glove. And let's see here. There is. And yeah, I'm not Ken, so I'm not well prepared for this kind of thing. Where is my thing? There's my thing. And
so,
oh, and I put my proof in the Game On Challenge channel on the Discord server there, Mark. So just for the sake of proving it.
Okay.
Not that it counts.
And where is this? Oh, that's page 12 and 14, 15, 16.
So yeah, I found Firecopter pretty good, but for such an early game, it really did the 3D pretty good as far as like the calculating the isometric. Really did really did well on that.
Yeah. Actually, here is a from the Adventure International catalog. Here it was. I don't know the year that it was released. I'm sure
1982.
Curtis knows this off the top of his head.
Curtis knew it off the top of his head before he even got the sentence out.
Well, the thing is, I'm the one who sent this to Ken to forward to you.
Yeah,
so.
I was going to say, because this was from Curtis on Curtis's website. So,
but it was exclusive to the Coco. Most of the stuff Adventure International sold, like you see, Rearguard Below, which we eventually did get a Coco version, wasn't out at this time, but they made for the Apple, the Atari, the TRS-80, later on the PC, etc. But they had a few exclusives for some of the platforms as well. And Firecopter was exclusive to the color computer, and programmed by, of course, Dale Lear, who also did Double Back, so and one of his best friends.
Yeah. One thing I did notice is that it had very good 3D imaging for its time, because you saw a few programs back that early with 3D effects, but they didn't really take them into consideration. They were more of a visual thing as opposed to a part of the game where you would actually be moving in 3D space like this. There was like the space shooters, like the like Star Raiders and such, where they implied 3D by making things smaller and larger, but the wireframe 3D was not as common. And I thought that was a very interesting effect, and it was well implemented in Firecopter. So, anyone else have any?
One thing I would say about Firecopter, that is a game that would have really liked being run later on when the Coco 3 came out, where we supported 2-button joysticks, because it is a little bit awkward, holding down the button to get your hose to spray the water, but you have to do that really quick click to do the laser fire if you want to take out one of the guards or one of the firebugs, which sometimes doesn't work when you're in the heat of the moment type thing, which having a second button would have really helped.
I'm surprised there's not a L. Curtis Boyle patch for that.
I didn't involve 609, so I didn't bother. And I'm not going to be participating too much here because I'm busy trying to load all the news stories up now that I've finished the interview and had all those heavy media files loaded up. So please keep talking.
So the other game that we had was Glove, which seems to be a Gauntlet type clone, released in 2006, and it seemed to be pretty good.
Yeah, it's cross-platform. It auto-detects if you have 32K or 64K, because it buffers more stuff if you have 64. It auto-detects if you're on a drag in 32 or 64, and adjusts the keyboard reading for that as well. So, and if you guys remember the 3D Death Chase we played not too long ago, it's actually by the same author, James McKay.
Nice. Any other thing to lend to us while you're not paying attention and queuing up the news?
Well, it's a multiplayer simultaneous game. It's actually a little bit closer to the arcade, I think, honestly, than Gauntlet is. Not as close as Gauntlet 2 was by Dicom, but they tried to keep it really close to the original in a lower res, obviously. But I also did like the fact that they changed the color sets. So when you're on different levels, you get your white background, sometimes you get the green, etc.
Right.
So it kind of varies it up a little bit instead of just the same boring 4 colors, especially if you pick that pastel one to begin it. And the fact it's a fat binary and works on the Dragon and the Coco properly without any patches or load an alternative version was quite nice.
Yeah. There's also a comment from that guy that makes the 10 same games over and over again. And he says, is there an easy version called Kid Gloves? So, all right, I'm going to stop floundering here and we're going to announce the game for next week. And speaking of games that are done multiple times, I actually was given the task of consorting with the Game On High Council to choose the game, and I decided to turn around and find a person who plays with us on occasion and ask them to choose a game. And they have chosen one. And the game they have chosen is Galactic Attack, as some of us may be familiar with, which is we've played several similar type games, but not this one, like Demon Attack, Galax Attack, and such. So hopefully the High Council will not shoot me for picking another shoot up the screen type game. And
4K it works on.
Yep.
Yeah, on cartridge. It'll take 16K if you're loading up disc or tape.
Right. Yeah, I'm more of a Coco 1 type game person, so I prefer the earlier stuff. So get your joysticks ready and get loaded up, and then join us on Friday when we play on the stream. And that is going to be the end of my floundering of the game.
I will add one thing. I will add one thing about Galactic Attack, just for people who are aware. It is designed for analog joysticks, because when you move your joystick, you're not just moving left, right, or center. You're moving to the relative position of the joystick on the x-axis. So if you move the joystick 3/4 the way, your ship will move till it's 3/4 the way across the screen. Oof. So it's not one that is friendly for digital joysticks. So I just want to make sure people are aware of that.
Well, then people will know by that fact alone that I didn't choose the game.
Whip out the trackball for this one.
Yeah.
So it's a Black Beauty game.
Yep.
Or a deluxe with
deluxe.
The centering, auto centering shut off.
Or the white color.
Well, I hand it back to you, Mark.
And if you need a analog joystick, Computer Connect has some.
Actually, we don't.
Oh,
are you sold out?
You're out?
We're between runs. The ones I have left are all the product children that are going to require a little more work. So they aren't centered properly from the factory and can't be made centered. So I have to unmelt the melted plastic, but there's more. But
you failed me for the last time, Rick.
Yes, I failed again.
Do you have an estimated time on when those will be available, Rick?
No, they'll be trickling out as I have time. I'm starting to get into the Ed Snyder situation of, I need to make these and I need to make that. I need to update the site and I need to write a new blog post and I need to.
Time to make the donuts.
2023 is 3 months away or so, isn't it?
Donuts.
He's got
These
mail.
donuts are all network ports, but still donuts.
All right. Do we need another commercial break for you to catch up, or?
Well, I thought we didn't have too long of a thing here. So does anybody have any project updates or acquisitions while I finish loading all the pages up?
Sure, I can throw some things out that will update.
Take it away, Rick.
Okay, I'll give it a shot. Let me change to, first I will show a proper OS 9 boot.
Thank God, finally.
From this morning.
With no drive wire?
Well, no drive wire yet, but you'll notice we don't need no stinking clock.
There we go.
I'm getting it off the network.
Nice.
All right, now I've got the panel off your face, so go ahead.
So it's got a real-time clock.
Over the network.
Right. We'll just ask somebody. We don't need to know ourselves. And then the Nick Barente's project update. We are working on the four voice Orc 90, which we're calling the Orc 180. I was going to say I have everything but these few parts, but then Janko stopped by just before the show and gave me all of these parts.
Oh,
so I can finish it now. So, see? And then unfortunately, I did get this. This is a heater blend door for a 20 teens Camaro. Google that on YouTube sometime if you want to see a hard break. I'm going to have to install that thing.
So you got to take the dash down to nothing.
Well, no, you have to take out the seat, crawl under the dash, remove the BCM, cut a hole in the side. Otherwise, it's a $3,000 job because you got to take out the windshield and the dash. And so,
show us.
What?
Sorry.
What is
Show
it?
us the AUK board again. I missed it just a second ago.
Oh, sure.
I just woke up.
Let me okay.
We haven't started the news.
Here's the state of the prototype at this point. And the few parts that are missing just came in from Jamco, which is my supplier of third resort. I finished the GAL program, so I think I'll be able to test this pretty soon.
So this isn't the version that you showed me that doesn't have the ROM.
Oh, here's the thing we're prototyping towards, which fits in a game pack.
Right, yeah.
But that first one, it's got room for a ROM. I can check the audio. I'm not sure about my balancing because you have to balance 4 channels into 2 channels and the 2 channels into 1 channel so that all your various outputs all are the same. You can't have all 4 voices just blast into a CM8 speaker. That thing would go poof and smoke would come out. So you've got to divide volume.
Cone coming out.
You'd be able to do one explosion once with
really
a lot
awesome.
of realism.
Hold my
It'd be
beer.
the best sounding explosion sound effect ever done by a sound chip. But
and then you would need a new speaker for your CM8. So anyway, that's where I've been headed and where I'm going. Oh yeah, and I also have where's my face? Put the face back on. I've also made all these network cards. So if you need a clock, I have a very expensive clock with better software in the wings.
Yeah.
Nice.
so all the bugs with the various CoCos have been ironed out now, basically.
Not yet. I think what we need is a faster GAL chip for the Protector 3. So that's the back-ordered thing that I've been given the over-under dates on. That will probably make up for that extra chip that the Protector has that's kind of getting us out of sync. And then I still haven't figured out what to do about the 86 CoCo 6309 running 6309 nitrous because it works with 6809 nitrous. So I'd kind of need to know what specifically might, and I have no idea.
Yeah, that's the odd one. All the others in common is the Protector board. No.
The one
is it
with
speed because of native mode? Because I mean, 609 nitrous is running a lot of instructions faster than.
That's got to be. There's something with the 86 gimme versus native mode that the 86 gimme in not native mode nitrous, because all you have to do is run not native the 6809 nitrous and it works, and 6309 nitrous and it fails. But now this
and
is
only on the 86 it works on the 87.
But yes, and on the 87 gimme and 6309, you're gold. So there's something weird, some tiny little thing, but I don't have one, so I can't really pick at it too hard. I'm going to have to. I made a 6809. I made an 86 gimme with a 6309, and it doesn't run nitrous reliably at all. It's not a very.
Oh, even without the network.
Right. Just the Tandy 512K, old gimme, new 6309. It'll run till it doesn't, and then it'll boot if it wants to, and then
You said you have a Tandy original memory upgrade in there though.
I've got 2 Tandys, the 2 AXX numbers. I've got a disto, and
I was wondering, are you running like the older 150 nanosecond chips that some of them had, which did have problems with the speed?
It's been around the block.
Because I know some of the upgrades later on put 120s that solved some of those timing problems, even on the original pre-609.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I've tried 150s and 120s and a PP and a disto and both Tandys, and I just. I mean, we move timings around so much, and you'd think I would have stumbled across something that worked by now, and I just haven't. But we're still going with that. So yeah, there's still the 2 specific hardware combinations that don't work yet, but don't give up. We haven't. But for everyone else, I guess we could use a few out there so people will.
Has anybody tried it with a Gimme X yet?
Nope. Again, a thing I don't have, but I'd sure like one. You want an engineering sample there, Curtis? I bet you don't have time to mess with it, but
yeah, that's the one thing I don't want you to like send out hardware that I can't touch for a year type thing. So
right, because I'll probably have a different one by then. So, which, yeah, we're looking at things like trying to work in a boot ROM and some other things like that. But first, we got to get a couple units sold. And, but yeah, the boot ROM would look like this. That's how far we are in on that thing. So anyway.
Yay, diskless workstations.
I do like the real-time clock thing though, so maybe I should force time.
Well, yeah, and if I can get this working, I mean, here's my newest idea for the we got rid of the serial port since you can't buy the dang things, and I've stuck a ROM in its place, and focus, think, and it still neatly fits in a ROM pack. And if I can get the ROM figured out, and Henry gets his boot code figured out, maybe not next Coco Fest, but the one after that, you won't need anything but stick this in the side of your Coco and no multi-pack, and away you go.
Cool. Definitely progress being made, which is good to see.
Yeah, I'm glad that I went the easy route rather than the most complete route, because we might actually get some code done in my lifetime. Like I say, I'm old.
How big a ROM will that hold?
This is just a 2K to fit slot where the disk basic ROM is.
Okay.
That's exactly what it's going to do. And then I'm actually working on a more complex triple layer where you have the disk basic ROM, and then you have the registers from the network chip. And so when you boot, CART triggers the disk basic ROM, but then CART is switched to the interrupt, and then the network chip switches its I/O to where the disk basic ROM was. So this is all in RAM now. You've got 16K of Ethernet in RAM that you don't have to transfer into RAM and out of RAM. You can just work on it from the chip on the bus.
Cool.
So that will get us some decent games and stuff, because you don't have the 8-bit, just the whole, okay, I've got to take this 2K and put it over here before I can do anything with it. Then I can do something with it. Then I can take the 2K and put it back out over here, and I can send it to somebody. No, just work on what you need to change in your little block, and you're done. So anyway, that's my big plans. We'll see how far it goes.
We can finally get that cross-platform network racing game that Mark likes on the app.
Right. That's interesting. I saw the 2017. I saw the 2017 CoCoTALK, or one in like July of 2017, and Mark was mentioning wanting to put games on the network for Coco. So let's get to going.
I've been planning this for a long time.
I actually following the chat here, so I was kind of a little bit out of the loop for part of this because I was busy loading up tabs here, but there was some talk about Coco and cars. And there is a Toyota project that Boise had published. Unfortunately, his page is down. I did find I have a printout of it, so I'm going to have to scan that and put it up in the archive too. But he actually installed a Coco 2 with a ROM bootable OS 9 in his truck, and it would monitor some of the stuff from the truck sensors and things.
Does anyone have that software? I would sure like to see ROM boot OS 9. It was available.
Well, Boise definitely had it because he made it for that project in particular.
Right. And
so Boise would be probably the one to contact. I should mention publicly here, we are going to be doing further episodes of the 30th anniversary of Nitrous 9, because we only covered the first 10 years on the first one. So I've been contacted with Boise, and we're going to do a part 2 probably in October sometime. Now, Boise's not available on weekends, so we might have to record this in the evening on a weekday, but I do want it to be live so people could ask questions. But we're going to go through, like when we pass it to him as an open source project and they start doing development tools, and this predates LWASM and stuff, but kind of go through that history, and then do a third one where a whole bunch of community people like Tormod and David Ladd's mentioned there, Tim Linder's mentioned in there. There's a whole bunch of people, Robert Galt and a bunch of others that started contributing kind of the third phase. And I will go up till ease of use. We have done enough ease of use separately, so I'm not going to include that in this. I'll save the ease of use until 1.0.0 is released before the end of the year. So we'll just make that as a kind of a promo thing. But there will be 2 more episodes coming, probably October sometime and probably November for the third one. which will kind of cover the, up till 2016, 2017 era. And then by the end of the year, we'll have the release of version 1, and we can kind of go through that. Then that's one Rick wants, because it has the fixes for the menu handling and multi-view. So I did want to mention that we are currently figuring out who's going to be on when. We got to figure out what specific day to do it. We'll try to give you guys as much lead time as possible so you guys can come in live and ask questions.
Sloopy, you had something?
Yeah. I got a couple acquisitions from VCF Midwest. First one.
Oh, a later model Coco 1.
Yeah, it was pretty dirty when I got it. It's actually been cleaned twice since then, but it's been abused. If you can see the keys, a lot of them are pushed down and don't come back up unless you
crunchy
convince them.
And that case isn't
and it's well worn. You can see how much the wrist area has been worn down to the white plastic.
Yeah. And the door flap is stuck up. And
that's what she said.
Button. The reset button is
it's feedback.
Yeah. I got this for $20.
I can tell you what's today available Switch will fit that.
Does it turn on?
I have not tested it. Quite
What's
honestly,
the serial number?
Let's see here.
Hashtag rhetorical question.
Thanks,
Yes.
Jason.
Hey, it's a 3004, not a 3004A.
Oh, it's not Canadian then.
No. Yeah, I mean, I actually got it because I got a Coco one at Coco Fest that had a few problems, and that's more for parts than anything else, because I've got that one and another one that needs to be fixed. So, and the case is well loved, obviously. The other thing of Coco interest that I got at VCF Midwest,
SDC.
an SDC. Yep. In case.
So someone was selling SDCs at VCF Midwest.
They had 3 used ones, and I said, please, can I have one? And they said, sure. And I got one of the 3. And it was funny because there was a couple people when Frank was on. That's why I asked. I said that people were looking for him, because people were asking, hey, do you know anyone who's selling them? And I'm like, no, not that I know of here. But I did mention that he's selling them new and that he has them in stock. So
yeah, and he was planning on being at VCF, but because of the family emergency, he wasn't able to make it.
Right. I didn't know that he was supposed to be there. Otherwise I would have mentioned that, because at that point I didn't know that he was supposed to be there and wasn't. But I did mention that he did have them and had them in stock ready for shipping. And people actually offered to buy it from me, and I was like, no, I can't really do that. And I was like shocked, because one person actually offered me $150 for it.
Ooh, holy cow.
Yeah. And I was like, well,
$72 at Retro Rewind, folks.
Yeah. I said, you can buy it with case online for like 80 to 100. So they're like, well, I don't like waiting for things. Well, I'm sorry. If I had another one, I would.
Well, just tell them to come to Coco Fest now, I guess, if you're still in contact with them, because Frank is planning on being there and he'll have them in stock there too. So
no, it was just someone that was walking by that I talked to a little bit, because I had the my Coco set up there. And
you didn't have to catch their name, because obviously it's somebody that's not a regular.
No, I didn't, because they basically didn't really talk to me a whole lot. They just said they saw that I had 2 of them, because I had my original one and then I had gotten that one, and they were just stacked on each other, and they were asking me if I was selling it, and I was like, unfortunately, no, I just got that. And they were like, well, who was selling them? And I said, well, it was someone had 3 used ones, and they had already sold them all. and I actually got it from the person that bought them. So I don't even know who was selling them. So.
By the way, Frank said after hearing that offer for up to $150 for it, he says it's time to increase our prices.
Yeah. well,
Nice
let me
going.
let me put it this way. I was seriously considering actually letting it go for that much because I figured for that
you could buy two new ones.
Two of them. But the only reason why I kept it is because I wanted one of each of the three major made ones. The one from Zipster, one from Retro Rewind, and the other one made by what's his name?
Tech?
Yeah, Joystick. And so now I have one of each. So
what's that? Coco SDCs?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, there is a fourth one. There's the one made by Darren.
Darren himself. Yeah, the really early ones.
Well,
There was only 40 of those, though.
I'll sell you mine for 200.
200 Australian. What? That's like
Yeah, that's only be about
Australian?
$120 there. So
200 Australian, 50. All right, I got $50 for you.
And then $50 to ship it.
50. Oh, that's probably more like 100.
Wish. Yeah.
So
yeah, Karen's mentioning the chat. He says he has a Darren one.
yeah. So I got a couple other things, but nothing that was Coco related. So, and unfortunately, most of the stuff is still in my van because I haven't brought it in. And I mean, literally, I just went while Rick was talking about the network card. I actually went out to the car to grab the Coco one so that I could show you. But yeah, I did get a few other things, but not much. I only spent like $100. Yeah, that was it. $100.
That's what you tell your better half all the time, right? Yep.
No, she's not here.
Now, speaking of follow-up on VCF Midwest here, since it was a very successful show from the looks of it, and we had quite a few Coco people represented, I was going to ask Jason, since you're I think the only one else in the panel that was actually there. How was it for you? Like, did you get a lot of interest at the Coco booth? Did you sell a lot of product, or?
I got a lot of interest. I talked to a lot of people. I didn't bring a lot of stuff. I mean, all the switcheroos I bought, I sold out of. The other thing I had a lot of was the Apple IIgs SCART cables, and I did sell out of those right before I left. And I think I even sold some drive wire cables. But a lot of people interested in the Coco, or a lot of people. Oh, I remember those, or I had one of those. But so I think I did more chatting than selling, but I still had a great time.
Okay, because I'd asked Ken Waters, Canadian Retro Things, about it, and he said it was not as much interest as he was expecting, I guess, compared to maybe some of the other machines. I mean, obviously, the Commodores and the Atars would be more popular, but he thought there was a little bit less interest, except for people that already had Cocos. Like I was asking specifically, how many people that are new to the Coco were coming up and asking questions about it versus, the people that already are in the community and just looking for some hardware.
That's because he was so busy off talking to other people and singing and having fun. But the best part of VCF Midwest was when I got home. I came home and there was a package on my desk. And that package contained this.
Oh, yes. It sold all 4 copies of those at VCF also. Had limited copies, 4 limited copies.
And I'm sure Ken's out there listening. May I suggest a name change for the game? How about Deja Vu Nightmare? Because there's like 11 different types of this game already out there.
I think there were 10, and that's the 11th, so it goes to 11.
Oh,
yeah. Ken mentioned it goes to 11.
Or he could make another one that's very similar and call that Deja Vu Nightmare.
Yeah.
So
another sequel.
That's where you avoid robots on the road on your way to VCF.
And especially the ones sitting on a couch.
Yes. Yeah, did China make a car out of a couch? We could drive that. Yeah.
Well, thanks for that, Sleepy, and thanks, Jason, for the report. It sounds like you actually did fairly well. If you sold out, it sounds like you sold out of several of the things you brought.
Several things, but there was kind of a whole Coco corner right there. They had all that.
I don't know.
Well, I was asking the question about VCF. Like, obviously, they got the different sections, for each type of computer, like the Coco Corner, the Tier City Tandy, the Atari. that talks about the vendors and the people doing displays. I'm talking about the general public. Do they generally just tend to go to the machine they grew up with and ignore everything else, or do they really spread out and kind of try to learn about everything new? Like, did you see a lot of people that were not Coco people at the Coco corner?
The people generally will go through the whole place because, I mean, it's like 3 main rooms, and the first 2 rooms are microcomputers, and then the last one is the big iron, large mini and computers and such. And
what are they paying to get in?
They what?
What are they paying to get in?
Nothing.
It's free. It's completely free.
Yeah.
And it's people will walk through, like they'll go to the sections that they're interested in, and then they'll continue walking through the other sections. And like people that are like looking at stuff that they're not their primary interest, they'll continue to look and they'll ask questions, but they don't really stick around those sections too long. They'll just continue on looking at other things. But yeah, it's kind of a mix with the way they have it, so that you when you're walking through, in order to be able to see everything, you have to go through all the sections. But they didn't. But no one really sticks to like one section. I mean, like the people that are displaying their stuff, they'll mostly stay with one section, but they'll also go out and look at the other stuff too.
Okay, that was one thing I was wondering about. Like I said, it sounded like from the way Ken was talking that he wasn't seeing much interest from outside the Coco community, at least at where his display was. And maybe he just doesn't know some of the people, and maybe he.
Well, I think the big problem is that people just don't understand the power of OS 9.
Well, that's my precise point. So.
Right. I mean, you need to have a big sign that says OS 9 here.
Brown noser over there. I see.
Yeah. Actually, I think what most people, when I try talking about Nitrous 9, do the same reaction that Jason just did. They bang their head against a wall.
Yeah.
So.
I just closed my ear flaps. So.
I'm just going to have to attend to take over the whole damn Coco corner. I guess that's what's going to happen.
Oh, it's going to be Nitrous 9 everywhere. I mean,
it's going to be a Nitrous 9 corner. Damn, screw this Coco stuff.
In that third room with all the big stuff. I mean, they even had like racks of stuff that, cable head-ends used to use to run like the local version of the Weather Channel. So several different generations of it over there. It was like,
I couldn't get away with it because I actually get away from OS 9 because I was outside talking to this gentleman, and we were outside talking, and he actually brought a gimmicks computer.
Yeah, so we saw the pictures of that when people were walking by, and that's the big iron OS 9 machines.
Yeah, and it was funny because he was talking about how it was made in the Chicago area, but it was sold up to Canada and like out in like Vancouver area, and he bought it and had it shipped back to the U.S. to the Chicago area where he lived because he wanted one. And
I mean, they were sold worldwide. NASA bought some. Just to give an example.
And you were definitely mentioned for him to contact and talk to about it. And because it was somewhat like talking to you about OS 9. I couldn't believe it.
It's like a religious cult, really.
It was, because it was funny because Ken walks up and I says, "There's 2 of them." And he looks at me, he goes, "What do you mean there's 2 of them?" I said, this is L. Curtis Boyle before EOU. And he goes, "Really?" I said, "Yeah." He even has a gimmicks. And they started talking, and I don't know, I closed my ear flaps because they started talking OS 9.
So I need this guy's name, and then Rick, you and I are going to set up a real-time clock over a network type thing. We're going to take over the whole damn corner next year. Okay.
There we go.
And, but can this fellow solder?
I think I'm the only one who can't in the Coco community as a whole, really.
Yeah, he probably could.
You code.
I mean, he seems pretty knowledgeable and very hardware oriented in addition to software. So it's a very real possibility. He's L. Curtis Boyle 2.0.
I hope he comes to Coco Fest. Seriously, I would love to meet him because I've met a couple of the gimmicks guys like way back in Rainbow Fest era, but that was before I knew much about the operating system or even gimmicks for that matter.
Well, we told him about it and let him know about the show and the Discord, and told him about the Coco Fest and that it was local, and he said he would try to attend, whether he would bring it or not, or be a demonstrator on it or not. He wasn't 100% sure, but I am sure that if he realized the interest that it would generate there as opposed to VCF Midwest, he would probably be more likely to bring it.
I don't know. We handed out quite a bit of Cocoa Fest flyers. Had those available there in Cocoa Corner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, plus they're on the big TV when you guys went in to register and stuff. It was one of the rotating ads too. So
yeah,
I had enough people asking about Cocoa Fest for me. Instead of having to send them down a little further down Cocoa Corner, Grant brought me some flyers down to my table, so we had those down there too. So
I was next to Ken, who was next to the Cocoa, Glenside table, and I just said, right down there, you can get a flyer to learn all about it. So I'm
gonna have to swear solidarity here with Fred Provancha, because he says I can't solder either. So I've met another Cocoa person that doesn't know how to solder besides myself.
How's Andark 3 coming?
He's busy working on Control 3 for Nitrous 9 here. Give him some time. Priorities. Anyway, it sounds like it was a great show. I would love to go down. Just the time of year is literally the worst time of year they could possibly pick. So when Frank mentioned they're actually looking at doing one in Canada a little bit earlier in the year, that might be something I could attend. And Toronto's near enough to some, like Chicago and Detroit and a lot of people, Grand Rapids, like Baltair, et cetera. It would be nice to have you guys come up, and visit Canuckstan instead.
So
I just have to renew my passport.
Any more updates and acquisitions?
Yeah, I got my tabs up now, so I quit vamping.
Oh, that wasn't the news? Oh, my goodness.
No.
Ron's Garage, real quick.
Sure. And Nick Morendes, I'll just mention I'm going to show your promo. We can talk about some changes to it, but we'll do that as part of the Game On News. So go ahead, Ron.
Okay.
Unless you want the intro first, Mark. Do you have
I'll just share. It's been long.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. Let's see if this is correct.
I can throw his title up though.
We're good.
And Pedro, that's a horrible joke. That's just like pun groaning fantastic there.
Are you seeing it?
No.
Nope.
You don't see Ron's Garage?
I see you.
How about now?
You're not sharing yet.
You see you in the background.
What? Well, I have to hit share.
I don't know if anyone else.
You have to hit share to share?
Yeah, it's a weird thing, isn't it?
Ugh.
Where's Sophia Loren for you guys?
I don't know if anyone else is seeing this, but on YouTube for me, it's the resolution of the stream is very low.
Oh,
that's just the Cocoa graphic screen.
Yeah, that's what it is.
It's looking fine for me on YouTube.
All right.
I have a long delay, but it looks fine.
I thought it was the 40th birthday of the 6309, but it was not, according to L. Curtis Boyle.
Yeah, I understand the confusion. I might as well explain this a little bit, because you had put up the 40th anniversary of the 6309. It's not. I actually have a copy in PDF of the Hitachi 1985 catalog with all the specs for everything the manufacturer. It's like 800 pages.
Mm-hmm.
And they announced this HD 6309 as basically coming soon, is what it says. So it got released in October of that year, if I remember, from the OFM magazines. I think what the confusion was is that they were a second source from Motorola for the 6809, and they did make an HD 6809, which has no extra features. It's basically just a 6809 manufactured by somebody else on behalf of Motorola. That one, I think, came out in 82. So I think it was the 4th anniversary of the second source, not coming from Motorola.
Okay, gotcha.
So it was partly right, but it was the wrong chip. It was a 6809, not the 639.
All right. So
you get partial credit.
I fixed it accordingly and put the 37th back up instead. So then I made this for the Coco 3. If you want to download it, you can.
And that's your proposed artwork for the T-shirts and the posters for Cocoa Fest?
T-shirt. Yep. If we can have T-shirts made, that would be cool.
I agree.
And there it is on the hardware. I thought it looked pretty cool. Shows up nice. Big and bold. And then talked about the mouse a little bit. That sucker is really something. If you drop it, it falls, it makes a loud noise, and you figure, well, that sucker's broke now.
Yeah, don't get mad playing a game with this and huck it across the room, because you will put a hole through your wall.
That's for sure. It's heavy.
That's got real balls in it.
Yeah.
Steel balls.
Steel balls.
If you have a pinball machine and the ball goes missing for some reason, you can probably just pop this one out, throw it in.
Yep. But I've had this for years, and it's fallen maybe 100 times, and it still works just as good as ever. I had one break. I opened it up, and I was able to super glue the part back together, and it worked fine. In fact, this may be the one, but it still works. There's not I guess they don't have to be very tolerant for, being able to register the movements and stuff. Because, even as they get old, they seem to still work just the same,
Yeah, and I think the original one button black color mouse, I think actually is a bit more robust than the 2-button white deluxe one.
True.
Because that one, the button switches seem to go fairly quickly, whereas the black one, I don't think I've ever seen actually really have a problem even with the switch.
And this is what a CM8 box looks like, if you've ever wondered.
Yeah, but it's false advertising because it has a door on the picture.
Yeah,
Right.
really. They don't come that way natively anymore. No. And then I pulled out a gray machine and put it together and started fooling around with it. This is a 6809 with a CoCo2 keyboard in it. And
Worlds of Flight.
Worlds of Flight is up. And I put the speech and sound pack in it and started playing for different games. And I found a couple that I really wasn't aware of that used the thing. And it was neat to hear it speak. And then all of a sudden, guys come on and say, "Oh my God, it's Worlds of Flight. I didn't know we could use the speech and sound pack on that." And you can't. It's just the picture I put up. It doesn't mean that it's using that particular one. Come on, you guys. Sheesh. So, and isn't this cool? A USB 64 gigabyte stick, but somebody figured out how to light up an old what do you call those things?
Vacuum tube.
Vacuum tube.
Is it a vacuum tube? That's not a mixing tube.
And really, if you think of it, this thing isn't lit up at all, is it?
Right.
Because those things usually glow like a reddish color.
Well, nowadays, they light up the base of real tubes like this to make it look cool, because you can't see the heaters in modern tubes really. Yeah. So I have a bunch of guitar stuff that has tubes in it, and they've put yellow LEDs underneath it to light it up like that, because then it looks like a real tube.
Yeah.
Even though it is a real tube.
Well, but if you know how they work, and you're old like I am, you know that these things light up red. Yeah. And they have a little case for it and everything to hold it when you're not using it. Now,
does it get as warm as a real tube?
Well,
yeah, can I heat up my room like my tube-based amp does?
Yeah,
it's an LED in the base of an old mini tube.
Yeah.
So no.
Probably. And if it broke, it wouldn't make a loud pop or anything, would it?
It
So that
might be
real
a
vacuum
real
tube.
actual mini tube in there.
Yeah, it's probably a real vacuum tube.
You think so?
Just junk tubes. They
put
the LED under it and put a
Tap it with a hammer, see what happens.
Crazy.
Right. There you go.
Okay, here's a colorful bird. A Boyd. I pulled this out and I thought of microcomputer, the word. And I'm thinking, gosh, they only used it for a certain period of time. And then now we rarely use it anymore. And then Ian Maverick said this: "I still use it as a columnist for the TRS 8-bit newsletter. I find it convenient when discussing our machines in particular rather than present day computers in general." So I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, Ian's one of the main hosts of Trash Talk too, the podcast.
Yeah.
Live show.
So I thought that was cool. It's neat to see different people come on my stupid page. Here's a color computer running at 70 megahertz and it's still working. Just kidding. It's just I stuck a LED in there and I thought it was cool.
It's like racing stripes on a car.
Yeah.
More TV magic.
Absolutely no function at all except cool. It's cool coming out. And what else do I got today? Oh, the new Chrysler 300 was unveiled this last week, and it's the last one. You can buy it for $55,000 if you have it. This is Demon Seed, which is a really cool game. Did you guys ever play this thing?
Yeah, it was actually one of the Game On challenges about a year or two ago.
Wow, it's great. I
It's
mean,
basically a
for,
clone of Phoenix from the arcade game.
but for a Coco 1 or 2, I mean, it has a lot of stuff going on and it makes cool sounds, you know?
Yeah, it's a good game.
I
Computer
happen to
Shack / Mictron on one of their classics.
have-
They made a
I-
Model
I-
1 and 3 version as well.
Oh, I happen to have a 6309 in this particular machine. This was a 16K that I upgraded and put the extra ROM in all by myself. And I was so happy I did that.
Look at you, you hardware guru.
Some
you.
kind of a tech guy I am. A big deal.
Next upgrade idea, I'll get you to solder for me, okay?
Right. So here's the 40th anniversary of the C64. I thought I would put a picture up, and then I get a whole bunch of crap from people on here. You know, well, are you sure you know, because I don't have one. I never used it. And I mentioned that, and then they get all pissed off because I said.
Well, it was like Frank was talking about, like the 8-bit, playground.
Yeah.
Wars should be over, but there's still some
so
residual effect.
I thought basically it would be a nice little homage, or however they say that, to the, C64. There's, we're saying, good boys, you did good,
Yeah, I think it's still the single best-selling single model of a computer of all time, isn't it?
Yeah, and this is a high color image, so it's 320 by 200. So anyway, that's about it. I found crayons that come in 16, 32, and 48, just like the old Model 1 computer comes with that size of memory, right?
Oh, I thought you were referring to the color palette there. 16 is like Atari and Coco 3, and 32 is the Amiga. And I was trying to remember a 48 color machine.
Yeah, I guess you could take it that way. But I walked by it, I took a picture of it and thought, oh God, that's something interesting that takes up time and that's dumb to talk about. And then there's this video reviving retro computers.
Yeah, actually, I have that queued up in the news too, so we will be talking about this.
Okay.
So. That is cool. That was one I stole from you. Sorry.
All right, cool. All right, and here's the Coco Fest shirt that I designed. Don't you think that would be cool? You think I should get votes for that?
I would. Group? I mean, one thing I missed on the last one I got from 2018 is that it doesn't have the dates on it. I think I talked about this last week, where I prefer having one so I can look at it 10 years from now and remember where the hell I was. So and when. I definitely prefer this with the date on it.
Yep, and here it is close up. That would be the actual print.
I do have one question.
Yep.
You've got a Coco 3. You've got a Coco 2.
Yep.
Where's the Coco 1?
Yeah, it clutters it up. You already know it's the same. Come on. Same thing.
In smaller print, do you want to put the like the city it's being hosted in?
No, it says Chicago. Right there. See it? That's it. Here's the Queen Mother with the dragon logo on the side. I thought that was interesting. Hey, look at that. Yeah, that's it. That's all for us over here at Ron's Large Industrial Garage. Thank you.
Cool.
I burn up so much time, because I'm retired, and now you guys sharing my foolishness. Thank you.
I'll be sharing your one foolish story there. Actually, it was quite interesting. So
cool.
Anybody else have any project updates or acquisitions?
You can see my excellent new standing desk, which is my face right now. Isn't it a beaut?
Was that like a pallet?
It's a wood crate, fruit crate.
Yeah, it's a wood crate box. I had to do a bunch of work, so I had to do it. Walk to the computer and away many times. So I invented the standing desk.
Oh,
that's a good idea. The epitome of laziness.
Well, exactly right. And I'll
frugality, we prefer to call it here.
Yeah, frugality. That's exactly what it is. And I'll never use it again. So it worked out. But
some people say lazy, some say inspired.
Just before I was retired, they had put one in my office. And we were required to stand for some
sit stand, yeah,
and sit some percentage of the day. And never mind. I'm making this longer than it needs to be.
Asparagus.
Right. This is the dawn.
You'll be shouting that a lot during the news segment.
Asparagus.
So news next week.
I can power through them. With Septandy, the problem is if I wait a week, there's going to be a ton every week anyway until Septandy's over.
Right.
So,
ready for the intro?
unless you want a 7-hour show next week, let's do it.
I got to turn that off.
From around the world, what you need to know. Get caught up on News with L. Curtis Boyle.
And now a Muppet News Flash.
Okay, go ahead. It's yours.
Okay, did you see that? Alan from Macy's.
Yep.
8-bit zone. This is actually a pretty interesting one. So Alan, of course, has been working on hardware, graphics enhancement hardware for the CoCo 1 and 2, sprite chips, etc. So this was a little bit different. So he released the video here that describes it, and also a patch. There's a couple of small bugs he discovered in the CoCo version of Canyon Climber, because of course that was a cross-platform, the Atari 8-bits and stuff as well, mainly affecting the third level. And then he's also patched it to use some of the new palette settings he's got on his new CoCo DV. So he's kind of covering a couple of bases here. It's a fairly long one. I won't be able to play, obviously, the whole thing here. He also kind of addresses the fact that he's trying to get around the FPGA shortages that everybody in hardware has been hitting. And he's actually found an alternative manufacturer that actually has a lot of these stuff, like clones of them in stock. So this might be an alternative for some people. So this is all part of Septandy as well. I'll just let him do a little bit of the intro. I will mention the Canyon Climber stuff. One of them is just a cosmetic thing. One is a little bit of a bug if you try to jump backwards on the third level. Like if you try to go back down, it'll sometimes stick you in the middle of the air. And as soon as, if you let go of the button at that time, or if you hold it on camera, it's one of the two. But basically, you'll stay hovering in midair. And as soon as you change the button state, then you plummet to your death. But it's a little bit of a bug. So he actually patched it. He actually changed the code and fixed it. So those bugs are fixed here. But I'll just let him do a little bit of an intro here, and then we'll go on.
Welcome back to AC's 8-Bit Zone. This episode is packed with content for you. I'll show you a bug that was in the 1982 game Canyon Climber. Then I'll show you a patch that I made to fix that bug for Septandy 2022. Also, I'll show you how CoCo DV can add 16 colors to the game. And finally, I'll preview some information for you about how to get around FPGA shortages due to the global semiconductor crunch. So let's go ahead and get started. Mountain goats try to knock your climber off the bridges. I never knew about the shields on ramps 1, 3, and 5.
He's kind of just recapping Canyon Climber itself.
Cliffs. Now, watch for the first bug. You're supposed to continue jumping higher and higher to reach the top. However, if you jump back down, you can cause the climber to hang out in midair. Any joystick press left or right will immediately lose a life. I don't believe the programmers ever knew about this one, because normally you'd keep holding left during the jump and immediately fall. The other bug is more of a little feature where the edges of the cliffs are a bit brittle. If you approach an edge like this one and then you back up, you fall. Okay, here's my patched version to correct those two bugs. So the first level and second levels are exactly the same as before, so we'll zip through those.
Wow, look at that. Double,
to equal cliffs. Let's try that left jump again. Okay, now he falls like he should and loses the life. If you read the manual, it does say going backward loses the life, but it doesn't appear that they had any idea that if you're not holding left, that the player will get stuck in midair. Now let's check that the edges of the cliffs are not as finicky. See, I can approach the cliff, now back up, and I'm okay. So with those two patches, I feel like this level is a lot more playable than it used to be. And we're up and gone. One interesting thing about...
So that kind of shows the bugs and the fixes for them. So The finickiness of the clips, I don't know if that was on purpose or not. They might have, like, this is back in Pixel Perfect days, so maybe it was just to be irritating to the player, like a lot of games were back then. And it might have been on purpose. But the fact that if you jumped left and then centered the joystick, that you would just kind of hover in midair and not die until you move the joystick again, I think that definitely is a bug. So thanks, Alan, for fixing that. And then if you have a CoCoDV, which actually has settable palette registers, he shows some alternative possible palette settings that he kind of picked to try things on. And some of them do look a fair bit better than the original. And he even changed them, like, depending on the level where you change them. I think the player sprite actually looks better defined on that particular one there. And there's one, palette you pick there, and then, a different color palette over here. Like there's a fair bit of, and there's only 16 colors to choose from, but it still makes a huge difference compared to the original 4. And then I'll let you guys watch the video because of the hardware, as far as ordering. He goes about another company that makes duplicates of some of the FPGAs that are in such short supply now that he's found alternatives for. Obviously, he's involved in our Discord chat too. So if you have any questions on that, if you are a person looking for FPGAs, he can definitely steer in the right direction there and give you his feedback on that company that's working now. But it seems to be pretty pleased with it. And he's gotten turnaround times like in weeks instead of years, like some manufacturers are giving right now, as I'm sure Rick can attest to, and Frank. Jim Gary's been a busy little boy this week, so he cranked out a few games. Several of them are ports from the Dick Smith VZ200, which is, if I remember correctly, and Nick, if you're still on the call and awake, that's an Australian company that I believe the VZ200 actually was a Z80-based VDG machine, isn't it?
It was. It was a Taiwanese computer. I think you guys had it as the laser in America. I think you had the laser. It was called a laser in the US.
Yeah. So basically, it was the VDG, like the standard, green screen that we're used to seeing here and all the different modes here, but a different CPU entirely.
Yeah. Yeah.
So anyway, he converted a few here. So this first one, The Secret of Volcano Island, is basically a text adventure game. This was originally written by Owen Ross, and it was published in the January to March 1993. So this is quite late. Of the VZ Down Under newsletter, which is a newsletter devoted to the VZ series of machines. So I didn't even know they were lasting that long. I don't know how did this sell in Australia. I know the laser didn't sell much up here. I can tell you that.
I do have one, but yeah, I've never used it. They sold fairly well back in the day.
Okay. Was it a fairly cheap machine? Like it was a low end?
They were little MC10 like things, but it came out with originally with the rubber keyboard, chiclet rubber keyboard, and then later it had a more of a Coco 2. What's the
melted key style or
melted key style keyboard? I think it came out with later.
Okay,
but it was small, like an MC10.
Oh, okay. Anyway, he seemed to be converting a few of these. So the next one he did is the actual adventure itself. You can see originally by Scott LeBrun. So this is all ported over from the VZ200, and this was originally by Scott in the OOP magazine. I'm not sure what that stood for. From 1986. It's a bit earlier. Do you remember what years this was roughly sold, Nick?
Around 84, 85.
Oh, okay. So a little bit later, like a year or two after the MC10 came and went.
Yeah.
Okay. The next one he did, and he said definitely was an adventure game kick this week, is Treasure Hunt. Now, this was originally by Hal Ranko, it's spelled wrong there, and Sam Edwards, but it was actually originally a VIC-20 game from one of the basic books. Now, this one actually has a bit of a graphical representation on the screen, so it's not a text adventure game per se. I'm not sure what that little arrow flying in from the end is because I don't know too much about this game. But it looks like a fairly interesting little thing, a little bit of a maze you wander through and items you have to pick up. And then it shoots things occasionally, apparently. And the last one here is kind of an interesting one, too. So those of you that are familiar with the game or Oregon Trail, and I'm sure almost all of you are familiar with that game, most of us are familiar with the Apple II game, which I think became the most popular one. And a lot of the later 8-bits that got the ports, that was what it was based on. But there was an earlier version that predated that. That was originally written for the Hewlett-Packard time-shared system, which it might even be the HP 3000 minis that Bill and I used to use at work way back when, after the PDP when our company got bought out, we'd already switched to the Coco. The new company that bought us out in 92 had an HP 3000 time shared system, a mini. And then, of course, we took that over to the Coco too. But I'm assuming it's one of those, like the earlier machines here. So this was originally written by Don Rawich, Bill Heineman, and Paul Dillenberger. And it's a bit more simplified than the Apple II one. But yeah, the MC10's got a version of Old Grand Trail now. Even got a nice little intro graphic here. I thought he did quite well.
It's great.
And I haven't played Oregon Trail in so long, I don't remember what's missing on this one versus the other one, besides high res graphics, which obviously would be a bit of a pain on the MC10 because it maxes out people.
The original versions, if it didn't actually have it, they were text-based on teletype. It wasn't until like 1985 that the Apple version got some high res graphics.
Yeah. And I know was it Paul Shoemaker was actually working on a port of this for the Coco?
He was working on the high res of the 1985 version, but remember also there was another guy that did the text version port, and there's a channel on Discord for it too. I don't remember his name off the top of my head, but I could look it up. Yeah, it'd be pretty cool if Paul could finish that one, actually. I don't remember. He stopped for some reason. I don't remember what it was. Was he running? Oh, he was trying to figure out some of the 6502 assembly routines or something for the Apple II that were in there. Because it's actually a hybrid. Mostly basic with some machine language routines to optimize stuff.
I think he was trying to figure out like what did the Apple II routine do because he's not familiar with the Apple II architecture.
Yeah, both the graphics are weird, and then of course the 6502 assembler code is like a subset of the 6809.
And then the other one he kind of pulled out here. We did a covering of a whole bunch of Star Trek ports, and there was like, I don't know, it was 14 or something like that. But this is actually like most of them are based on the same core 1970, what was it, 3 or 4 text-based one for the old mainframes and stuff that was done. But there was apparently a second parallel one that was done, but it was much more rare. It didn't get disseminated amongst all the micros as anywhere near as much as this. So apparently a guy named Bob Alexander discovered this other version of Star Trek and kind of reconstructed the source code himself because there wasn't any copies around. And then Jim has ported that to the MC10. So it's a little bit different than the Treks that we're used to seeing. From looking at it earlier today when I found it, because he just released this video, I think this morning actually, or maybe it was very late last night. It's not one I've seen before. I don't recall it. Like firing between forward and reverse torpedoes and forward and reverse phasers. That's not something you normally see on most of the general Star Trek games. So obviously this was a fair bit different from the one that became the most popularized up until, 3D simulators and stuff came out. Bit of interesting history here because this is an early one too in the mainframe mini days too. So this is predating the micros for the most part. This one I'll bring Nick in as long as you're still awake.
Oh, okay. I'll just wake up. Jumping Joey. Yeah, okay. Well, when I posted this message on Facebook, I said there that I'm on the final stretch of this game, 90% done, should be coming soon. So I thought I'd start a bit of a promotion, start letting people know about it now. And just a week ago, I came across, I had a vision of how to make the graphics better, which put me in a bit of a dilemma. I said, well, do I do these ideas now and slow the game down? Because the modifications I came up with give you more color in the backgrounds. And if you notice those two screenshots of the game there, they're on black backgrounds because of the limitations with the semi-graphics modes. You can only have one color and black per byte. And if I tried to put color in the background, it clashed with areas of color and it just looked terrible. So I thought, okay, well, it has to be on a black background, even though I wanted the river scene, which is the second picture on the right, to be blue. So it signified that you were jumping across a river. But it just looked terrible. The clash of color in semi-graphics just wouldn't allow it. So I thought it just looked better, just leave it black. I'll just tell people that you're jumping across a river of oil. But So after I did this ad and told everyone that I'm almost finished, I came up with an idea on how to get the color in the background using a dithering pattern, which it still doesn't get around the color limitations of semi-graphics, but because the background is dithered, it tended to hide the color clash a bit more. So I thought I'd try it. I did just a few mock-up screens, and I was happy with the results. It really does look a lot better. So that means I would have to change a lot of code, had to rewrite bits of the code to deal with the background. It was going to bump me back, so do I go ahead and just finish the game as is and just be done with it, and then get it selling and rolling in all the buckets of money? Or do I actually try and do the game as best as I can? And I decided I'm going to make this up as best as I can. I mean, bugger the money. I'm going to do the best job I can for a Coco 1 and 2 game. So I've started reverse engineering some of the code, and I've got it now working with the background, but because it breaks a lot of the other routines, there's still a lot of other bugs it's incorporated, which I'm still sorting out. It's going to be it's probably put me back at least 2 weeks from where I was. So from 90% complete, it's gone back to 80% complete. So one step back, but I think in the long term, it'll be 2 steps forward, because the color in the background really does look much better. It really
like it looks like a river.
A color computer. I mean, it's colorful as it is now, but with the backgrounds there, I think it looked a bit better again. So
I have to say, I'm not used to you being such a man of principle here, Nick. But
well, I thought, do I just be greedy and get the thing out and make, start selling it?
That's what I fully expected.
That's right. But then I thought, I'm going to make this as good as I can. I want this to be the best Coco 2 game that I've ever, Coco 1 and 2 game that I've ever done. So yeah, I've decided I'll just.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of pulling out all the stops here. I mean, you're doing like background color shifting on a semi-graphics game. You're doing the full 9-color screen. It runs in 16K. It runs with keyboard or joysticks. You don't have to have a joystick. Runs on Dragons. Runs on Cocos. Has background music running while it's playing. Like you're really pushing it.
Without trying to promote it now, it does actually look quite good. Graphically, audibly, it's not bad. So I thought, well, I've gone this far. I might as well just go ahead and just make the backgrounds more colorful as well. So yeah, bit of a day. Sorry?
There's still 3 months to Christmas.
Well, that's what I figured. I mean, it's not as if you make a lot of money, really. It's not. I'm not going to be buying another car, a real car, that is.
Feature creep.
Maybe
no, it looks really good. You've shown me previews. I haven't seen the watery one yet.
I've actually, during the interview, I actually moved it along a bit more, which I was hoping I would be able to show today. And it does work. It runs on my Coco, but then I ran it in VCC, and VCC doesn't like something I've done in there. So yeah, don't you just hate emulators? So I couldn't share the screen. Works perfect.
Do you have a video camera you could just capture a screenshot off the Coco itself just to show what it looks like?
Look,
I've got another game thing I can cover in the meantime while you're doing that.
You do that, and I'll quickly try set up a camera.
Okay.
All right.
A camera during a video podcast. What a revelation.
Goody.
And then speaking of projects, so Sheldon McDonald, he was working on multiple things. He did the what is the name of his Treasure Island Defense game, which he made a Coco VGA version, made a Coco 3 version of it. It uses the PSG and the some of the other sound cards. So he's been doing a bunch of stuff, and he was kind of previewing a hockey game called Ice Brawlers, and he was also talking about he's going to do some stuff for the Genesis and a bunch of other things. And then he kind of disappeared for a while. Well, he came back and said, "Hey, everyone, been a while since I posted anything." This is on Facebook for those of you that are on audio. And he said, I started a new job this year and we'll have some time for projects again soon, I hope. I also lost my dad to cancers. Condolences from all of us for that, Sheldon. A few of us went through that in the last couple of years. So that will help explain my absence. So his project bucket list, so he's kind of giving an update of the stuff he's planning on getting back into. Ice Brawlers hockey for the Coco, which, if you remember, we had a Coco VGA mode with vertical scrolling, 16 colors on a Coco 1 and 2 game playing ice hockey. We don't really have a really good ice hockey game. We have two, but they're honestly pretty lame. A new dual ASM editor environment for Coco and the Sega Genesis. So it'll be writing this editor that will work on generating code for both machines. Music, mouse, and gamepad drivers for the Coco PSG. That's Ed's card, I think, which actually has all that combined into one card. And the Coco PSG bootloader, which we have previewed a little bit on here before. We actually have little icons you can pick from, and you can design an icon for each of the games you got stored on the flash ROM, and then just boot it up, just kind of like an SDC does, except you're doing it off ROM. And then he closes the statement with saying, I will be getting back to these projects soon, so stay tuned. Which I'm really looking forward to. I mean, like I said, we don't really have a good ice hockey game, and being Canadian, ice hockey is like a religion up here, so I definitely want to see that. So looking forward to all that, and glad he's kind of getting back at things. I didn't even realize he'd gotten a new job in the meantime. And once again, condolences from all of us in the Coco community for the loss of your father.
I always thought you went to the fights and see if a hockey game broke out.
Well, that's why he called it Ice Brawlers, right? Because he's having enough fighting in the game. This is gonna be like, Blades of Steel or something. So, and none of the previous Coco ice hockey games, either the one by Intellectronics or the one by Computerware, had any fighting in it. So it wasn't really hockey to me. Have I vamped enough, Nick? Are you ready?
I'm trying to.
Okay.
Okay. Hang on. I'll just pause the screen. So I can't do a joystick and a camera at the same time.
No, I didn't expect you to play it. I just wanted to see what the color looks like.
I'll just.
It could be a still shot. That's fine.
I'm trying to. I've got the camera there. So
okay, let me stop sharing.
And I will.
I finished my game on news anyway. That was the last story. So.
Oh, okay. So
I got tons of regular news. So
it's all on me now, is it?
Yeah, exactly.
Great.
Like I said, you can just take a still shot from your camera and then just display that if you want.
I'm just trying to turn the camera on.
Internet's gone down to 0 again.
So I'll hold the camera up.
Shaky cam.
I know, yes, shaky cam. Well, that's the freeway scene.
So that's still got a black background for asphalt.
That one's still black. I was going to put some details on that, but maybe later on.
A pothole or two.
Yeah. Shaky cam, all right. I'll just skip across because luckily I can do that. This is the extra level, which has the actually I can just leave that running like that, and I'll quieten it as well. So this is a similar. This is called the Outback
stockyards or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, where there are animals. So you jump across the freeway. Now you've got to jump across a stockyard. So the brown things are cows and the white are the sheep. And you've got to sort of get across, similar to the freeway scene, whereby you've got to jump across in the gaps. But you've got to time yourself so you don't get wiped out by a cow or a sheep. The frog doesn't move yet because of all the backgrounds. The red dithering, and that is the background. It was black. So I put a red dithering effect in the background. And that's not too bad. You can't really see the color limitation.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, the dithering really does solve it because you don't have that hard black line that you see.
You can see a bit of as the colors go. I'll do the white one. You can see a little bit of a clash, but because it's dithered and because it's moving, you don't see it. So it's not too bad. The next screen will show it even better. And it's got a few bugs in the turtles.
By the way, Jim Rye has a bit of a complaint on the stockyard level. He says he doesn't see any furniture.
Yeah, there's no furniture in this.
No couch. No.
Yeah. So that overall it looks a lot better than the black bland background. Yeah.
Look at the size of that croc.
Yeah, look at that croc. That's right.
It's a shameless plug, but 60 wants to know if you've tried X-Roar here. Nick?
I haven't as yet. Yeah, no, I will try that.
Okay.
Yeah,
we want to
I won't
report
get it
next week.
Yep.
Yeah, I can report.
And MAME,
Well,
because MAME's so much fun to
next
set
week
up.
I'll have everything fixed because you can see quite a few bugs creeping in with the turtles. They're meant to be submerging, and they were originally, but because I've changed the background, it's screwed up the routines. That's the problem. This sort of mod wasn't just a matter of painting a blue background.
Yeah, like all your pixel
crash.
checks and your
it
animations.
breaks a lot of the other routines. So it was a lot of rewriting. But that's all right. I'm halfway there. So I reckon by next week, I'll be able to show up a better demo. There's a snake crawling down here. I don't know if you can see it at all.
Sure.
So yeah, it just looks a lot better.
Monitor?
Sorry?
Is that a Magnavox monitor?
In America, it's known as a Magnavox. Yeah, it's a Commodore 1084 monitor here, but it's the same. Yeah, it's the same monitor. Because my good old CM8's died, unfortunately.
Yeah, as we discussed earlier with Frank.
Yeah, I know that was.
And is that the one that the Australian version for RGB uses SCART?
No. It's just like the American one. It's got that. Oh, sorry. What are you talking about? This Magnavox one?
Okay, that's the one that needed an RGB to SCART. Okay.
Yeah, this has the SCART. Yeah, this is using your video cable that I bought off you.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that was the same one. I thought that was interesting that the US version doesn't have that, but the Australian one has SCART for RGB.
That's right. So anyway, that's what I'm working on. I just couldn't.
No, it looks good. It doesn't really, because of the dithering effect there. It doesn't really look.
It's not too
as in
bad.
your face.
That's right.
That it has to fill in black and a color in a so-called semi-graphics block.
So the freeway scene probably won't have a background. Neither does the arcade game. The freeway area is all also of Frogger, that is, because this game is a rip-off or based on.
Oh no, it's got
Frogger.
a new level, so it's totally original.
Well, I've tried to change it, but underlying it is Frogger.
Nick, is this the first game where you're offering financing?
Offering financing?
And 4 easy payments.
Yeah,
$1.
right.
$2, I guess, actually. Probably.
But I do want to make it as good as I can, being for a Coco. So you probably can't hear it. It's playing music now. I'll just turn it off. There we go. Anyway, that's it.
Okay. And next week, hopefully we'll have a non-shaky cam version of it.
Well, hopefully we can run it in the VCC or XRAW, whichever one works.
Okay, so Septandy, Alan Huffman, who we mentioned a couple of weeks ago, was actually kind of pre-planned a whole bunch of Septandy blog entries to run through the entire month. Released a ton of them this week as part of that. So I'll just quickly go through them here. If you want to get all the details, just check out Subetha Software's site because they're all on there and there's more coming right through the end of the month. So the first one here is color basic and string concatenation. So this is a bit of a technical one. This includes on how the concatenation of strings works differently between C and basic. And he gives a nice simple example, which basically in basic, if you did A string equals say 0, 1 in quotes. And you do A string equals A string plus A string plus A string. Well, in basic, that would take the original 2-character A string and duplicate it 3 times total. So you'd get 6 characters. But in C, it does the A string equals A string the first time and then modifies A string right at that point. So the extra A string you're adding on adds the complete duplicated version. So it actually ends up with 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. So if you're kind of coming back to basic, being used to C, be aware that string concatenation actually works differently between basic and C, which actually I never really thought of, but yeah, that would cause some issues. And then Alan being Alan, he had to benchmark both methods for producing the same result because he gets into how the string concatenation works and found some surprising results, which you'll have to read the article to find out about. Next up, he goes into color basic info memory locations. Now, this is where he goes through some of the variables in the first 1K of RAM on any CoCo that BASIC itself uses, Microsoft BASIC, and that you can read and even modify. So there's like pointers, there's like background masks for colors for high-res screens, all kinds of interesting stuff in there, cassette buffers, keyboard buffers. So he goes through a whole bunch of them, and he mentions, like, he goes through the basic unravel book, which has some stuff here. And here he goes through specific stuff relating to variables and memory size. He's got pointers to where the variable table is, and pointers to where the string table is, and the memory size that's on the machine, etc. A lot of pretty cool technical stuff. A lot of stuff you can peek and actually take a look at yourself. You can even do some, I don't think he goes too much in this article on it, but you can actually do some stuff like modify some of these too. So you can actually move stuff around or reserve memory without using a clear command or stuff like that. You can do some pretty interesting effects with it. And then he goes a little bit further into, this is something he's mentioned in one of his previous blogs, the mem size, which is basically 2 bytes of reserve that tells you how much free memory you've got and where the end of memory is on BASIC. And he noticed a while ago that the Coco 3 BASIC has 1 more byte. If you do print mem, you'll actually get an extra byte available that you don't have. And he was trying to figure out exactly why this was happening and what's changed. And this actually ended up being answered by Art Flexer, the author of ADOS, ADOS 3, and ADOS 3 Extended, and William Astle, the author of LWASM, that kind of helped him figure out the mystery. Basically, it has to reserve a temp byte at the very high end of memory for doing string copies and stuff, and other things working with variables. So it needs this extra temporary byte to be able to store stuff. And the people on the Coco 3 microware, when they got involved, because the original was, of course, written by Microsoft, the Coco 3 is running in old RAM mode, and they kind of figured, well, what do you need this for? Type thing. Why are you reserving this extra byte? So on the Coco 3, they quote unquote fixed it so that it doesn't need this extra byte to do it anymore. If you did that same patch on the Coco 1 and 2, it would try to overwrite the first byte of the ROM, which of course won't do much. So that's why Microsoft did it the way they did. So it kind of goes in the technical explanation of how it was all explained here as to why it's doing that. And basically, it has to store a null to signify the end of a string, and that extra byte has to be added on. So if the string storage ended at 32,767, where are you going to put the null? So in the case of the Coco 1 and 2, it would only let you go to 32,766. On the Coco 3, of course, there's a RAM there, and I think if I remember, that part of the RAM's not reused after a cold boot, so it doesn't really matter if it gets changed. So you gain a byte back. That was a pretty good deep dive into how BASIC works with strings. Next up after that, color basic string abuse, part 1. So you can tell he's getting technical here. So on part 1, it's an article on string garbage collection, essentially, and includes a sample program to show what it does and when it is triggered, which can cause unexpected pauses in programs that you're running at the time. I've hit this. If you do a text adventure game, because it's allocating and deallocating strings, you're doing string adds and stuff together that, eventually has to clean itself up because it's got gaps in the middle where, strings have been unassigned, but they're no longer being used. Now you're trying to assign a new one. Technically, you've got enough free memory to do that. Because it's not contiguous in little chunks, it has to kind of like amalgamate everything together and eliminate the dead space. So he goes into a technical explanation here of explaining exactly what garbage collection is doing, how it works, with some example program here that kind of lets you display the internals on the screen, which is kind of what the screenshot appears about here. And basically has an explanation of what it does. And then he figures out that if you do certain types of string concatenations, it actually ends up blowing almost twice as much memory as it should be. And then on the next article, the part 2 of abusing the strings, he actually goes into how to programmatically get around that. Like if there's a way, if you assign strings and do certain manipulations in certain orders, you can actually eliminate all this extra space that is getting blown, and thus reduce the need for garbage collection so that you can prevent your program from needing to do this until way later in the game. So just with a few different programming techniques, this is not poking anything. This is not modifying any of the pointers. It's just knowing how it works. Then you know how to react to it and how to program around it so that you don't have this problem. Because basically he was hitting it that like in a 32K machine, basically if you filled up half of the strings using it just a quick and dirty way of doing it, it would actually hit the string garbage collection routine at the halfway point, roughly. And on this one now, it has to almost completely fill the string space before it starts doing that. So it's a really good programming technique to learn if you're dealing with a lot of string stuff like a text adventure game. Then he's got another multi-parter here that's going. And this is an article on the Coco ROM to RAM 64K test. Now, this one he's covered, I think, last year in September, I think it was. He kind of covered the fact that, on a Coco 1 or 2 with 64K, and the Coco 3 does this right built in. If you would basically turn the CPU and the SAM to go into 64K RAM mode. Normally, it's the 32K RAM at the bottom, 32K ROM on the top for extended basic and disk basic. And basically, this is an explanation and sample programs for basically you switch in RAM mode, you copy the ROMs into RAM so that everything runs as if it was running in ROM mode, but you can patch BASIC. You can add to it, you can change it, modify it, anything you want. So this one here is he's kind of tracking down the history of the RAM upgrades and how the Dragon 64 actually did it better than the Coco does. So this is one place where the Dragon BASIC actually does change quite a bit from the original Microsoft one. Because basically, if you had a 64K Coco or you had a 32K Coco, BASIC did not know the difference whatsoever on the Coco BASIC ROMs. You just got your 32K and that's it. The Dragon would boot up into basically a compatible mode. You'll see the print mem here is basically the same. It reserves 4 pages for graphics and the same string size of 200 bytes and et cetera, et cetera. But they added in, if you type exec right off the bat, the built-in hook for the exec actually runs a little routine that actually relocates the actual BASIC code and rejiggers it around so it goes up to the top of memory. Because right now, basically at 8,000 hex, I'm going to get a bit technical here. You've got your extended BASIC ROM, your color BASIC ROM, your disk BASIC ROM, that's 24K. Then there's 8K after that. It isn't used for anything. It just is a waste. So what the Dragon BASIC does here, now this print mem here is from a cassette base, so that 8K of disk ROM is also gone. But basically it shifts everything up, and I think Tim Linder's done this on his little BASIC thing we covered a few months back. But it shifts everything back up so that the ROMs are way at the end of memory, and it frees up all the room contiguously, right from the bottom at 0 up to 40K. And so now when you do a print mem, you get 40K free. And this is something I wish the Coco ROMs had built in. Even the Coco 3 ROM, that would have been nice. Especially if you're dealing with like H-Screen 2 and H-Screen 3, et cetera. Now, extended BASIC, super extended BASIC does take some, extra room up there. But it still has that bug where you can't do a P-Clear 0. So you would still have to blow 1.5K for, the graphic stuff. So would have been nice if Micro had patched it so you can actually do a P-Clear 0. Because if you're using high-res modes on the Coco 3, that memory is all external to the 32K anyway. You could have gained that back and made a bigger BASIC program. But anyway, he goes through here and kind of goes to history. He explains how the Dragon did it different with that. And then basically, the ads were like, if you want to use 64K, you have to use assembly language or you have to use OS9, which required it. And then he did a follow-up, part 2. And this is where he tries to delve into the history, like who did this ROM to RAM patch first. And as far as he could tell, it looks like it was the Frank Hogg. Actually, if I remember correctly, when we interviewed Frank, I think he said his brother or nephew or somebody, another one of the Hoggs, is actually the one who actually wrote the actual routine. And it's escaping Richard. That seems to ring a bell. I'm not sure if it's right, though. And basically, I do have this actual article in one of my actual back issues of Color Computer News here, which is basically, it does a 64K RAM test, and also will be able to copy the ROMs to RAM so you can patch and modify them. Now, I was trying to recall, but I think there was an article in the World 6-8 Micros, 6-8 Micro Journal, I should say, which is a magazine that was actually available with 6809 since the chip first came out. So this is way before the Coco. This has been published, months and months before the Coco actually came out from Radio Shack. And they were really good at doing the really technical stuff very, very early on. So this is before Rainbow, before Color Computer News, before any of the Coco magazines came out. And I think they had an article on doing this even before Frank did. I don't know if it did the full copying of the ROMs to RAM or just did the testing, but they were way ahead on copying cartridges to disk or tape and doing a bunch of other things. So I think they might have had an article. I was going to take a quick look and see if I could find it because the entire run of that magazine is on the Internet Archive. Unfortunately, I didn't get time to do it, but if I do get a chance to, I'll let Alan know if it actually was done earlier than Frank Hogg. But basically, this goes through the history of it. And then he talks about, there was an article in Rainbow that did it too. And then he talked about a version that he published on his page earlier that actually sped up the copying. Not really all that useful because you usually only do this once per boot, but there's some definitely faster ways than the original article showed. So that's Alan's contributions just this week. And like I said, he's planning on almost one a day right through the rest of Septanity. So, okay, next up. This is Alan AC's 8-Bit Zone again. And if you take a look at this case here for a Coco 1, you'll see there's a blemish on the right-hand side, right over here. And what had happened here, if you've taken apart a Coco, you'll know that there's two different lengths of screws. There's the short ones for the front, and there's the long ones for the back. And this is what happens when you put a long screw into a short hole. It starts to push right through the plastic. So he was deciding he's going to try to fix that using heat. And it helps a bit, but it doesn't really solve the problem. And I'll show him here as he's going. So that's a little heat gun.
So the air is set very hot. It's a few hundred degrees.
Is that loud enough to hear?
And I'm just going to look for a little bit of change. Oh, there we
It's
go.
soft, but...
I'm melting paint. Oh, yeah.
The 45 RPM adapter.
Okay, so I did manage to flatten it. Get it a little hotter. Okay, well, I think I'll stop right about there. It is much flatter. We'll go a little more.
Now the paint's bubbling.
Yeah, I was waiting for that.
The plastic is a little bit more mashed down now.
Sanding.
I think we'll call it quits.
Plastering up, bogging it up, and paint.
Anyway, it was a pretty interesting try, and it's something I had thought of doing because I did this in my original Coco One case too, way back in the day. Now I didn't have a heat gun like that to even try, but kind of glad I didn't because it smoothed it out physically. You can't feel it; it's flatter than it was before, but you can still obviously see it because it's kind of indented. And then now he's bubbled the paint up. So I mean, at a cosmetic glance, it looks worse.
It's all right. You're going to crack the board later anyway.
Yeah, well, it's me. Yeah, definitely.
This actually work on a Coco 2.3 because the long screws just make a little bulge. You probably could push it down with a heat gun and.
Yeah. Actually, Frank actually mentions in the chat here, our guest earlier today, he said, yep, heat will help depending on how bad it is. And he said, you should always heat from the underside.
I was thinking that. Yeah.
And then just, kind of push it flat, I guess, because then you're not damaging the paint on the outside and lifting the paint off. So yeah, that's a good tip. I've never really tried any of that stuff. So, and to be honest, I'm not a collector of the physical thing as a collector's item where I want it to be pristine. Like my Cocos look well used because they are well used. I don't care what they look like as long as they function. That's my important. But for collectors, this is definitely something.
That one looks good, apart from that blemish and now bigger blemish.
Yeah, but it is flatter. I mean, it's not as sticking out like it was before. So,
or I can see it better now.
And I guess Alan's listening too. So he said, yeah, but there's the screw mount in the way underneath, isn't there? And actually that does have that little, I think, does it? Right?
Yeah. Right. You're going to heat everything except what you want to heat.
Yeah.
Because of the surrounding screw mount.
I guess just 3D print a new case and say, screw it, I guess. That's what you
Well, it's a nice spot. You can sort of sand it and flatten it and paint it black.
He's going to sand it, yeah. Sand it, bog it up, and repaint it.
And even if you use silver, it doesn't have to match perfectly because you got the body crease, if you will, to hide the shade.
And then 3 years from now, you put that long screw in there again.
Yeah, that would be what I would do. Except it wouldn't take me 3 years. Frank is saying you can heat it from the side of the post. Obviously, he has some experience doing this because I didn't know any of this stuff. But.
Right.
I would just sand it.
Anyway, I like the one thing I've noticed that we've had a few videos recently where the people are like learning as they go, whether it's software or hardware, where you're showing the entire thing, the process. You're not just wrecking 4 computers and then showing the pristine one you did at the end type thing. Like this is raw, real life, folks.
Right.
So you're learning from other people's mistakes, which is my favorite way of learning anything because I hate doing mistakes.
Well, you don't have time to make them all yourself.
Yeah, you sit here and watch that and go, "Oh yeah, I'm not going to do that."
Yeah. And it's good as an educational thing. I mean, you kind of learn what works and what doesn't. A couple more comments. Frank says he's done this once or 30 times. And now he said he likes Nick's proposal. Sand, Bondo, paint, accidentally put the long screw back in, rinse and repeat.
Are you going to show the talking Coco? The one with the big gap in the top? Above, above the keyboard?
Yeah, we showed that last week, didn't we?
Yeah, last week.
Yeah.
We saw it, yeah.
Now, I wonder if you could heat that up and bring that back.
No.
You know?
No, that's pretty well wrecked.
That's
actually, you just reminded me of something I was going to put on here and I totally forgot on the Game On segment. I'll mention it now. For those of you who watch the Amigos, because of Septandy, they actually have done a couple live streams on Friday nights now. In fact, it was competing with the Game On Challenge. Of Coco streams just to be part of Septandy. So last week they did the Tom Mix games. This week they were trying to use the sound speech pack because Aaron had just picked up a multi-pack and a speech sound pack. So they did a live stream, and I was quickly throwing some suggestions because they're going to be reviewing Interbank Incident as their next game, and that actually does use a speech sound pack for sound effects and stuff. So we were getting them to run. They ran a couple stuff like Gauntlet and a few others that have speech. F-16 Assault actually has some sound effects, like when the missiles shoot up. That is a whoosh, type sound effect.
Did it work?
Yeah, it did. It took them a bit to get all the hookups to work properly to stream it. But they did eventually get it working. Now they were trying to get Pitfall 2 to work, and it would it would load the splash screen, that big stop sign to check your color, and then you hit enter, and it does testing 64K of memory. And if it succeeds, it says loading program, and would freeze. And I know they have a 609 in there, so I thought, well, maybe that's the problem. And I do know there was a patch with the Coco 3 as well, because the original Coco 1 and 2 version as sold in Radio Shack did not work on the 3 because I think the memory test overextended, overwrote the vector page RAM that BASIC uses and just crashed it. But Nick Morani's actually solved the problem. It's one of those rare games that you cannot run with SDC DOS.
Right.
You have to do the run at 1 to preload. You have to mount the disk first using SDC, and then you have to do the run at 1 to reboot the Coco into Disk Basic 1.1, like raw Disk Basic with no mods, and then it does run properly. So hopefully they'll get a chance to try that later on, because it's honestly the best show-off piece for the sound speech back, because it actually has full-blown background music running in it. I was kind of disappointed that we weren't able to get that running, but I totally forgot about the run at 1. But thank you, Nick, for solving the problem, because I actually did get it to run here. I tried it. Hey, next one, Dragon MPI. So this is Henry Reitfeld, and he actually hooked up a multi-pack. We were just talking about that, and he hooked up some hardware to it, which in this particular case here is a dual floppy drive system, a speech sound pack, and the Coco SDC all running off of a Dragon. So the multi-pack is hardware compatible with the Dragon. You just plug it in, and away you go. I'll play part of it, but go ahead. Is that Rick or somebody had a comment?
This is just a quick video showing you guys my Tano Dragon with a dual floppy drive, SDC, and speech sound cartridge all connected at the same time using an MPI. So I have my floppy drive in slot 4, my SDC in slot 3, and my speech sound card in slot 1. I have the MPI set to slot 3, so when I start the Dragon, I start off with the SDC, but I can switch it over to the disk drive by just typing run disk. And now I'm using my disk drive with Super DOS.
TAC drives.
Yep. And you can see 174K free, which means it's running 40 track, which is built into Dragon DOS and Super DOS, which Tandy never updated for us. Kind of jealous, I'll admit it.
Where's David Ladd when you need him?
Exactly.
Ooh.
And this is actually one of the games we tested on the Amiga stream to test the Sound Speak Back Module Man by Spectrum, which actually had an official Dragon release.
Use my joystick.
Matrix effect for the Matrix. I don't know if you guys heard that, but it said Module Man with that typical sound speech back.
I thought what it said was
Stephen Hawking.
That's a pretty good translation, actually. But yeah, this is one of the ones they did on the Amiga stream that if you want to catch it, it's on Twitch on their channel. You can actually just go under videos on their page and it'll show up. I'm assuming they'll be releasing that to YouTube fairly soon if they haven't already. I haven't checked today. But it was about an hour long of going through some stuff with Interbank and a few other things. Now that I've found the solution for Pitfall 2, hopefully I try that, because that is, like I said, is probably the best showcase for it, because it actually does the music. Everything else, almost everything using Sound Speech Pack, there's like 30 or 40 games that did. Most of it is speech only. Like, just reads stuff on the screen, which to me is cute the first couple times, and then after that, who cares?
The only ones I can think of that use it for things other than speech is Interbank Incident, F-16, and Pitfall 2.
Yeah, where they actually do sound effects, or in the case Pitfall 2, sound effects and music.
And pretty much Interbank Incident has no sounds other than that little ding at the beginning if you don't have a speech sound pack.
Yeah. Yeah. Whereas on the speech sound pack, say you go out to that raft or ferry on the ocean, you actually hear the ocean running in the background stuff. So
otherwise, it's completely silent after that one little ding at the beginning.
Yeah, except for swapping discs, because it's 3 frickin' discs you have to swap between to play it.
Well, or you just run the hard drive image on your CoCo SDC.
Bingo. That's the proper way.
Steve Hawkins emulator.
Yeah, I think you called it that during the stream, didn't you?
Yep.
Anyway, it's cool that the multi-pack, because I don't know how popular even homegrown multi-packs for the Dragon were in the UK. I think they're pretty rare. Karen, if you're still on in the chat there, let us know. But I don't think that was a common thing to have. Disk drives were rare enough, never mind a multi-pack with disk drives or speech sound packs or some of this other stuff. So there was definitely an opportunity for Tandy in the UK to sell hardware peripherals to the Dragon people, because they actually did work.
No, he has a plug-in power.
Next controller.
I wonder.
It's got the plug-in power module there and the electronic book.
Well, I wonder if it works on the Dragon.
Well, that's good. And their power, because plugs into the AC line to do its talking.
Yeah, the power might be the one issue there, actually.
Well, that's a Tano Dragon, so you're okay.
Oh, yeah, in this case, yeah, he would be. You're right. But yeah, if you're...
Well, no, we're talking about the plug-in power unit. It has to plug into the AC current to talk to all the X10 units.
And it's 220 volts over in the UK.
Yeah. And
I thought this guy was in Canada with a Tano Dragon.
In Canada.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, this is Henry Reichfeld. He's in...
I'm just stupid.
Ontario in Canadian Power, same as the state.
Yeah, no, it's 110. Yeah.
I wonder if they did make one with higher power.
We didn't get it down in Australia.
Like, did you get any X10 stuff down there, Nick, or was that something unique to North America?
Yeah, it's unique to America.
Okay.
Would have been upside down anyway.
You know that thing has worked on my computer for all these 30-some years, that I've tried it. It's amazing.
Yeah. So this here, Vintage Geek, part of their Septandy, or his Septandy, I should say, did release this video called Exploring the Color Computer 3. And I did do some comments. He's planning on doing a follow-up. He finally got a CM8. He even has a door on it. I'm just so jealous.
Yeah.
Now, he did try to run the XPad, which didn't work. And that's because the XPad requires 12 volts. And the CoCo 1 had 12 volts, but the CoCo 2 and 3 did not, unless you added a multiplack. I think that did supply the 12. So
he's got an expensive riser there, too.
In the box. He does have the one-button mouse that you were showing off earlier, though.
Yeah.
Ron.
That's true.
And he's got an FD502 drive with the controller with the non-ribbon cable, the kind of rolled up one. So he's actually got a 40-track double-sided drive in there too. So
the drive is on the weird side.
What do you mean weird side?
Yeah. I always put the drive
on the right-hand side.
Oh, yeah.
Well, because he had the roundy cable.
Yeah, because then you can just kind of bend around easier. Anyway, I'll play the intro here just so you can kind of get a feel for his show. If you've not watched it before, it's a 20-minute video, so I'm not going to play the whole thing, obviously, but he goes through and tries a couple of things. He tries Color Computer Artist, which if you're going to show off a mouse, that's probably not what I would have picked. He does have a high-res joystick interface. Obviously, if you had Color Max or something like that. Now, I did talk to him in the comments, and he does have a CoCo SDC. And I said, there's a ton of better software to demo some of the stuff on the SDC. Just hit the Color Computer, get Color Max Deluxe because he's got 512K in this machine.
Yeah.
And, there's a bunch of other stuff you could try running for some of this other stuff too. So he definitely is planning on follow-up video.
He has some multi.
If you watch the channel at all, you're probably aware that I'm a big Tandy fan, especially the Color Computer line. So it's with great excitement that I'm going to cover the Color Computer 3 today in honor of Sep Tandy on Vintage Geek.
Osborne. Just look like your garage. Ron?
Yeah, more organized.
Odyssey 2.
The computer I grew up with and the computer that I learned to code with was the Tandy Color Computer 2, and I have a number of fond memories of this system, using it for various functions and learning the basics of coding. Granted, I didn't really fully understand it at the time, but it was such a great tool and such an integral part of my childhood that I can't help but think about it with fondness. Now, the next computer in that line of products from Tandy was the Color Computer 3, and many out there have said that this was by far the best color computer, which makes sense. It was the last one in the line, and it
Anyway, I'm not going to play the whole thing here, but you get the idea. I mean, it goes through a lot of pretty cool stuff, especially if you're new to the Coco 3. Also, Frank is mentioning in the chat here, he's local here, so I guess he's from the Toronto area. So if we do get our VCF in Toronto here, well, I might be able to meet him in person.
It's funny how you say it's local and you live thousands of miles away still.
That's like everyone in Australia is Nick's neighbor.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
People think that of Canada, even though we're bigger than the US. So
That's funny.
Just down by the Tim Hortons.
Yeah.
Yeah. Store number 4012. It's just like saying the nearest Radio Shack. Well, back in the day. Anyway.
Yeah.
It was a really good video. Well done, well produced. Okay, so next up here, this was kind of an interesting one for me. This guy named Albert Marsh in his September video is doing a video on a Coco 3 extended basic game he wrote when he was young and was published in Rainbow in the August 1987 issue. And it's one of the earlier Coco 3 games. And this is one I've actually played. It's basically a shooting gallery one where you move your gun on the bottom with the joystick and you shoot up, but he has a nice visual effect he did for when you hit the opponent. It goes from a happy face to a frowning face and then sinks into the ground. And actually, we've been talking back and forth a little bit. He actually got into OS 9 and stuff later. I had to plug that again. It's pretty interesting. So I've actually we're hoping to maybe get something going where we can maybe have him, do some other stuff and kind of join the Discord. I invited him to it. I don't know if he's come by on it yet, but I'll just play a little bit here and I'll skip ahead to some gameplay.
The first computer I got was a Color Computer 1 that my father had gotten on clearance from Radio Shack. It had 16 kilobytes of memory, and everything I would type in would be gone when I turned it off. I remember doing a breakout game that I kept the computer on for a couple days, and I was so impressed with what I could do with this. Initially, I got a cassette recorder.
Is that loud enough?
Then I got a Color Computer 2.
It's soft,
drive
but
from Tandy.
I can hear it.
Then a Color Computer 3, a CM8 monitor, a Disto 2 controller, a hard.
I'll fast forward here. So this is the Rainbow he got the game published in.
They had seen my program in this magazine, and they laughed at the fact that there were happy or square happy faces on the screenshot. I indicated to him, well, of course, this shows some of it, but not the whole game. And what I really liked about doing with the graphics of Coco 3 is the color palette I had. I thought it'd be great if I had a happy face that would frown and turn brown when you shot it, and that's what my program does. One of the nicer things I knew about the Color Computer 3 was being able to edit in 40 columns. I wasn't necessarily attracted to 80 columns yet, but I really liked how 40 columns looked on my CM8 monitor. Not only was I considering it easier to read, but I definitely appreciated that it could do lowercase, which I did in the comment title of my program. One of the things I also noticed about using Color Computer 3 Extended Color Basic was that how fast it could deal with get put blocks on a graphics screen. I had dealt with get put blocks on a Coco 2 and had a lot of fun with that, making games like I called Rescue Mission and Jetpack Pilot 2. On my Jetpack Pilot 2, if you look, there actually is a Jetpack Pilot in Rainbow. I extended that program to actually have moving objects on the screen that you would have to avoid as well. And I loved how it worked, but it was kind of slow.
Now I'll pause there because there is a mode that's not documented, of course, in the Tandy manual. Get put on the Coco 1 and 2. If you do it on even byte boundary, it can run quite fast. It's kind of using the same technique here, and as we did in Nitrous 9, and it's literally 10 times faster than normal get puts, or maybe 20. And there was an article in Rainbow in October of 86, 8, something like that, that actually explains it. And actually, I remember the demo has a UFO that it goes up the screen, then goes off diagonally. And it does it at first in the original get put, smooth, using the G option, the one that's documented in the manual. And it takes about 20 seconds to complete its little route. And when you switch to the even byte boundary version where you don't use the G, and you just make sure you do it on even byte boundaries, it takes 4 seconds. So it's literally 5 times faster on that particular demo. So there was a way around that. But anyway, I'll just actually let some of the gameplay here so you can kind of see the effect he did, which I thought was pretty good for basic.
I had also taken my Color Computer 3 and hooked it to the family color TV set to get the right color palette for composite.
This is Nick's favorite part of coding for the code.
That's not the right color palette, no.
But I figured I wanted to do it for myself just to get it as accurate as possible.
That's the abomination mode.
Don't hold back. Tell us what you really think.
They look like SquarePants guy.
Yep, SpongeBob.
All right, let's try it again. I think I would have done better.
Happy SpongeBob's
on a Coco than on my laptop.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, for basic, it's not bad. And this is within the first 6 months that Coco 3 was available.
Yeah, no,
good. And I was impressed that someone out of the country had played it and liked it enough to call me. I was also on the I'm not going to make this. I'm not fast enough. I was also on the Rainbow on a Coco than on the.
I wanted to point out one thing here. I don't know if you guys can see it clearly on here, but there's your gun. Obviously, you're moving it left to right. But you also have the distance, this little marker up here. And you see that little tiny line?
Yep.
You actually use the Y position of the joystick, how far your shot goes. So you can't just randomly shoot like Space Invaders and it'll eventually hit something. You have to range it, which makes it even a bit more challenging to hit the faces because you have to get it within the range it actually will hit, not go past it or come up short. So that was a pretty cool game mechanic to add into it too, make it more challenging.
Like it.
Anyway, it's a pretty cool game. If you want that particular issue, August of 87 of Rainbow is available on the archive. So you can actually download it, have to type the whole darn thing in and give it a shot. And yeah, like I said, I'm kind of going back and forth with him. I'm hoping to get him to join our Discord and maybe even join the show at some point. So thank you to Albert for that part of Septandy. Next up, we have color computer programming. This is one that we've been covering for quite a while. He's the guy who's kind of learning basic as he goes and sharing the experience with you. And occasionally he does live streams. I haven't been able to catch one of those yet. But he's been working on a virtual piano preview. Just using solid basics like play commands and put commands to draw the musical notes here. I won't play the video. It's 20 minutes or it's almost 20 minutes long. But he's kind of just figuring out. This is the first time he's really used P mode 4. Like when he was younger, he always did P mode 3 because you had 4 colors. Coarser, pixels. You have 120 pixels across in a Coco 1 and 2. This is the first time he's actually tried using it specifically as a 256 pixel wide mode for P mode 4. So he was quite impressed with some of the details that you get now. Obviously, this is on VCC, so you're getting like crystal clear. You're not getting as artifacting like you would on a real one. You get some fringing on there, so it wouldn't look quite as clear, but pretty close. And basically, he hasn't got the program finished yet. He just got the first 3 notes working, so you just hit a key and it plays the note and moves the little musical note itself between the keys that you're hitting. So check that out. Like I said, he's been learning. I've been sending him a lot of feedback. Alan Huffman, I know, is a fan of his stuff too, because it's kind of fun. It brings back the memories of actually going through the manual and figuring out stuff myself at the time. It kind of rekindles those old memories of the whole learning process of going through the color basic and extended basic manuals. Without doing their boring, sample programs, you're actually doing something a bit more fun. Next up, we have Mikey Furman. I don't know if he's still in the chat. He was very early on. He's probably completely asleep by now.
Oh, he did call it snoozy newsy.
Yeah. So at any rate, he's ended his video log number 4. Now, last week we covered the fact that he was going through, and David Ladd would have liked the fact that he recovered some of his old discs using fancy grease weasel stuff. But he had recovered some discs that did his desktop publishing he wrote when he was 13 for the Coco 1 and 2 that combined, I think, up to 8 graphics pages to make a newsletter. And what he discovered going through some other discs that were unlabeled, he found some sample files that actually, had something to show. So this one, he decided to make a brand new newsletter, modern day, and actually shows the program running. Now, he actually called me out in the comments here saying, and contrary to what L. Curtis Boyle said, and he spelled my name wrong, this thing is super slow, but hey, I was 13 at the time. And he said, yes, I knew it. A6 and assembler back then, I knew that ASM was faster than BASIC, but it's a fairly complicated program. It had, variable fonts and all kinds of stuff in there. I won't play the video. I'll let you guys go check it out because it's 25 minutes long almost. But it actually shows the rendering part where it's actually creating the final, combined screen to send out to the printer. He explains how the printer works because the screen is done, every byte you poke on a screen or peek on a screen is going horizontally, but on most printers, dot matrix printers, times you had to work vertically. So you're going the completely opposite direction, which is a bit more complicated. You have to mask bits in and out, all kinds of stuff, and read multiple bytes to make one little tiny vertical chunk of pixels. Maybe I'll show just a little bit of it here. That's kind of a summary. Here is doing some text stuff that he did with TS Edit, daily or program that Rick Adams is a huge fan of because it's basically, why am I blanking? Not Emacs. What's a VI? It's basically a VI clone.
Pretty high res.
That's actually the window.
Oh,
this is for doing the virtual printer stuff here, so you can actually show some. Yeah, that's pretty amazing for Go 1 and 2.
You had me there.
But basically, it goes through and it basically is showing the pixel going through and the line number it's on, etc., and then creating the masks.
So if you know your math a little bit, if you do.
Anyway, he actually shows it running at real speed, and then he kicks it up 20 times because it does take minutes and minutes and minutes to generate type thing. And then kind of showing the file. So basically, he's going in stripes. He goes 2 widths of screens across to generate the line for the printer, and he's doing 7 pixels vertically, I think, is what whichever line printer he had at the time. It had a 7 pixel high head as far as being able to program the graphics. It's interesting. It's definitely a nostalgic doing this kind of stuff. I used to do this kind of stuff at work too, so I'm quite familiar with some of the stuff he's doing here. But creating a 32K Coco 1 and 2 desktop publishing that can do a 512 by 768 pixel page is pretty impressive for a 13-year-old in BASIC, I have to say. So kudos to Mikey. Next up, Canadian Retro Things, who's en route back to the Vancouver area, which is why he's not on the show today. Now, this is talking about a Coco 3 he picked up at CocoFest. Now, he was having some intermittent problems with it at CocoFest. And so he's trying to figure out, does he have some bad solder joints? He tried the loose chips and the simple things at the show. That didn't solve it. But basically, he did find some stuff that looked a little bit questionable, though it looks, I think Pedro had mentioned that it looks like it's probably more just some crap residue left over, but wasn't actually causing, connections to happen when they shouldn't type thing. Rick, you can probably speak more to what this exactly is.
No, I'd buy that explanation. Someone's worked on it and left the rosin behind.
Yeah. Now, personally, I'm not sure. He's got the machine working because it worked once he got back home. So he thought maybe something jostled or just on the drive up to the lake in Ontario that he might have knocked some of this loose enough so it wasn't causing problems. And he did reflow solder on a few that looked a little bit iffy. So he did do that. And the machine still works fine. personally, Rick, and I'll get your opinion on this too, because both of us had problems with just random crap happening on our Cocos at CoCoFest on the show floor. But if you took it up to the seminar room or back up to the hotel, it worked fine. I still think it's more power related. What do you think?
Very well could be. We had so many problems at the fest, and brought stuff home and the problems went away. So I would believe that.
And the same thing when Ken and I took his Coco to the seminar room, because I could not run my Gimme X at 3 megahertz. It would just crash. And I thought, oh, great, I damaged the Gimme X. But then when I clock it back down, it works. So I was thinking about maybe. And
I'll also go with Frank a little bit. PLCC sockets are crap. So you could shoot the Gimme socket with some deoxit and might be beneficial.
Anyway, it's a nice little video for the more beginning hardware people there to, some things to check for if you're having some intermittent problems or problems in general. Some things that you can check and fix fairly easily, like, 60 hertz. I know you checked the voltages and they were very close to the 5 volts. They're supposed to be in the right spot. So, but like Ken mentioned, it works fine ever since he left CoCoFest in the hotel show floor area. So I'm suspecting, especially with all the construction and crap they had going on, it's probably.
Well, I had a piece of hardware that did die permanently at that CoCoFest, and it was probably power. So I wasn't surprised at all that that's all that's wrong with this is it was at that fest.
We lost YouTube again.
Oh, man.
Yep, looks like we did.
Yeah, streams.
Although it's slowly coming back.
Voltages, and they were very close to the 5 volts. They're supposed to be in the right spot. So, but like Ken. Okay, is it back?
We came back quick that time.
Okay, it's back to green.
Okay, is it okay? You guys can hear us out in chat land, I hope. Sounds like we had another interruption.
Yeah, it looks like it's back to stable-ish, kind of.
Stable-ish. It's a
We're stable-ish, kind of.
Yeah, it's
probably. Stable-ish.
Frames.
Maybe.
Yeah, it is still.
This is the 7th time a charm, I think.
Well,
you said you're still dropping frames. Like, is it still stabilizing? Shall we?
No, it's go. As soon as I say something, it does something. Go for it. just go ahead and go for it.
That really instills confidence.
Yeah.
It looks like it's stable again.
Okay, next story up, and hopefully you guys can actually hear it. This is Z80 Dad on YouTube for Septandi. He shows a homebrew 6809 base board he made, and he uses it to speed test 6809 versus some other CPUs from the time period, like the 8080 and the Z80. Now, this is not strictly Coca related, so I don't know why Kite labeled this as Septandi, but I'm kind of glad he did because it's kind of cool anyway. And he's doing an ASCII Mandelbrot foot race between these various machines, and basically it just has an 80 column color terminal like a VT100 or something, and he's just jamming the stuff out the serial port. So obviously the other machines are kind of doing the same baud rate type thing, so it'd be similar. And this is of course a basic written by Microsoft, so it depends on how well they did the basic interpreter for each CPU. There's a few things in there, but he was a bit surprised by the results. And here's this little minimal expansion computer here with the ROMs and RAM and basically the board itself that he created. Here's the actual source code listing for it. And this is what it looks like running. So I'll just mute him for a brief second here. But it kind of does it changes the characters itself to kind of do ASCII graphics type thing to kind of simulate pixel density as well as the color. I've done one of these Mandelbrot things actually in Basic 9 that's up on my channel, comparing speeds between 689 and 639. So I'm a bit familiar with this, but it takes a while to generate. So anyway, he at basically the end of the result here. Now he's running his machine. He's got a 68B09, not a 6309. So it's a 2 megahertz rate chip. He's actually running it about 1.8, about the same as the Coco 3. He's not running it at the flat out 2 megahertz. But he compares it in this chart here with how it did versus some other machines at that time period. And there's some Z80s here at 4 megahertz. There's a V20, that was a NEC clone of the 8088, I believe, if I remember correctly. And then the V30 was the clone of the 8086. Am I remembering?
Yep, that is correct, as I recall.
And I think the V20 actually was a little bit optimized compared to.
It also could run at like 8 megahertz or something more than
it had some turbo mode thing built into it.
Yeah, which was
and then
cool.
He's got his machine running at 1.8432 megahertz at the top of the 609, and the 609 out of these 4 machines is the fastest because the shorter bars are better. Which actually is a bit of a surprise because the other ones are all running at 4 megahertz. Now I do know that the cycle times in some of those is pretty bad, but I also thought that the 8080 and Z80 would have had better optimized Microsoft Basics than ours, because from what I understand, ours was basically just almost a port through the little interpreter converter thingy. But it actually did pretty good. I mean, we're running at less than half the CPU speed, and we beat them all. Thought that was kind of cool.
I think it's the efficiency of the Motorola / MOS opcodes versus the Intel styled.
Yeah. And I will say the 609 is a fair bit faster again. If you want to check that out, you can check my YouTube page. I've got a couple of videos there showing that, though I'm using colored squares rather than ASCII. I think I did 40 column, but. Okay, next up after that. I'm definitely not playing this whole thing because it's an hour and 20 minutes, and it's by Pedro Peña, who might still be in the chat. I know he said he had to go somewhere, but he's still on there. For you hardware guys that have actually watched this all the way through, you can probably explain this a lot better than I am. And this is only part 1. There's part 2 coming. So basically, he's showing how to take his original surface mount 64K SRAM board he did previously for the late model CoCo 2s. Now, those of you who've seen them, like most CoCo 1s and 2s, if you want to upgrade the RAM 64K, you basically upgrade 8 chips, 4164s. The later CoCo 2s had the option of doing that, or you could do a little daughter board or direct sockets for 4464s, which is 4 bits wide versus 1 bit. And that was done because at that time there was I think there was a fire in Japan or something where a whole RAM factory went down for months. So prices went nuts, and Tandy kind of hedged their bets by making several ways. So whatever chips were available at the time, you could do it 4164s or 4464s. So basically, he's made a static RAM version of that, and now he's converting it to a through-hole version of it. And he's released the public files. You can download this if you want to make it yourself. And this is going into hardware way beyond my pay grade. So if you your hardware gurus want to kind of jump in, feel free.
Also, those 4464s are used in the CoCo 3s and the 128K. So, when you upgrade, keep those 4464s because you might be able to trickle them down to a CoCo 2.
Yep. Or sell them to a CoCo 2 owner that wants to get them.
Yep.
And this is in KiCad, I think. Isn't that what this is called?
Yep.
Pronounced KiCad. Even though it's spelled KiCad, it's pronounced KiCad.
Okay.
KiCad.
Meow.
I've seen a presenter at the KiCad conference use both pronunciations in the same talk. So,
well, I was using the reference by the head project maintainer at CERN. So,
anyway, here's kind of his little cardboard layout just to make sure that everything lines up properly, et cetera, to do. And anyway, he put that up for the entire thing, and basically, it's almost a tutorial on using KiCad, whatever you want to call it, for doing a project like this. It goes into a ton of details I don't even understand, frankly, because I'm not a hardware guy. But has any of you got a chance to watch this video? Just out of curiosity, Mark or Rick or any other hardware?
No, I'm going to need to, though.
Nope. Me too. I hadn't been keeping track on it, but yeah, I definitely need to watch it now.
All right.
Okay, because he's actually got the...
and warning to the world, Windows 11 doesn't print it the right size, so you can't do his trick of print it out and cut it and fit it down.
Oh, that's something good to know.
Yeah, it doesn't get the size right. It's like 10% off, so I have to plot rather than print the file, which is a disaster because you have to switch from Gerber mode to PostScript mode, and so I'm irritated right now with Windows 11.
What was that last part? Blee, 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 blee.
Yeah. That's technical terms.
Yeah. I think that's the name of the program who did Windows 11, actually.
It could be. The menu bug reverted again, where you can't right-click and open. You can't right-click open with. You have to go right-click open with, choose another program, and then you can fix the default program, and that will work.
Yeah.
They fix it. It breaks again. They fix it. It breaks again. This is about the 5th time.
Yeah. Now I will mention here, I mean, one, this is meant to be a 64 camera, but the fact that it's using static RAM, if I remember correctly, and some of you people that are more familiar with this might be able to tell me for sure, but I do believe the SAM doubler, which I think Brendan's doing, or at least his design, I think Ed's going to manufacture it for him, but basically it's a way to do a full double speed clock in a CoCo 1 and 2, RAM and ROM, because normally you lose the RAM refresh and a bunch of other things. But because it's a static RAM, it doesn't need the cycle to do dynamic RAM refresh. I think the clock doubler requires an SRAM upgrade. So this, if you want to make it yourself based on these files, and you put it into a CoCo 2 that can support it, you should be able to just get the SAM doubler, and then you can run full POC 65497,0 double speed RAM and ROM without losing the video signal and without basically running at the speed the CoCo 3 runs at.
Nice.
Anyway, links to all these are in the show notes that you can grab off of our Discord too. So this was an interesting one I found totally by accident. It's not a Septandy thing, though it could be.
A blacksmith shop?
Well, basically, this is a trash, not trash 80, but a basement junk removal. And basically, this is a guy that has a company that does trash remove people. So if people are excavating a basement on an old house they just bought and it's got filled with crap, which is what happened here. This is a dirt basement. It's not even cemented walls. Everything else is dirt floors and things on it. And there's basically decades of stuff stored in here. There's old light switches and there's old electronics. And there's old boards and screwdriver sets and locks for old doors and all kinds of stuff. So basically what they do is they go through and they clean all this stuff out. And then the one guy that makes the videos is a bit of a tech head. And he occasionally finds old tech that he finds interesting. And he'll actually keep it, sometimes even for himself, but most of the time he keeps it and then sells it on eBay, because basically he gets to keep, when he does these, he charges a flat rate for depending on how long it took to do the job to empty thing out. And then he'll try to sell stuff on eBay, and it's kind of like a tip for himself, as long as the person he agrees to it, type thing, because he takes the time to go through to figure out what's worth anything and what's not. So I won't play the beginning part where they start here, but the house is kind of you can see this basement. Here's kind of a bit of a mess. This is already after they cleaned out a good chunk of it. Like this is near the end of it. But I'll play this little bit where he discovers something, and then you can see his reaction.
James, do me one little favor. Grab that keyboard looking thing down there. What is that, a computer or is that a... Oh my gosh, it's an old Radio Shack.
Oh, Radio Shack out of business. I think there's one left.
No, but this is a
RAM badge. Old.
A TRS 80.
Warranty seal broken?
Yeah. Look at that wind up of
TRS 80 Radio Shack. That's awesome. Mark, can you
factory wind up
that
there,
metal box and show me the front of it real quick?
Just try.
With the controller.
Controller.
So what we got here? We got a Radio Shack.
And that's the first gen 35 track tech drive with the push button open door.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'll take that too. Yeah, I'll take that too.
Must be a 3022.
Gimme.
Yeah, I'll take that.
I'll bet you it fires right up.
Certificate to help in my skills.
And then
actually, he doesn't actually try it, because this is one he wasn't going to keep himself. He's planning on selling it, so I'm going to fast forward once this stupid ad is done.
I like that AC cord. Looks like the factory wrap on it.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, and the fact that the warranty sticker was completely punched through already meant whoever had this originally was definitely a bit of a hardware tinkerer.
It's a first person here.
Yeah, he's actually got they showed a picture of him elsewhere. He actually has like the helmet camera mount for doing this, and I guess he does these videos all the time. But I'm going to fast forward. He actually goes through a summary of the stuff he decided to keep. Or did I keep that? Oh, maybe I already have that on the screen here. Yeah, here. This is the stuff he decided to try and sell off.
All right, everybody, we're back from that clean out.
The power meter that should have been on the house.
That we decided to keep. So first off, we got a TRS 80.
How much RAM does that say?
From Radio Shack. Those are
32K.
about $60.
Oh, okay.
It's probably an e-board.
And that's untested. And that's how I would sell this stuff, because I have no way to test them. This
Or
little
maybe
computer thing
upgrade
here
it,
with the,
and
with the cord.
when you get an upgrade, do you get a new badge?
Catalog 26-3022.
Maybe that's
is
been
selling
upgraded.
For currently $30
But,
plus shipping.
well,
and
you could have
handling.
bought it as 32K, or you could have got it upgraded. My friend Dwayne got his
This
upgrade and got the
drive that goes
32K
with it
badge.
is selling for $64. Shipping and handling, again, that's untested. This here, I wasn't sure if you could even sell these, but apparently you can.
I don't know if you guys want to see the other stuff he decided to try to sell.
Single-stage
He's got some
watt
pretty cool stuff there
hour
too.
meter, the i30-S.
But considering the show's running
sells
long,
from
probably
30
not.
to 60, but
Yeah,
it is free
probably should
shipping,
move
so
on.
I would
Asparagus.
probably put-
Yeah. I think he found some pretty cool stuff in there anyway. That'd be a fascinating job to have because I'm sure you find just cool stuff every once in a while. Most of the time it's probably just really junk, but you find something like an e-board Coco and the original floppy drive, the original floppy controller that can be upgraded to high density. And basically it's just free as part of cleaning up. You get to keep, and because most stuff just goes to the junkyard. On some of the metal stuff he was going through, like he was sorting like copper versus tin versus whatever for certain metal recycling plants and stuff too, because you get some money in bulk for metal.
Oh, look, an Apple One. Oh, I'll take that.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if he's been that lucky or not, but next up, Todd Wallace, also known as Lord Dragon, is basically working on a machine language windowing thing. Now, actually, in the comments, I won't show it because we've showed this before when Hugo was doing it years ago, because he was doing a whole thing with overlay windows and stuff too. But this is Todd's version where he's kind of using a Mac style font, and he's actually got a little bit of GUI he's working on. He's got the mouse working, and you can move the window around.
Hey guys, I just wanted to show you my progress on my little window manager thing. It is
He probably uses
kind
the
of
high-res
alive.
mouse too,
Got
because
a
he's
mouse
used it
pointer,
before.
moves around, and check it out.
The software one.
Yeah, I'll put this window down here. Nah, let's move it up. Nah, put it back where it was. Ah, that is so cool to be dragging a window around. And I hopefully put enough structure in place to
That looks nice.
do more than just this. But that is just so cool. Look at this. I'm kind of proud. Work in progress.
I mean, that is cool. I mean, he's done a lot of really cool things. He did the weather reporting app with graphics and everything else, and he's done the IBM font and some MS-DOS utilities on the Coco and all kinds of things. So
Even he doesn't have a CM8 door.
nobody does, Ron. I'm sure that's a vicious rumor. You guys just Photoshop the damn things in all the
I
time.
got 3 of them.
Hey, you're the Photoshop guy, so
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's just kind of
No.
proof. Everybody who's really good with Photoshop seems to have the door. Coincidence? I think not.
Jeez.
Next up on Vintage is the New Old. Paulo Garcia contributed to this, where he's duplicated, as far as he can remember, a high-res text generating basic program that he originally did. And speaking, we talked about this earlier when Frank was on, of the CP400, which is a Brazilian Coco clone. So he'd written something in BASIC that would draw text characters on the screen type thing, on the graphics screen. And he's actually tried to do it from memory, kind of remembering how it worked. Try to duplicate the program itself.
That's an awful lot to remember.
And it's designed for the P-Mode 3 screen, not a P-Mode 4, so you can
Color.
do some color. So I thought that was kind of neat. I mean, having to go back and try to remember something you wrote literally 40 years ago, almost 38. That's pretty impressive because I don't remember anything from yesterday.
Hello world. That's pretty good, isn't it? Come on.
I mean, honestly, when I got back into Nitrous 9 and I was looking at some of the code, and it even has my remarks, of what I didn't remember writing some of that stuff at all. Not a clue. I had no idea what I was doing.
So you're looking at it thinking, who'd I get this from?
Well, well, yeah, maybe I did. I honestly don't remember that either. So did I steal it from somebody or did I figure it out on my own? I don't remember. There's other chunks I do remember. I remember, almost to the day, because it was something I was really proud of. But there's other stuff I was going, I don't remember doing this at all. I thought Bill did this.
Look at the ad in the corner there for the dust cover.
Yeah, for the Model 1.
That's a good one too.
Ron, I'll let you set this one up because you're the one who discovered it.
Yeah, I got it from some vintage computer site, and I'll be browsing around looking, and if something comes up like this, I figure, well, there's always a chance that there'll be Tandy stuff in there. Run it.
Yeah. So just to set it up a little bit beyond that, this is a little news segment from the local news station in Albuquerque, New Mexico, about a retro computer gathering that they have there once a year. And
it's new.
Yeah, just published on the 10th of September.
Machines from decades past and think
I don't know if this is going to work.
Garbage. But for one retro
Are you guys seeing the screen still? Or did it
enthusiast,
yeah,
I can fixing them up is a passion.
Okay.
Scarlett Lizjack takes
sometimes
us inside a
maximize
public
it.
meetup today
It does
in
full screen. It
Albuquerque.
doesn't work.
There were dozens of
I'll play the
old
whole thing here, but there's a
computers
CoCo
at
involved. See if
the
you can spot it.
makerspace, both Apples and PCs. And these machines really paint the picture of how much technology has advanced.
I see wet
But these
lips.
computers also brought together a crowd of people who are passionate about vintage technology.
This surf the web.
No.
Do you ever wish you could travel back in time?
While
this may not be time travel, ABQ Retro
Right there.
Computers public meetup
4P.
is a step back in time.
Get together.
Not a
and kinda
CoCo,
share
though.
passion
No,
on,
but it's 4P.
fixing up these old
Yeah.
computers and getting them, up so everybody can use them.
Machines from the 90s, 80s, and even the 70s.
They aren't making them anymore, and most of them have ended up in the trash at this point. So as much awareness as we can get, maybe somebody could save one from the trash and it can end up being
There's
reused
4P
again
in the back.
instead of just rotting away.
And if you're thinking about surfing the modern web, you're out of luck. There's not even dial-up on these computers.
Admittedly, in your
Okay.
everyday life, it can be kind of hard to actually find a use for some of these old machines.
Yeah, you could.
So this gives us
If
an
you still have
opportunity
copper
to kind of unpack
telephone
them
lines.
and play around with them.
But
Time
it's
to
their
guess.
simplicity that fuels Joan's passion.
I've never successfully opened a modern cell phone, but one of these, you can take 4 screws off of this, open it up. It's generally pretty clear what's wrong with them. Components can be
There it
replaced
is.
To CoCo.
and things
Upside
like that,
down.
so that
Oh.
Oh, ouch,
user-friendly.
ouch.
Oh, right to the mylar.
Some computers
Yep.
you've come across
Ouch.
that have sat outside
It
for
doesn't
over
matter
a
what else
decade
she has to
and have
say
turned
now,
on
does it?
simply by plugging
Amateur.
it in. The next public meetup will be sometime in March.
So if you're in the Albuquerque, New Mexico area, it sounds like their next public meetup for this type of thing for the retro computers of all sorts is sometime in March. So I don't know.
Wait. There's a New Mexico?
It's like New Coke.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's just down the road from Ron, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty close.
Yeah, pretty.
Closer to me than any of you.
So is that something you'd consider going to report for us, Ron?
Yeah,
That'd be
let's
kind of
do that.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, so keep an eye out for it. I mean, they've got the name of the group and stuff, so you can actually go check it out. But yeah, in March. So it's a month before CoCo Fest. You can kind of bring a report to us at CoCo Fest in April.
Right.
But don't take your cocoa; it'll get wrecked.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Don't let them touch it anyway. Just
Jeez.
hold on
Did
it
you
for
see
dear
that-
life and
Did
display
you see
it.
that keyboard hanging? Oh,
Yeah.
Yes, that was painful to watch.
very much so.
The only worst thing I've ever seen is putting a multi-pack into a multi-pack.
And it worked.
It's that or holding on to a soldering iron the wrong way.
That old
Oh,
stock
right.
footage again. Yes. No.
Yeah.
No.
Frank, our guest from earlier, says, I've opened my iPhone twice successfully. Both times it fell down the stairs and magically opened.
And that's one way to do it.
That sounds like the school of how to fix the CoCo we just saw there, actually. Same techniques. Next up, Todd Horsch. Hopefully I'm pronouncing your name correctly there. So he posted the tale of him getting back into his CoCo 3 after catching some retro computer videos on YouTube, and the trials he had to get it working with some upgrades that he was doing in the Facebook group. And I won't read the whole thing here, but he ordered a 609, a 512K memory upgrade, a CoCo SDC, RGB to HDMI, and he had some issues trying to get it to work. Then it quit working because it was working originally.
Oh,
But
internet's dropping off again.
Okay. So
Okay.
we'll
All
hold
right.
off.
We're back.
Okay.
So would you get like a flashing light or something when that thing drops?
Yeah, OBS goes into the red if the
Yeah,
traffic's
okay.
gone down to crap.
All right.
Probably was just a little hiccup for everybody watching. So anyway, he goes into the tale of what all and he, what he did to figure it out, got it working again. So now he's going to tackle the FT501, but it's a cautionary tale, I guess, is what I would say. And he's got the CoCoTALK cartridge, and I think it might actually be Frank's. They used to help test some of this stuff to figure out what's going on. So. And next up, this is something we don't see. Activity in the MM1 forum on Facebook. Now, we've had somebody that came on to Discord. He's also on Facebook. We'll cover something with him a little bit later here. But Joel Evie posted the story of getting his MM1 in the MM1 Facebook, which we're looking at right now. Now, he was one, and I remember he was on the list because Bill and I had to send drivers out to everybody who bought a TC9 from Frank Hogg because we were doing the updated version 2 drivers for the keyboard, the mouse, the joystick, sound, and a few other things too. And he was on the list that we sent him to. So he was originally planning on getting the K-Bus and getting the TC70 to add on and do the whole, super system. And I guess he went to go try to buy one of the TC70s from Frank. And Frank said, basically, call back later. I don't have any right now. So then he decided, well, I don't want to, like we were talking about earlier, like people don't want to wait. So he decided, well, I'll go talk to Blackhawk Enterprise and see if I can get an M1. Now, if they're Blackhawk, that's almost MM1A level stuff, but I can't remember if this specifically was or not. But also that was, David Graham said he was out of those as well. He had the CPU board in stock, but if you want the expanded system with the IO and memory backplanes, you can upgrade the memory up to 9 megs and get a bunch of extra stuff that you could use on it. He said he had the boards, but he didn't have somebody to actually solder them all together and put them in. So basically what Joel had eventually decided, you know what, I could try to do the soldering and stuff myself. So he actually goes through and got a couple stacks of boards, and then he got stuff up and running. But he was actually talking to one of the people that did the original designs and stuff, and he actually posted the original emails of the back and forth of trying to figure out what was wrong on the boards that he had and how to fix them and stuff. So it's a bit of a history of the MM1 that a lot of us have not seen in the past. So I won't read all those here. It's definitely worth checking out, though. There's an actual MM1 Multimedia One Computer forum on Facebook. And I know a few people on the show actually do have M1s. David Ladd has one, for example. Though his hard drive's dead, I believe his floppy drive still works, so you can actually still boot it.
Of course.
Naturally.
Yeah. if it's floppies, Dave is not how to fix it, I guess, and then the hard drive's a bit harder. But the M1, out of all of the Coco 4s that we talked about, as far as commercially success goes, it was definitely the most successful of the batch. It sold. I'm trying to remember because people were trying to guess. Like one guy, and the person that we're talking about the next article here too, he's got one in pretty rough shape, but he thought there was only 8 or 9 sold. And Alan Huffman responded and said there used to be more than 8 or 9 of us just meeting in a hotel room at Coco Fest that all had MM1s. And we had Eric Krishlow, obviously, who did some development for the MM1 as an interview guest not too long ago either. He did the Gold Runner 2000 for the MM1. I seem to recall, and correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I'm remembering this wrong, but I thought there were several hundred MM1s sold over the years. So it was more so than that. I think the TC9 might have sold 100, 150, and the TC70 probably a little less than that. I don't know how well the System 4s and 5s sold. But it's kind of interesting having this, early history here of the MM1, one of the Coco 4 successors as it was planned on being. And Keith March, who has joined our Discord recently, has pulled out some of his. Now, this is the accelerator board. So the original MM1 had a 68070 Signetics chip, and it was the same one that, what company did the interactive CDs?
Philips.
Yes, thank you. Same chip, and basically it had some graphic stuff built onto it. It was a little slower than the equivalent 68000, so a 15 megahertz 68070, and it's confusing to use that numbering scheme because Motorola, of course, went 68010, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, and stopped. So you'd think the 70 would be way faster than 68000. No.
What are those charred-looking things on the board?
I would assume it's a foam block.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it looks like that was where another chip went, and it's just
there's a chip on the backside, and there's
on the backside. Okay,
to keep it from shorting against stuff on this side.
Okay,
gotcha. So anyway, the original 68070 was 15 megahertz. It ran the equivalent of about a 12.5 megahertz 68000. A little bit slow. This is the 68340, which I believe was normally a 32-bit microcontroller. Is that right? You guys that know these Motorola chips well? But it's quite a bit faster because the original 68000 was basically a 16-bit chip for the most part. And this was an actual full 32-bit bus one. So this was an upgrade board, like Frank was talking about some of the Amigas, where you upgrade to 68000 and 40s and 60s, or go completely ape and do like vampires and buffies and stuff. But this was the equivalent of that back in 1993 for the MM1. So this is an actual picture of the actual 68340 board.
I bet you that was a socket back there that plugged into the old CPU socket.
There you go. Yeah.
Yep, could be.
And this is one of my babies.
You have one of them?
No. Well, that's a picture of my actual machine. But I had sold it. I sold it in the early 2000s for $700.
Oh, wow. So I thought, because we've not visited this page too often on CoCoTALK, because there hasn't been much new content on there for years, I thought it showed, like, for those who've not seen it before or even heard of it, here's what it looked like, the original M1. So it came in a standard PC case. It had high density 3.5-inch drive, 1.44 meg. It had SCSI, used PC keyboards. It actually worked with the CM8 monitor. It did up to 640 by 200 or 240 on pure color modes. And then it also had an interlace mode, some of the Amiga, where you could double the vertical resolution, but you'd have your hertz refresh. It was only 30 hertz. So basically draw every odd scan line, then every even scan line. So it flickered a little bit, but it was a 640 by 480 basically, or pretty close to it. And a windowing system and OSK and everything else too. So
when I got this machine, it had a password in order to get into it. And
Okay.
And I somebody told me it was written on the back of the machine, and I went and looked, and I didn't think I found it anywhere. And then I went through, I had some documentation, and sure enough, it was written down there. And then it worked, and I was able to get into it.
Yeah, I know David still has his, and the computer itself still functions, but the hard drive controller is dead, or the hard drive itself physically is dead. Okay, next up after that, Jim Gary pointed out this Hackaday project to add a composite video to an MC10, the NTSC version only in this case. That was actually published last week, and I missed it. So for those of you that are the hardware tinkerers and don't want to have to wait for Ed to come up with another batch of the MC10 composite adapter boards that he's got, which if you're a non-solderer like me is definitely the safer route. Here's the schematic and an article on how to build your own. And you can actually get a better quality output on it and actually connect it to slightly more modern TVs that actually handle composite instead of just RF. So thanks, Jim, for pointing that out.
Even if you did have the other one, you still have to solder it in.
Oh, right. Yeah, that isn't one where you can just plug it in, is it?
No, you have to remove stuff.
Right. Oh, well.
Amy and Taylor show you how to install one.
Yeah, they installed one of Ed's, didn't they?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I have one. It's nice. It's just there's a lot of desoldering and then soldering.
Yeah, because they had to remove the RF can and a bunch of other things too, didn't they?
The RF can for sure.
Yeah. Okay, next up after that, Cafe Sita on Facebook posted this link. I think that's Torsten Diddle. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his name right, from Europe. And this is basically a retro computer show in Germany. And this actually has a Dragon 32 and Dragon 64 that makes an appearance on, because basically they just wander around and show you the table. So I'll play a little bit of the intro here so that you can kind of see the facility and what the general show looks like, and then I'll fast forward to the Dragon. A little smaller than VCF, but not a bad size.
Tall ceilings.
Don't really need the music. And then they do the standard walkthrough. I'll skip forward to the Dragon part, but there's a ton of stuff, and a lot of the European machines you don't see too often up here in North America. So if you're into that kind of thing, definitely go check out the video.
For a period of time, I was interested in seeing what the Russians used to use, and I wondered if the Russians they kind of cloned everything, Z80s and.
Yeah, they actually imported a few too, I think.
I wonder if they ever did a 6809, but I've never found anything.
I thought I heard.
Did they?
I'm trying to remember. I think wasn't the Thompson sold there for a bit? The French 6809?
Probably. Yeah, the French had a lot of relations with the Russians, so very possible.
Yeah, I seem to recall somebody saying that before, though I can't confirm that. All right, here you'll see the Dragon 64 and the Dragon 32. Briefly.
Yeah. It looks like they had an SDC stuck in one because, it had.
There's the SX that Whatsmajig was talking about earlier that Ron was asking.
Yeah, that one.
That one.
Oh, yeah.
That's a little Commodore luggable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which he had at Boat Fest, actually. Running. And this is a Vectrix style thing? I'm not sure what that is.
No, it's a monitor on its side.
There is a Coco game where you can turn your monitor on the side. I took a picture of it once and I tried it.
I think you could turn the monitor on its side with any game. It just wouldn't look right.
Yeah.
No, well, this game was flipped. So if you turn your monitor on its side, it looked normal.
Well,
there's a Space Invaders transcode that does that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that game that was running just there before was playing sideways.
Got several people in the chat mentioning that the Spectrum clones were probably the most popular in Russia.
In Russia, yeah.
And this I was going to show David Ladd because it's a hard drive platter open, so you can see it running and watch the head go back and forth. And I thought, that would just get him. I won't say the term I was about to say, but really excite him. But unfortunately, he had drowned.
We got Jason.
Yes, I'll have to stand in.
That's right.
The David Ladd simulation.
Jason, the David emulator.
Look at those platters go. Woo!
And there's the Wang because Ron keeps mentioning it.
Yeah. Speaking of which,
everybody Wang Chung tonight. Boy.
Fortunately, we will not be here all day.
No, there's only so many hours in the day.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to use all of them.
I'm just about done. I've only got a couple stories left. So,
someone's been handing Curtis cups of water through this marathon session.
So we'll be done by 8.
Coffee.
I don't know. We're at 6.5 hours now.
Yeah. He didn't say what time zone.
Anyway, if you're ever in Germany, this looks like a pretty fun show to go to. Everything's interactive. You get to actually go touch and try out all the stuff here. They've got lots of educational displays like the hard drives and stuff actually functioning that you can watch how a hard drive actually physically works, and a pretty good variety of machines. So I was pretty impressed with that show. And not as busy as BCF. You can probably walk without running into people. And then we got a couple Dragon stories to kind of close things out here. John Whitworth of Dragon Plus, he was a guy who's been going through leukemia treatments and has been quite successful. So he's actually started manufacturing stuff in kit form before. Or again, I should say, because he kind of stopped everything for a while because he really had to concentrate on his health. And he's had volunteers that are helping convert some of the kits into finished products that he can sell. So thanks to all those people again. But he said, this is a design I knocked up some time ago, but I had quite a few Ujima Flip 2021s left back then. Just wondering what the appetite would be for these with people to actually buy these again. Like, should he finish making them, basically?
What exactly is it?
It's an internal expansion. Like, basically, if you plug this in, I think it hooks up to the cartridge port from the inside, but basically it gives you the ability to have 2 cartridges internally in the Dragon case. So it's like a mini multi-pack, a mini MPI inside the case. You can just put in your floppy drive and your sound speech or whatever it is. And your cartridge port is still free. And it doesn't take extra disk space and everything else. So, and I remember some comments on it was like, you can fit all that inside of a Dragon case. And apparently there's a lot of room. It's more like a Coco 1 case and a Coco 2 case where they kind of compressed everything. There's not really that much room to fit 2 carts inside.
So this would be good for if you did a repack.
You don't have to repack. It fits right inside the Dragon case as it is. No repacking necessary.
You might have to remove the cartridge cases on your carts, but
yeah, but basically actually, I think I saw some pictures. I don't even know if you have to do that. Like, there's a lot of airspace in the Dragon.
That's right. There's a lot of space in the Dragon, more than in the Coco. At least in the Canos.
Even more than the Coco One. Yeah.
And the fact there was no MPI for the Dragon officially, this would be an alternative.
Yeah, because you could plug in, say, John Whitworth's MSX. Well, actually, that's not a cartridge, is it? But a floppy drive controller and a real-time clock or whatever else you wanted to do, RS-232, if you only had Dragon 32, for example. So he's basically gauging, is it worthwhile him to continue finishing up these boards or getting the kits ready type thing? And he's got several people that said yes. And the last one, this is kind of a joke here. So this is by Darren Brown, and he actually took the girl with the dragon tattoo and modified it to be an even better movie, The Girl with the Dragon 32. Heart-stopping, edge of the sheer seat thrills from start to finish. And of course, as Ron mentioned, the Queen's logo is there too. So
yeah, that's it.
So I thought I'd end the news on a bit of a lighthearted note there.
You did.
And that's it for this week.
We'll be looking for that on Netflix.
Yeah.
And looking.
Well, we only ran out of power how many times in this show?
I don't know, 5, 6.
Oh,
is that all? No power.
Well, thankfully, Mark's been doing a local recording. Now, unfortunately, it sounds like his internet actually did dive bomb a few times, so he might have some glitches that we didn't see here on Zoom.
Yeah, but like when Zoom disappears and just records my screensaver or my background.
Hey, Mark, how many gigabytes do you gather on one of these shows?
I was about to look, actually.
Kevin Holloway saying that they had a lot of dropouts in buffering.
No, you need to take a buffering.
So, Mark, your copy will be better than what the stream saw, but it sounds like there's still going to be some glitches in it. Eh?
So last week's was 8 terabyte.
Holy hell!
8 gigabyte.
That can't be that much.
8 gigabytes.
8 gigabytes. This week's probably be a little more than that.
Yeah.
8 terrible bytes.
So, last week's show was 4 hours, 19 minutes. This week we got 6 hours and 28 minutes so far in the record.
So last week was a short show that I missed.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It was a
lighthearted.
So this is kind of like the Dragon or the Cougar Fest we did.
Yeah.
It was the only one longer.
I wonder if Stevie's going to watch this whole thing.
Usually just listens in the car, to be honest. When he's driving.
He's going to wonder what the heck we did.
It just keeps going on and on.
It's the show that never ends.
So we'll skip the outro part.
Okay.
We'll grant the viewers that little bit. But yeah, I would expect there's going to be a bit of a delay for redoing, like putting one up that actually is not as chopped up as the actual live stream was, because there'll be some editing to do.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see if Stevie wants the backup copy or not.
Yeah.
Edit it down. Just cut out the parts where Curtis is.
Just edit out the news and all that useless crap.
Why don't we just quit when the...
Just leave my Nitrous 9 ads in there. I need those.
You need those.
He paid for those.
All right. Push the button, Frank.
Well, looks like it pushed it.